Everyone, welcome to another episode of Critical Critique. Fancy new upgrades today. We got fancy upgrades to our opening, so that's good. I hope everyone liked that. If you got to catch that live, or if you're watching on the VOD, yeah, there's been I've been doing a bit of mucking around myself with the OBS. I've been working on getting some stuff set up so that I can do the things. I can do the things. 5 reckons it looks all right. Looks all good.
Yay.
And so it begins. So it begins. Yes, it does begin. Because obviously I have to. Because Ali, I have to maintain my title as Fire Force's strongest defender. Okay, I have to defend my maiden. My maiden must be defended.
In all her half-nakedness.
Yeah. But in serious though, this was a video that we had in the queue for a bit. It's a little bit of a longer one, you know. So
yeah,
so
it was, I don't know who added it first, but it is just a regular on the
yeah.
pile, I guess. But
yeah, it was one that was in there for quite a while. I was questioned on Twitter whether or not it was one that we'd already covered before, which is a valid concern considering how a lot of these anti-Fire Force things all kind of blur together.
or
right?
if it's not actually just the same thing we did you talked about last week.
Yeah, maybe. I'm maidenless. Oh no. No maiden, no resource. Oh shit! I could give you a teaser for what's gonna come next. Hang on, I should have done this before the stream. Where is it?
What are you going to put me on the spot?
I'm gonna give you a meme. I'm gonna give you a meme that's like a teaser for a rant that's gonna happen after the video, right?
Nretsew again,
for
all
the
your
viewers.
damn stupid meme images.
Where is it? I gotta find it. Because I have, yes, this is the one. Put it in stream. Where is it? For streams. There you go. You can put that. You can put that in the meme gap.
1 second. I'm going to try something new. A little bit new. Maybe.
There you go. You can put that. You can put that in the little meme gap next to our magnifying glass. There you go. While you do that, I'll have a chat with the chat. Yeah. Plus, you ain't the only ones defending Fire Force. Yeah, I know. Fire Force has defenders. Fire Force is as I've talked about before. Good. It is really good. I am a fan of the Fire Force. As Horizon in the middle of nowhere's strongest soldier, I must destroy you for supremacy of my series. Listen, we can coexist, okay? We will broker peace between the two factions. Ellie have a meme folder. Yeah. Ellie needs to have a meme folder.
I have. I instead of downloading things from Discord, I'm just going to put it into a browser on. I don't have the thing over here.
Yeah, we need we're gonna have to do some research since I've been doing a bunch of OBS stuff into what is the easiest way to just quickly be able to download an image and immediately have it up on screen. I have to find some way to do it.
Over here I have the fancy.
Hey, there it is. Yeah. There's your teaser. There's the teaser for what's coming soon. People who know will know. So yeah, we can maybe put her down in the no resources. Yeah, these resourceless bitches on Twitter do be being resourceless. Okay. Okay, but anyhow.
The Horizon Stronger Soldier. Don't worry, Nretsew. I believe. Edition. I believe. I just believe. Season 3.
Believe.
It's coming.
It's one of those things. You just believe hard enough. If you just believe hard enough, you will manifest it. Oh man.
Anyway,
did you see like or to be. No, I don't know. I did see Jake. I did see you tweet something at me this morning, but I was up. I'm fucking tired. So if I don't respond to something, I assume I'm either tired or I'm busy or I'm doing something, or I don't have anything to say about it. So
Also, quick on theaters, by the way, Nretsew, I did read a review in the newspaper about the movie, and I saw the trailer of the movie, and I'm going to watch it tomorrow.
Oh, what is it? What are you going to go see?
Velma.
Oh, yeah.
Velma. The concept is fairly simple. It is grandma gets scammed.
Right.
Grandma gets a call. Grandma, I hit a pregnant woman and I'm getting sued while I'm in jail. I need $10,000.
Mm-hmm.
And in the haste and the stress of it, you send the money, of course. But it was all a scam.
It was all scoom. It's all scoom.
Yeah, and she files a police report. Police can't do anything. It's cybercrime, etc., etc. But grandma isn't happy, Nretsew.
Yeah, mad cracked grandma.
So Granny takes her mobility scooter, turns her microphone ear hearing aid, makes it into a spy microphone, spy recording device, grabs a pre-World War II firearm, and goes on the revenge hunt.
I have just the thing for this. I'm gonna force you to get something up on stream again. I'm gonna.
I might have a ever slightly quicker way, if you're quick as well.
Let me just see if I can. I have to go hunt for this again. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, fuck's sake. The GFL wiki is like fucking broken right now for some things, and I don't know why. It's very. Let me go grab. It's a very classic GFL image too. Out of context, it's great. Out of context, it's very good. There you go. It's very. So basically, this is what's happening, right?
Kinda.
You can put that up. You guys are gonna get a visual representation. She's cropped. Uh-oh.
Yeah, it was because I cropped the previous thing.
Yeah, there we go. Cracked grandma!
I could have a transparency on it, it would be perfect.
Yeah, well, it would have transparency if you downloaded it and done the thing, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, there's cracked grandma. GFL out of context, cracked grandma.
So this is the... I'm getting quicker at this. This is the actual poster.
Okay, let's have a look. Hell yeah! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Hell yeah! We're Granny Gaming. We're gaming.
So yeah, I saw the trailer. I thought, damn, that trailer looks fun. I'm going to watch the fun movie. Isn't that great, Nretsew? Seeing a movie and thinking it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's happening. It's happened a few times.
Yeah. Well, I got to go see Deadpool the other day, so that was fun.
Yeah, how was it? I read some reviews. They were kind of...
It's actually good. It's actually really fucking good. I went with the fam. Because the brother wanted to go see it, so me and mum went along, right? And no, it was fucking great. I was not expecting it to be as good as it was, because I'd heard some shit online about how they turned Deadpool into like a loser or something, and there was some like, is this just going to be more Marvel slop? I was pleasantly surprised. Pleasantly surprised at how actually fucking good it was. The humor was fantastic, like on point. The jokes were really funny. Most of them landed. It was really, really good. Even my mum liked it. My mum was like, "Holy shit, that was actually great." She's not normally into like the superhero type stuff at all, but she's like, "Wow, that was awesome."
Hey, Romario, are you talking about Velma or a Deadpool movie?
Probably Deadpool, because
Maybe.
Deadpool's the hot.
Yeah, I
hotness
did
right now.
see some reviews, and the reviews I saw the most were kind of disappointed in more of the concept of it. And
I don't have any problems with it. I thought it was fun.
all right,
Yeah,
the
Deadpool and
Deadpool
Wolverine.
one.
Yeah, no, I thought it was fun. Like like it is like it's poking fun at the whole multiverse top line.
Yeah, that's kind of
Stuff.
the thing that's I saw some reviews kind of disappointed with, that Deadpool was always sort of an anti against the grain, not wanting to be part of it. Yeah, really. But in this movie, he's kind of fighting for the existence, for the inclusion.
Okay, so I'm not gonna get like too spoilery about it, but these people are media fucking illiterate.
All right.
Right? Because okay, so what I'll get like this is kind of like spoilers for like the first third, right?
Review spoilers, I guess.
Review spoilers, right? So what happens is there's like this time agency, right?
Yeah,
That
from
handles
the
all the
whatever
timeline stuff.
series.
Yeah, or whatever. Yeah, well, it's some timeline, whatever. And so this guy abducts Deadpool from his timeline and is like, "Hey, the higher ups think you're a cool dude. You want to join like the main timeline, right? Like the MCU timeline. We're gonna
Mm-hmm.
pluck you from the Deadpool fucking whatchamacalls it timeline or whatever, right?" And he's like, "Oh sweet, I'm gonna be Marvel Jesus." Right? So he gets a new suit and he gets new weapons and he gets new stuff because he's gonna be Marvel Jesus, right? And then he finds out, oh, what's gonna happen is your timeline is gonna get erased because the guy is like a middle manager fuckwit who wants to prove that, oh, why do we just let these timelines just fizzle out when the anchor being dies or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's this whole thing about anchor beings, and when the anchor being dies, the timeline just kind of fizzles out after like a couple thousand years, right? Why do we do that? Why we could be way more efficient and just destroy the timelines, Ellie? Just fire a fucking bomb in the timeline and just destroy it. Why? Deadpool's just like, but all of my friends are in that timeline. You fuck it, right? So Deadpool's not like fighting to like get into the MCU. He's fighting because he's trying to save his fucking friends from getting destroyed. So I don't know why the reviewers are like, "Oh, why is Deadpool so like yeah, he's like very enthusiastic at the start, but then he very quickly like goes from like enthusiastic about it to fuck Marvel." So yeah, yeah, media literacy, Ellie.
All
Media
right.
literacy.
Uh,
Those reviewers do not fucking understand anything. But anyway,
Maybe.
anyway,
I've one.
anyway.
Since I am corrupt with power now. I can show quickly stuff like oh, this was too big. Look
Oh yes,
Nretsew.
Cartwheel Shoujo is now on Steam. Irony, bro. Fucking VN fans about to have culture shock after experiencing a VN that's actually fucking genuine.
Ah, then can't
They're
click on
actually,
it because it creates a new link, I guess.
yeah. Well, anyway, but yes. So if you have never played it before, you should
You
go
should actually go
play
to
it.
the site, just their site,
Yeah,
because
just go to the. Yeah, this is what I don't get about it. Right? Is like, okay, yeah, it's cool that it's on Steam and itch or whatever, but you could like the Zoomers that fucking tech
it's a
illiterate that they can't.
convenience thing, right? So it's in your library kind of
Do they?
deal. It
Yeah, but you
fits
could add it
together.
to your library manually though. Like, what do you? What do you mean?
Nah, it's a nice status thing, right? And like the guy said, this is not as much because it's cool to be on Steam. It's because Steam is going to be forever, and Katawa Shoujo will
Oh
live
yeah,
on.
it archives it. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not.
it's more of an archival thing than a prestige thing. Even though it's a kind of fun reminder that it exists and that you can look for it on Steam. Because if you're going to look for game, visual novel, romance, you're not going to type that in Google. You're going to type that in Steam. So
just remember to go to itch and get the patch for
yeah, or
the Steam version, because I believe the Steam version is
the all ages version, basically.
Yeah. It basically has because I think in the base game you can turn the adult content off.
Yeah, it's just a trigger. Black
yeah.
scene, they had sex, and then the story resumes.
So, but if you want the actual experience, you have to either go to the website and grab it from there, or you can
yeah.
go
But
to
Nretsew, we dragged things long enough. We have a video to talk about.
We've been stalling. We've been stalling. We've got my mouth is getting fucking. I need my conditioning can. Right, we need to give Samu his conditioning. He's gonna leave. So we better get on with it. Alrighty. So Fire Force, fan service and Fire Force, how to ruin an anime, right? And I believe this is probably going to be very similar to the one I believe we covered years ago. Long time ago we covered a Fire Force video that
I don't remember that, Nretsew.
Yeah, you've got Alzheimer's. You don't remember. I'm the one with the better memory on this cast.
I blame the fact that I'm going to bed 5 minutes after the stream ends.
Yeah. Oh god. But anyway, I guess we should just crack right into it. Very nice crack there. That was a good one. Alrighty. Let's just get right into it then.
I want to preface by saying that I really like Fire Force.
It's a little bit loud.
The opening sequence.
Yeah, a little. On my end. I think your mic is not good either.
No, I heard a lot of background thing. Oh,
I think that's her, not. I think that's just her mic.
Yeah, 1 second.
We're gonna try and make the video better ourselves. While you do that, I will say, I always love it when these kinds of videos start out with that fucking shield of, oh, I really like thing, right? Oh, did the I'm watching the stream. Watch together link is going to be public if you're not careful.
No, the watch together link is over here, I guess, or this top thing over here. Don't worry about it.
It's on screen, you dumbass.
Whatever.
I want to preface by saying that I really like Fire Force. The opening sequence is a spark following along the trail of what sounds like a stick.
That's why I didn't want to mess with it, but
chat's gonna invade. Yeah, chat's gonna invade.
Yeah, sure. How many of you? 6?
Oh god. How professional, Ellie. How professional.
Yeah.
But anyhow, to finish my point before we continue, yeah, I always love it when these kinds of videos, they start off with that. Well, look, I really like this thing, Ellie. I really like this thing. So now I'm going to shit on it for being the thing that it is, right?
Oh yeah, well, I did say something about that thing, about different people can like thing for different reasons and different.
Yeah, we've had that debate before. We've had that debate before, right? But I hold strong in that there's a difference, right? Because we're about to watch a fucking 18-minute video about how Fire Force, quote-unquote, ruined an anime, right? But it's kind of like, maybe that's just part of the anime.
Maybe that's the clickbait, Nretsew.
Well, I guess we'll find out. Maybe. I don't remember if this was suggested or not.
No, this is an old video, so
it's old. Yeah, it's old. We've had this one in the queue for like probably good close to a few years now. It's been in the queue for a while.
We throw things we might think are interesting in there, and we'll forget where it comes from.
All right, well let's see what the argument is. We're only a few seconds in, and so bear with the horrible mic quality, and we'll see what happens.
Of dynamite in a brilliant shock of color until it softly explodes the shot, revealing a soft railway scene in the early morning. Within seconds, someone spontaneously combusts into this hellfire beast. The main character is introduced in a badass jetpack on his feet rescue sequence. Special Fire Force saves the day, and the killer OP starts. I was practically squealing with excitement and ready to settle in with a bag of hot Cheetos to binge a brand new kick-ass show. And then the side characters are introduced. If you've seen the show, you'll know what I mean when I say that the pacing is sort of off. When the action starts, it's fast-paced and incredible, swirling with crazy visuals and bright colors and gorgeous animation. And the show does a really good job keeping the action coming, whether with a full-blown...
So, man, her audio mixing is fucking terrible. Jesus.
Yeah.
It's really bad. It makes it hard to actually fucking...
I guess
the music is louder than the
it's
fucking voice.
I mean, if you just lower the audio to like a third of the max, then you'll hear her or nothing else.
That helps, yeah. But yeah, Mayday's good. I like Mayday as well. I mean, Mayday's really good. I mean, Apple is like really. God, they're both OPs are fucking great. Actually, I like both of them. Both OD. I like the ED as well. But anyway, getting distracted. Back on the videos point. Yeah, like, see, this is interesting because it's like, okay, yeah, she's going to say that the pacing's kind of whack, right? Which,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's a criticism. That's something that's debatable, right? I really, really do need to rewatch Fire Force so that I can defend it better. It's been too long for me to remember what the pacing was like, right? Because it was so long ago I watched it. I'd have to.
Yeah, it's kind of, you know, Nretsew, I am in other servers. I talk to other people. Are you jealous now?
Oh yeah, you interact with randos on the internet, yeah.
And I've been proclaiming the supremacy of Metroid Prime 2 for a while, even though I haven't played it in a while. And now I mentioned 2 weeks ago or so, I bought a bunch of retro games like a Wii U and a Wii. Unfortunately, I don't have Metroid Prime 2 here on me. I do have the Metroid Prime collection, but I'd rather play with the GameCube controller for maximum authenticity.
Maximum immersion, yeah.
Yeah. But that's another thing, old games, you need to refresh yourself on how it actually was instead of your memory.
Yeah, I agree. So I thought Ellie lived in the woods. But no, so I kind of like, if she has a criticism of the pacing, right, that's fair enough, right? I'm not gonna jump to defend that necessarily. I'm kind of waiting for like the oh no, boobies, right? Oh no, the boobies showed up, and that's what
kind of comes off as a big shonen head at the moment. Just
very
power levels, fight.
There's been a lot of funny memes on Twitter recently because Nagatoro ended, and a lot of the shonen people have been like, I don't know why. It's so weird, Ellie, right? So the guy gets the girl, right? Nagatoro, right? Because Nagatoro bullies him right at the start of the series, and they slowly get together.
The first 2 episodes are really only kind of.
Yeah, well, I mean, she starts with bullying him, and then they slowly get it. They get closer, and they, it's a love story, right? And then they become a unit, and then it apparently ends on look, they got together, cool, right?
Yeah.
Happy, fun times. Apparently, that's super gay.
Oh no!
It's gay. It's super homosexual. Ellie, getting a girlfriend is gay now. Okay.
Well, that is true.
Yeah, it's gay. It's the most homosexual thing you can do is have a relationship with a woman. Andrew Tate taught me, yeah. Having a relationship with a woman is gay, yeah. It's apparently gay, and it's also pedo stuff. Apparently, to have a story like that. So the shonen fans are not sending their best, right? Because it's fucking so fucking weird. I don't fucking understand. Oh, they're so dumb. It's so dumb, Ellie. It's crazy. Yeah, so yeah, she is sounding a little bit like that, kind of, where it's like, oh wow, the fights and the
I
animation
mean, the
and
fights are
oh
good, so I
yeah, the
can't.
fights are, and it's like, yeah, she's right, the fights are good, you know, the animation is good, and it's you know, that's great, but there's more to what's going on than just, hey, big fight over there, big fire kick, right? Big
Yeah.
thing, right?
Although, if I'm going to add, I really didn't like the fight where Gunman was fighting Iron Skin. It just, I'm shooting at the you know, your edges of your muscles bases, and suddenly you can't move for some reason. That was a dumb conclusion to that fight in the old subway. But you know, the sniper
Right.
fight was cool, and I like Gunman in general. So
Yeah, he's pretty cool. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, the meme that I was kind of remembering because we related to the Nagatoro thing was like, it's like it's like Patrick on a chair, we go like with his head back, he's going ah. It's like Shonen fans when there's not a fucking like but bunch of men shirtless with giant abs wrestling each other every 5 minutes. Because it's like, oh yeah, the rom-coms are super gay, but you have these fucking, oh look at all these burly men, Ellie, having wrestling matches. It's totally not gay, right? It's totally not
yeah, no,
homosexual.
I am over labeling something gay or not. That's
It
I mean,
is very silly. It is very silly.
I like back in the olden days there was a manga series released called Red River. It was basically a show. It was a shoujo. Girl gets transported into ancient Egypt, you know, the Red River, and she uses some of her 90s modern knowledge in ancient Egypt to know, hey, iron is strong, you know, not copper is iron is
Yeah.
better than copper kind of deal, to become the princess of a rich, some semi-controlling prince that kind of captured her, kind of kidnapped her, but she had nowhere to go. But he's kind of pushy and mean, and she is,
As you do, yeah.
the the shoujo stuff. I like that series, but I at some point I didn't see the next novels for sale, so I didn't
Mm, mm.
go further with it.
No, you see, Nretsew, they keep the socks on, so it's not gay. Some Battle Shonen fans would rather watch two characters they know nothing about punch each other really hard than a well-written, violent interaction between established characters. Yeah, it's fucking dumb. It's so dumb. But anyway, let's see what she's got to say. Let's see what our girl here has got to say.
Yeah.
Fight scene or a lighthearted sparring match. But as soon as you catch the characters in a quiet moment, the glaring flaws in their personalities come roaring out. And this has everything to do with the overt sexualization.
Trigger warning. You're about to see. Okay, I know we just paused and unpaused, right? But she's doing that thing that I was mentioning, I think, last time I talked about Fire Force, right? Where they make it sound like stuff like what's on screen right now is happening like every like 2 minutes, right? Because she's like, oh, there's a quiet moment, and then out of nowhere, it's just boobies, right? And then that's just not the fucking case. It doesn't happen all the time. At all. I've mentioned it a few times. I've crunched the numbers. I went on YouTube. I typed in Tamaki Fire Force compilation season 1 and 2, right? And both videos come out to about like fucking 11 minutes of screen time, roughly, right? So, you know, how could it possibly be that prevalent, right? If it's only like that amount. So, let's see where she goes with it.
Of the female characters. Fanservice is, at its core, deliberately placed eroticism that appeals to the audience and keeps their attention during slow-paced moments in a story. It's not just an anime thing either. American football has cheerleaders to keep the audience entertained during halftime. Carrie Fisher had to wear a metal bra in Return of the Jedi. Marvel Comics has been producing Marvel swimsuit specials since the 1990s, but fanservice in Japan is far more overt and obvious, and sometimes
I wonder what that. I wonder what that would be.
Nretsew, I watched today actually. I watched a rather long video on the difference in animation between Japan and the West, or basically just America.
Is this that propaganda video you were talking about the other day?
No, I forget which propaganda video that is. Oh no, that's a different one. No, that's
different one.
That's Japan government is propaganda.
Japan,
cool Japan is taking.
Yeah,
is...
that's another. We'll never cover that video because it's like fucking. It's like an hour long. So
no. This is. It was just a kind of way more production and history, almost documentary. It's in the end a YouTube essay, but it's far more. Look at this is the history.
It's actually educational instead of just being a fucking whiny.
Yeah, and to once we're going to anime talk, I can look it up. I'm now running out of monitors. And the gist of it, Nretsew, is that in America you had like 5 different censor boards, codes, comic code, Haver code, commercials that says no, TV stations that says no, broadcast stations that says no, government says that and says no, angry parents says that and says no, and that means that you had no violence, no any nudity, no anything in any show for a very long time, and it kind of ended up with especially cartoons not being allowed to do anything else but become sitcoms.
Right. All become kid stuff, basically.
Kid stuff or sitcoms. And he says, which is a little bit more of opinion, but I agree that sitcoms are kind of subversive, kind of counterculture in the sense that they're, hey, look, we're a cartoon, but the family is trash.
Yeah, your Family Guys,
Yeah, your South Park, your Family Guys are still making fun of, still trading on we're a cartoon for kids, but we are having breasts every now and again, or brawls every now and again.
Crass humor, yeah.
Well, in Japan there was the room and the space and because there were no real censor boards in that regard. There were no angry parents. There was no government.
As long as you didn't show pussy, you're fine, right?
If it was just the law, and that was kind of it. So Japan had the ability to go way wide with everything it wanted to show.
I feel like there's a bit of a thing Japan going on here, right? Because she's like, yeah, America has the fan service too, right? With the like XYZ. I actually kind of like this argument. This is something we can actually talk about because it's quite interesting. Because yeah, America does have the cheerleaders. America does have the child beauty pageants.
It's
weird shit, weird American shit, right? Like America has its own weird shit, right? I think relating it to comics is actually a really interesting comparison because yeah, back in the day, comics would have a lot of the characters would be very sexual, right, and they'd be hot, right. Maybe not so much anymore, but you would get that, right. And so it's an interesting comparison, but I feel like because like before we pause, she's like, oh, but in Japan it's more overt, right? Supposedly it's more overt, and when the Japanese do it, it's apparently not subtle enough, right? Is the implication. And there's this weird thing that these people kind of do, right? Where they kind of do that, the thing Japan meme, where it's, yeah, America has the fan service and the weird cultural stuff, but Japan though, look at those weird Japanesey people. They do, like, oh no, the High School of the Dead booby thing, you know? It's very silly. I think it's very silly because I mean, unless you're a Puritan, right? I think that the stance that you should take is that okay, things like this should be allowed, right? The cheerleaders should be allowed. Maybe not the child beauty pageants. We can get rid of them, but, but maybe not that. Get rid of that. That's fucking weird shit. Even Japan's not. Even the idol culture, it's not that bad, right? The
No,
idol
not,
culture,
not, that, not that I've seen, at least.
Yeah, like fucking hell. But you get what I'm saying, though, right? Like stuff like the cheerleaders, stuff like the sexy comic girls, stuff like that. Stuff like that should be allowed to exist, right? That doesn't mean to say that you can't, if you're like some Tumblrite, Puritan, SJW, whatever, you can't like make your own comic, right? That's not sexualized and is not, got all the stuff that makes you very, very, very angry in it, right? Because you can just make your own thing, right? It might not succeed, or maybe it will succeed. Who knows? Maybe it might be the newest, hottest thing, right? And people will be like really into it because it's just high quality work, right?
Yeah, but
That's kind of my stance, right? My stance is look, let people make what they want to make. If someone wants to make the most raunchiest, sexiest, High School of the Dead level ecchi shit they want to make, they should be allowed to do that, right? And in the same coin, if some SJW wants to make like the wokest of the woke comic that's ever woked of the woke, that's fine. You can criticize it, but I mean, let them do it. Let them cook. The issue I have with these people is they don't want to let people cook, right? They want to say, no, you have to follow my recipe book, and you have to cook the things I want to cook, right? That I want to eat, right? Rather than have like a full course menu where people can kind of pick and choose what they want.
Yeah,
so that's my point.
I did find the video. I linked it over there. It's like an hour long. So
go watch it later. Watch it later when you're done.
I like
with us,
the video.
Go watch it later.
It has a good through line, and Nretsew, I think it is a good history lesson in of itself. So
all right, before we move on, I'm just going to read the chat a little bit. So Romaro, I'm horrible with names. Not exactly, since fan service means other things to please the fans besides booty. Yeah, that is true too. Fan service doesn't just have to be sexual stuff. I mean,
well, we know
those fight scenes, those fights we were just talking about in the shonen things, right? Like when you've got like the rival character, like your Naruto and your Sasuke, and they're having the final battle, and it's like. As I've seen some like footage of that from I was watching like some guy stream or some streamer some streamer streamed the games once or something, and they were playing like the final fight between Naruto and Sasuke, and it like flashes between like the past and the present because the fight is like the same fight, right? And then like they redid the original Naruto Sasuke fight. Like that's fan service, right? That is by definition fans. It's like wow, cool. It's nostalgic. It's going back to the thing when I was so cool, right? So Tyler
I'm not going to harp on her use of fan service because we know what she means, and that's good enough, We can go academic on it and say, well,
when she says fan service, she is specifically talking about the ecchi content stuff, right? Which is very common for Americans to do. Like, but just know that we on the show, we both prescribe to the more broader definition of fan service.
And I prefer to use ero manga and ero anime and ero gay instead of hentai, because hentai is is a worse description than.
I see people in Reddit, I assume. The light novel, the mum-cest show. Care about the incest.
People care. I care more about the incests in Game of Thrones than the actual show itself. So we are no different here in the end.
Spiders, especially High School of the Dead. Samu asked, do you all think it can maybe come from a lack of relatability? Like, if you see a nude character in a Marvel comic, you don't care because Marvel comic stories aren't as widely related to sexual stuff, maybe. It could be a relatability thing. Like, I feel like there's a lot of, I mean, we joke about the American culture shit a lot, right? And we'll fucking jab at our American boys and
Until
how
Lolly
silly
comes
they
back,
are.
that's the moment it stops.
Until Lolly comes back, until Lolly comes back one day when he's back from getting milk, right? Basically, yeah, I think it's mostly cultural differences, right? Because we've talked about it before, but you know, the Americans, they have these really weird hang-ups primarily because of the religious nature founding of their culture, right? A lot of their morals are based off that. Like, even if you're not religious now, right? You probably, if you're an American, it's highly likely you grew up in a household where your moral foundations are in fact based upon religion, even if your family is progressive, right? Which I think is why we're seeing like progressives and leftists, right, kind of do this fucking horseshoe thing where they're looping all the way back around, right? Because the foundation was the same. It's just they're going in a different direction to get to the same fucking destination. It's very weird, but that's my theory about it.
Yeah.
I think it's just a cultural thing because other countries, right? Like, you know, New Zealand, for example, while religion is a thing that is here and you can't, like, it's not as widespread. I would have to look at the statistics on it from like the census or whatever, but I think most people in New Zealand are like at the very least agnostic, right? It's not like, you know, full on anti-theist or anything, right? It's not like there's a lot of anti-religion people, but most people are just like, yeah, worship whoever you want, it's fine, but you know,
yeah, and
don't
in the
care.
the Netherlands was was the first country recorded to have more non-Christian, non-religious over religious, and then kind of, you know, oh, there is maybe something was counted towards not religious. You know, some vague idea of a cosmic force was not considered being religious. But yeah,
so like for example, if you see a perverted look at nudity, you think you see a pervert look at nudity, you think they're getting off to it compared to how an artist look. Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying, Samu. Right? Like they make the distinction between artistic nudity and perverted nudity, almost, right? Where it's like, some of it's okay, some of it's not. Like, they'd argue that, oh, the fan service in the comics back in the day, that's artistic, it's fine. But then you look at the stuff in anime and they'll argue, no, it's not artistic, it's only, you know, titillation and whatnot. People want to oh yeah, because an example, people were free to make Goodbye Volcano High. Yeah, it wasn't good, but they're free to make it, right? I'm an American and I can't. Yeah. I know it's not all Americans. Like, we shit on the Americans a lot. Just know that we're not, like, you know,
not all
we're not trying to be
Americans.
assholes, right? We're not trying to be assholes, right? But it's just facts, right? Like, most of these people that make these videos and talk about this stuff online, they tend to be American. It's really fucking, that's just the fact of it, you know? But anywho, we've kind of rambled on a little bit. We should probably get back to the video. Let's see what she has to say about High School of the Dead, I guess.
An anime is a little more than just one giant fan service story. Think of harem anime. What's more fan servicey than that? And that's why I don't like Fire Force's sexualization. My problem with how Fire Force sexualizes the girls is that it's purely fan service and has nothing to do with their characters. 1 minute, Maki is a badass firefighter who can bring sentience to flames. The next, she's guy-obsessed and showing off her boobs at every available moment. I get excited for...
What? Hell yeah, I haven't watched Fire Force in a while, but I don't remember her. Like, I remember her, like, maybe not being... Like, she's into guys, right? But I don't remember her, like, constantly going off about that. Like,
She doesn't.
am I insane, guys in the chat? Am I insane? Like, I don't remember her like
Maki, right? So it's not Tamaki, Maki.
No, it's not Tamaki. It's the muscle girl. She's talking
Yeah.
about the muscle girl. She's like the muscle girl is shown as the strong girl, right? You know, she's big, muscle girl. She could bring sentient to flame. She's a badass. And then the next minute, she's, you know, getting
She's
her tits
romantic.
out all the time.
She likes the knight on shine. You know, like in episode 2, there was a thing where she was, yeah, I want my knight, I want my prince, but that's kind of it, I believe.
Well, and then the knight guy shows up, and she's like, "That's cringe."
I don't think she ever acknowledged him as a knight,
Yeah,
so don't worry about that.
Yeah. I don't. I get it. It's been a while, but like, yeah, no, like what? Yeah, like I don't get what. I gotta hear that again. I gotta hear that again because I don't.
Also, I'm kind of annoyed at the amount of just ripped out screen ripped from piracy sites.
flipped the wrong way. Yeah.
Just
I mean, look, you gotta get past the copyright somehow. All right, I'm not gonna.
Nah, I'm just annoyed by the piracy site watermarks. You can download the whole thing, or
just torrent it. Come on, learn to torrent. Learn to torrent, boys.
I'll teach you. Don't worry.
All right, let's listen really carefully. Let's listen really carefully to what she says.
Has nothing to do with their characters.
Okay, so nothing. So she's the main thesis statement is that the fan service has nothing to do with the characters, right? So let's listen to what she says about our muscle mummy here.
1 minute, Maki is a badass firefighter who can bring sentience to flames. The next, she's guy obsessed and showing off her boobs at every available
pause real
moment.
quick, right?
I get
sorry. Can you go back?
Yeah.
So can you go back when she's in the shower?
Oh, you just want to have it paused when she's in the shower, don't you?
No, okay. must be nice to you.
Must be
too.
nice to. Must be nice for you.
Too.
That's but why is it a W? It should be 2 O's. Fucking fans, fucking subs, man. I'm trying to remember because this was like, wasn't she having a conversation with the? She was having a conversation with the what's her name, the nun chick, the blonde chick, the nun. She was having like a conversation with her in the shower or something. I think. I'm trying to remember the context of this. Iris, yeah, I think was it Iris?
Yeah, she's complimenting Iris her narrow figure. Was it gay?
Yeah, it was something like because they were just in the shower and just talking about stuff. Like, okay, all right, let me try and like hash this out right in my brain because the complaint is there's all this sexual content that has nothing to do with the characters, right? But you have a character that is archetypically, she is the strong muscle mommy, independent, she's a badass woman, right? She's cool, right? But then the other side of her is in that tough exterior, she is, still a woman. She still wants to find a man. She still wants to do stuff. She has her own aspirations, right? I think later on in the series, like there's like a whole conflict with her where like her parents want her to go into one job, but she wants to go to another job, right? And she ends up, saying, betraying the parents to go save everyone and stuff, right? So like there's a lot of complicated stuff going on there, right? There's a lot of complicated things. So, and I don't remember like outside of like this scene with her, I think there's like a couple of other fan service shots with her in like there's one in like season 2 where she's in the shower as well. But I don't like she doesn't get her tits out all the time.
Hey, though. Here it goes. Must be nice for
you.
Yeah.
Must be nice for yeah, because there's 2 people in the shower.
Yeah.
Must be nice to having because she's muscular and she's commenting on their figures and how girly they are. Because she, I'm remembering now.
I'm going to keep the video this way because then we can read some titles and whatnot.
Well, if we get a copyright strike, it'll be your fault.
Whatever, you're going to fix it again anyway.
No, I'm not. It's not. No, what do you mean? I'm gonna. What do you mean? You're the one. Fuck. Okay, whatever. So yeah, no. So the main point though, right, is I think that she's wrong here, right? I don't recall this particularly. Like, if you're talking about Tamaki, right, that's a bit more understandable because that's the common complaint, right, with Tamaki. And I think she's about to talk about Tamaki, right? But when it comes to Maki, though, I don't remember her ever like getting her tits out all the time. Like, her outfit usually when she's fighting is never like super.
She has either is kind of a sports bra top kind of deal, tank top deal. But I mean,
well, because she's got like the big ass like gauntlet things that have got the fire in them, right? And she like punches stuff.
Yeah, no, she can give some, you know, like she said, some sentience to fire. You know, control fire and have them be, you know, little imps, little familiar fire.
Yeah. She's got like the little guys that she uses.
Kind of summons.
What do we think of Damachi? I haven't watched it.
In a very long
only
time.
Her outfit was that skimpy. It was earlier when she wore a long skirt and a bra. Yeah, like what does she mean? She gets her tits out all the time and she likes men. Like,
there was one scene, I believe, when she was just, "Hey, you're a witch," and then it was a scene with her with a big witch hat, a bra, and a long skirt, and that's never her uniform, I believe. Was that an imagination of her as a witch, I guess? I don't believe it was ever a uniform.
Yeah, like she's usually dressed in like, you know, pretty standard attire, so I'm kind of like,
for her, you know, for her brigade, for Fire Force in general.
Yeah,
they have some variants.
So I'm kind of like, fact check. Unsure. But anyway, let's hear the Tamaki criticism because I know it's coming.
Available moment. I get excited for Tamaki to show up because she looks epic in the opening, wielding fire tails, and a minute into her character introduction, she's tripping and somehow the MC has his hand inside her bra and inside her pants, and it's supposed to be funny? Iris, a nun, is shown having a casual conversation with Maki while they're in the shower, naked, talking about boys with water cascading over them. Maybe
do girls just not do that? Ellie, do girls just not have casual conversations in the show? Is that something that doesn't happen? I'm serious. I'm dead fucking serious right now.
I am talking kind of this up to... Yes, people have conversations in showers, but this is more of a, you know, communal bathing culture speaking, I believe.
Yeah, again, this comes back to the cultural thing, because in Japanese culture, it's more like bathing is seen as a more communal thing. You go to the bath with your family or your friends or whatever, and you have, like, you know, you'll chat in the bath, right?
We know that the Americans are scared by any amount of skin.
Yeah. I think Joshua was onto something. Will it be okay if they were gay? Yeah. If they were gay, if they were talking about girls, would it be fine? Like, why is it like hyper specifically a problem that they're talking about boys, eh? Like, what's going on there? That's kind of weird.
Were they talking? I mean, I guess they were just talking about their figure.
I guess they were. I don't remember, but it's like, yeah, like, hell, dudes do that in the locker room. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like that's why I'm confused, right? Like,
I know that Maki was just talking about her figure, not really talking about
they were talking about their figure. I remember they were talking about their figures, but I don't quite remember what
We're not like, I wish a guy was in
I
here
find
now.
I find Justin Bieber so hot. I want Justin Bieber.
I wish Justin Bieber was looking at me right now naked.
Yeah. So it's it's weird. Yeah, but anime, so it's bad, yeah. She's complaining about that, but teen girls and live action shows do that, and they have no issues with it, so why is it a problem? Yeah, like, locker room talk is a thing, right? Like, people talk about things like that in the like relating it to dudes, right? It's like, yeah, in the locker room, you'll be like, "Hey, you see that girl? She was pretty hot. Yeah, she was pretty hot. Like, I might try and shoot my shot later, right? You know, or
Nah, man,
dude,
you don't have enough muscles.
your pics are looking real good. What workout routine are you doing? Oh yeah, I'm doing this, and this. Oh sweet, I might have to add that to mine. What nutrition fucking thingy?
I am doing paleo.
Exactly, like that's like normal, like human interaction. Is this girl a femcel or something? Right?
Maybe.
Just have no friends. Have no friends.
They're doing an anime video, so there is a risk.
Entirely possible. Yeah. I don't want to be mean though, right? I don't want to be too. I mean, it's me, so I'm a little bit mean, right? I've tried to like hone myself over the years to not be so blunt, right? But this really does come off as like femcel never interacted with another woman, right? Have to, not had these kind of interactions in like a locker room or a shower or like a public bathing situation, right? Where, the group of girls might have these conversations about boys or their looks or what nail polish they use or whatever the fuck, right? Like that's normal. That happens. So why is that like it's weird that that's the problem, right? Because if I was going to make the anti-fan service argument, right, and this proves I'm going to steelman it, right? I'm going to steelman the argument. I would come at it from the angle of this scene only exists because it's titillating to the audience. They didn't have to show them in the shower. They could have shown them in the locker room with clothes on, still having the same conversation.
Having a dinner in the canteen.
There was no need for them to be naked or to show them being naked, right? That would have been the argument that I would have gone with if I was going to steelman the anti-fan service position. But she's not making that argument. Well, she kind of is, but she's more making the argument of why are the girls having an interaction like this at all, right? Like, why are they talking about boys and their figures at all, right? It's very weird. It's very weird, right? But anyway, let's keep going.
I just don't get it because I'm not a straight guy, but these...
just don't get it because I'm not a straight guy. All right, what's she gonna say? Maybe she has it. Maybe,
Nretsew, not enough people are gay enough. That's the problem.
People are gay.
Not gay enough.
We need more bisexual representation.
We need more bisexuals in the world. So that's a problem.
Look.
You're all homophobic.
Hear me out. But traps are cool. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. God, I'm remembering what was the fun? Count Dankula had a funny trap joke once. It was something like, traps are cool because they'll suck your dick like a king. Compared to a woman or something like that. I love it. Okay, all right. Time to get back on the rails. I'm gonna go back a little bit because I kind of want to hear the whole argument again, just because I'm trying here. I'm trying to be good faith here. Okay, I'm trying
hey,
real
now you
fucking
can read
hard.
the kind of the piracy sites he uses.
Yeah. All right,
Mama.
Naked, talking about boys with water cascading over them. Maybe I just don't get it because I'm not a straight guy, but these sexual moments where Maki trips and somehow a guy is groping her just aren't funny to me. They're awkward and uncomfortable, and they ruin the pacing of the scene. While they're in the middle of a high-tension chase scene, Maki ends up getting groped like 3 times. We're supposed to be on the edge of our seats here, not uncomfortably chuckling at our boss's sexist joke at the Christmas office party.
So, I mean, the thing with Maki, right, Tamaki, right, is like she has some kind of fucking like, I think it's like assumed to be a curse, right? I think it's called like the lucky lure or something.
Lure, I believe.
I'll go look it up on like a wiki or something and see if I can find it on a wiki. Because I remember like it was let me have a look. because I remember it's like it is like classed as like something that she has, right? That causes these things to happen.
Yeah.
And obviously later on in the manga, right? Like they have the whole like rant that everyone, like I love that rant, but like everyone else hates it, right?
Was that the rant
cringe.
that I declared cringe?
Yeah, you thought it was cringe, but I like it. I think it's based. Author is based, right? But they kind of go into that, right? And it is part of her character, and it is part of like who she is, and I believe like part of her like story is she like accepts it, right? Like it's about accepting that part of her, right? Let me have a look and see what if there's any like.
I believe it was Leecher.
Yeah, it was something Leecher, yeah.
Lucky Leecher.
The wiki I'm reading is kind of shit, so it's not great. It's not great.
Well, never mind. I'm pretty sure it was Lucky Leecher.
I just like isn't it during the rookie games when Joker showed up? I think so. Yeah, like that, like her very first appearance, right? It happens, right? And that's what she's kind of complaining about. Is like, and then there's the other times like it happens, but it's like I don't know. I don't see how it's like such a big deal, right? How it like completely removes her from the moment, and I also don't think it's like it's comedic in a sense, but I don't necessarily think it's meant to be. I don't know if it's meant to be comedic all the time, right? I'm not sure. Plus, there's more on how said characters have a little something about themselves, people perceived about them. Yeah. So yeah, I just don't get the fucking criticism. Maybe it's because I'm not a straight woman. Hey, if she can make sexist comments, I can make sexist comments. I can make sexist comments too.
No, I guess
because you know that. Because okay, so I don't mean to interrupt you and like take all the spotlight, but you know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of normalities, right? Because the thing that triggered me so fucking much about normalities in her video, specifically, I think it was the ReZero one, is she tries to make this argument that men are physically incapable of empathizing with female characters, right? Which, quite frankly, is the most sexist fucking thing I've ever heard in my life, right? The idea that a man can't empathize with a woman at all, biologically, right? Fucking insane, right? And to me, that kind of is what, when she makes that comment about, oh, maybe I'm just not a straight man. Like she's doing kind of like the reverse of that, where she's like, oh, because I'm a straight woman, allegedly straight woman, she could be gay. I don't fucking know, right? I don't know why she'd have a problem with fans if she was gay, but whatever. Because she's a straight woman, she can't empathize with the male position, right? It's this, normalities. Yeah, normalities. I always say it right. I always say like normalities. But like there's this weird implication that men and women are so different that they can't like empathize with each other's position. Because I can empathize with like, okay, you're a straight woman and you have an issue with this because I don't know, maybe you had bad experiences in the past, or maybe you just find female nudity uncomfortable, right? Maybe I can attempt to empathize with that position, even if I don't perfectly understand it, right? I can at least make an attempt, right? But it sounds to me like she doesn't even want to make the attempt. She's just being incredibly dismissive of the idea that, oh, this fan service exists for men, right? Therefore it's bad, right? And so yeah, I get triggered by the shit anyway.
What I want to say is that I can see, because Tamaki never really likes it, and it is kind of a violation of her body every time, which is very annoying when you don't want it to happen all the time. And you said she kind of accepts it at some point, which is kind of as how you said it just now, and lacking any other story or context, is kind of all right, touch me whenever you want, even if I don't consent to it.
I don't think that's how it's presented, but
That's how it sounded, because she doesn't want people to trip over her and touch her or wherever, and her becoming okay with it in the end doesn't sound to me that makes it better in that sense. So I can understand it does. Tamaki is getting violated every single time this happens, and if you have problems with that, then that's a problem with Tamaki's how she is written as a character, how it keeps happening to her. When the only really reason is because the author thinks it's funny.
Well, I don't know. Funny thing. I rewatched the saga on Critical Critique After Dark. I think I still do have access to that account, and I do still. Because we used that specifically because Ali wasn't around, and we had to come up with a solution to.
I'm not going I'm not going to start at midnight and then go for 5 or however long hours it was.
It was fun. Yeah, set aside 13 hours to do it again. Yeah. Fuck me. Oh god, it was so bad. It was fun. I got really fucking if you want to see me at my peak triggered, that is like my peak, absolute fucking peak triggering was that fucking video. Like, god, I was so angry back then. I like to think I've cooled off a little bit since then, but fuck me. It happens. It happens when it came to the manga in regards to that deal with Doppel Saint, and it's less on that and more about her not letting others give her shit for a certain aspect that ain't her fault. Right. So that makes a bit more sense then, a little bit. So it's not like, oh, she's like fine with getting groped or whatever, Ellie. It's more like her being like other people giving her shit for it when it's not her fault.
Yeah, right? I'm remembering something, but it kind of feels like she's just what was it again? It's been a long time. If I'm remembering the feelings I had when I saw that thing and not actually remember the thing itself, is that she kind of felt like a no, you can't criticize me, my character agrees. I have written you as the Wojak, and myself, my character say I am the chat.
Right. Okay. Well, anyway, let's continue.
Get it. It's fan service. But it's just placed so awkwardly and ruins major beats in the story. But Fire Force had Maki getting groped in the middle of a burning building while like 4 Infernals were chasing after her in Shinji.
No, damn.
Like shit's...
The grand
oof.
Damn.
Big oof. But she's not showing that on screen right now though. Like what does she
oof, I meant to say Shinra might be.
Shinra, I don't know.
The main character.
Down, and he's got his hand inside her bra. But I think my biggest problem with this is that the girls are just so out of character during these instances. Maki's a badass, no doubt about that, with a gruff personality and inherent dislike of the MC. She's a second generation and can literally...
Wait, does she have an inherent dislike of the MC? I don't remember,
not really. Unless you're talking about
the MC.
Tamaki doesn't really like Shinra because he keeps stumbling into her clothes, but Maki doesn't have any real feelings towards Shinra.
I say, because of how these two are perceived in regards to said aspects, Shinra's devil motif. I'm just reading the chat. Plus it's the wrong footage. Yeah, exactly. And no, I don't remember her hating the MC or disliking the MC initially. Like
they're more, they're kind of just colleagues from what I've
It's just neutral. Yeah, it's just neutral. Not even Tamaki hates shit. Yeah, exactly.
No, she kind of she's guarded.
Well, she doesn't like the shit that happens to her.
No, that's why I said she's very guarded around Shinra. Not really as on a personal level, but more if you're around, bad things happen. So stay away, please.
Yeah, exactly. But anyways, keep going.
Bring life to her flames, creating adorable little creatures that can attack on a whim. She can be shy and self-conscious, but also proud and bright. And with more screen time and, more work put into her character, I can see her easily becoming a fan favorite. And that's why all these instances of her randomly getting groped and then yelling in tsundere embarrassment just feel—
Wait. Did that... Is she like confusing the two characters? Because that I don't remember.
She's
like,
not confusing the two characters.
Maki, I don't remember Maki. Like, I don't remember her having any of that, right?
I think this is kind of go back 5 seconds, right?
Yeah,
is it a bad script? Is it a bad script? That's the kind of the question.
Yeah, like it feels like she's merging the two characters together, right?
Or just skipping over.
Yeah, okay,
Alright, so this is Maki talk.
Right. So she's talking about she talks about Tamaki. Well, let's listen.
Hand inside her bra. But I think my biggest problem with this is that the girls are just so out of character during these instances. Maki's a bad.
Okay, Maki's a badass. So she's talking about Maki right now. Okay.
Badass, no doubt about that. With a gruff personality and inherent dislike of the MC. She's a second.
So, gruff personality, inherent dislike of the MC, debatable, right?
Generation and can literally bring life to her flames, creating adorable little creatures that can attack on a whim. She can be shy and self-conscious, but also proud and bright. And with more screen time and, more work put into her character, I can see her easily becoming a fan favorite. And that's why all these instances of her randomly getting groped and then yelling and tsundere embarrassed.
Her is now referring to Tamaki instead of Maki.
That's wild. No, how?
Because this is I'm chalking this up. I am declaring this. This is a bad script problem. She just says.
Oh yeah, obviously it's a bad script problem, but it's causing like because she's talking about Maki that she immediately what do you mean? She didn't lead into talking about Tamaki again. She just jump cut switch, and she still has Maki on the screen. So you assume that she's still talking about Maki, right? So I don't know how you can even get that she's switched to the different character.
No, you can't. But
right?
I'm saying.
So I think it's more than just the script. I think it's more than just the script. It's the script plus the visuals. Because if she jump cutted to Tamaki, it would still be jarring and it would be bad. But then you could put 2 and 2 together and go, oh, so now she's talking about Tamaki again. That was kind of weird, right? But because she's still on Maki. She just got done, praising Maki or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And now she's talking about stuff that just didn't fucking happen as far as I remember. I don't remember. Yeah, and everyone liked Maki as well. I remember Maki got a lot of love. Everyone liked Maki.
I like Maki.
This chick is just this chick is making fan fiction, right? she's doing that thing where she's got this idea. Remember we've talked about this before, where people get ideas in their head, right? They have this idealized vision of what a show should be rather than what it is. And then they go after the show for not being that idealized version of what they think the show should be. That's what this feels like to me. She's talking about how she's shy and she's reserved, but she's also gruff and she's, and all of this stuff, right? And then she's talking about shit that just didn't fucking happen.
Because it's only about Maki.
Because it's only about Tamaki and not Maki, right? I have a feeling that she's got this idea of what the show was in her head, and she's working off that and not actually working off what the show actually did. So that's my theory about this, right? I do agree with you. It's obviously a script problem, right? I'm not disagreeing with you. I just think that there's more going on than just the script problem. I think there's some delusion, frankly, going on here.
As the VTubers say.
Dalulu, yeah. Another thing I want to comment on, right, specifically with this scene, right? This scene is from what's his name's perspective, right? Shinra, right? Now Shinra is obviously teenage boy, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's got the hormones, right? And you're viewing this from his perspective. He's seeing this hot muscular chick bending over to
Tall
talk to him.
woman. She's taller than him.
Tall woman bending over. Her breasts are hanging, right?
Because she's too tall to make eye contact standing up.
Yeah, in her. Well, I think he's sitting down in this scene as well. So she's
even
down.
better, even more.
She's bending over to look at him in the eyes, right? And her boobs are hanging down because that's how boobs fucking work, right? When they're in a loose fitting, tank top type thing, and she's got like the suspenders for her pants, right?
Even if it weren't loose, it just angles.
That's just how physics work, right? And I think I remember like the point of this scene was like, yeah, he like kind of fucking ogles her a little bit, but that's like, again, that's from the perspective of the teenage boy in the moment, right? Like, because there's a difference between like the shower scene, right? Again, I'm steel manning the argument here, right? The anti-fan service argument. There's a difference between like the shower scene where you would argue that is like the male gaze, quote unquote, right?
Mhm.
Because it's like the camera. You are viewing things from the author cameraman perspective, right? Versus this, which is viewing it from the perspective of a character. You are being shown this through the eyes of Shinra, right? So it makes sense that the way that he would be perceiving this is, oh damn, hot. And he gets like flustered by this too, I believe, right? In the scene, he's like, oh god, oh hot woman, monkey brain, unga bunga, right? So yeah. Anyway, let's see what she has to say and if she can recover from this fumble.
It just feels out of character for her, and it happens so often. Iris is literally a nun, so all of these scenes, like seeing her naked in the shower, are just weird. And why are there so many? There's so many of them. And I get that she's.
There's only like what? What do you mean? There's so many? Wasn't there only like one in season 1? I know there's like a few in season 2.
There is one at the beginning, like episode 1 or 2, as an introduction kind of deal. There's a second one after they defeat the captain of 6.
Yeah, and I think that's the one she's showing there because I think the captain was there.
But I don't remember a third one, but I guess there was
I don't remember. I know there is one with Maki in season 2 because she's in the shower debating what she's going to do, right? And it's meant to be like this, like she's in the shower trying to contemplate what life direction she wants to go, right? And then with Iris, there's also like one where she like drops the water over her when she's praying or whatever, and she's doing that kind of thing, right?
That's not really a shower. That's kind of a ritual.
It's not really a shower. I mean, this girl would count that as like a bathing thing, right? 100%. But again, yeah, it's like what there's free. Like it's not like there's a fucking shower scene every episode, right? Like all these people do is just exaggerate everything. They just exaggerate everything. They make it like this, like, oh, it happens every like 2 seconds, Alex. Every oh man, every other fucking scene is a shower scene, and it's like, no.
Every quiet moment.
Iris does have a scene where her clothes get burned. Yeah, Iris does have fan service scenes, but my response to that is, who cares? What, are you not allowed to lewd nuns? Like, have you fucking seen the nun tag on fucking e-hentai? Right? Have you seen? Nuns are like the most nuns are like the most fetish-sized fucking thing in the history of humanity. Right?
Second one is teachers or nurses.
Second one is teachers. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like,
nurses.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's weird for a nun to be in sexual situations? What the fuck are you on? Are you on crack? Like, what do you want? And that's what bugs me in regards to the shitfest on Firefist. Yeah, the over exaggeration. I agree with Romero in the chat. Right, the over exaggeration fucks me off because it's like, I get, if you want to criticize it for what it is. Right, again, I'm fully capable of steel manning the AT position because I've heard it so many times and because I'm like, knowledgeable about what, like, I actually do want to try to understand the position, right? So I have steel manned the position of the anti-fan service in this very stream, right? So I can do that without having to over-exaggerate it. I can just talk about what's actually fucking happening on screen to do that, without having to make up a whole bunch of nonsense about how, oh, there's like boobs in my face every 5.2 seconds, every 4 frames. It's like a flash of boobie alley every 4 frames. That's how they act. It's so fucking weird. Yeah, and also 5.0 is right. It's like nuns, teachers, nurses, moms, doctors, right? It's not that weird, right? It's so crazy. And at least use examples that make sense. Looking directly at these damn botted tweets that mention fan service, and they use that one panel of Tamaki in the tunnel. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. But anyhow, let's continue.
A softer character with more hope for the future being her, most honest, loudest character trait, but she also works for the Fire Force, putting out infernals that have spontaneously combusted, and she arguably has the most important role in the entire department, as she's the ordained church member that basically ushers these lost souls into the afterlife once they've been put out for good. So seeing her so weak and defenseless in a lot of hero scenes where the MC has to come rescue her just gets annoying, especially since has been working for the Fire Force for years longer. Tamaki, for the most part,
Alright, I like Iris because she's not specifically a non-combatant. She's very nice. Even the small detail in the very first scene she's in, Shinra doesn't save her at all. Because, Shinra saves her from the falling announcing
debris,
box.
yeah.
But
because isn't there like debris that is coming down, and he saves her from the debris?
But the Nretsew, the gun guy, already shoots the thing out of the way before Shinra saves her.
Right.
The situation was already under control, and he just barges in. I mean, it's nice of Shinra to save her in that way, but the thing is that Shinra didn't do anything.
And remember, she's not really a fighter, right? And again, this comes back to my whole thing with, like, she has this idea of what she wants the show to be in her head. Like, she wants the show to be badass woman, right? Being
shonen
badass.
Fights mostly, I believe.
Yeah, like I'm willing to bet, like, she her idea of what Fire Force should be is you remove all the men and you just have these gay, hot lesbian firefighters. Not hot in fan service ways. No, they have to be covered up. They can't get too risque, right?
I mean, she very much likes the rescue scene of Shinra in the beginning. That's what hooked her on the series as a whole. So Shinra can stay.
Yeah, Shinra can. He can be the fucking the harem, but it's not really a harem. It's just the girls dominating him or something, right? He can be the beta boy. He can be the beta boy.
Co-worker.
But it's like. Yeah, like she has this idea of what she wants the show to be, and she's mad that the show is not that, right? And I think that's such a reductive way to look at things like this. I mean, it's fine to have your, like, theory crafting and come up with your own ideas and have, like, oh man, what if the show did this instead? What if I made my own version of this that was like this, right? That's fine. That's a good thought experiment, but don't act like that is, it's like, oh man, I'm so tilted that my hyper-Pacific vision of what the thing isn't real, right? Like, oh, I'm so mad about it, right? I just don't see how it's, productive at all.
Also, this is you're reading, you're further in the manga. Do the nuns do anything, or are they just emotional support?
I don't know. I haven't read the manga yet. Maybe I should read the manga. Maybe I'll do that, because I do have it, like, loaded into my thing. So I might have to.
Because from what it very much seems that the nuns don't have any real power except power of comfort, which is a very powerful thing you have. Yeah. But it's not, contributing per se to the actual combat scenario.
I don't quite remember.
I mean, religious institutions are strong because they provide the power of comfort. Don't get me wrong; they are powerful. They're a powerful tool to wield.
They
But
help with the prayers in regards to taking care of extinguishing infernals. Remember, guys, yeah, damsels in distress. Yeah, I think that's the angle here. Is it's like feminist critique type stuff, where it's just, oh, how dare the damsel need saving, right? How dare a woman need to be assisted by a man? That's you can't have that, right? No, it's I'm not a sexist. You're a sexist, right?
Yeah. The Romario. The thing that I wanted to know was, do the prayers have an effect on the ethereal soul level, or are they on the comfort of your own humanity level?
Or some, I don't know.
Do
But
they
anyway,
have a medical physical effect? That's the question.
All right. Well, it's man, we're only a third through this. We got.
It's your fault, of course, Nretsew.
I know. There's so much to talk about. This is actually a very dense video.
During her fan service scenes, being angry and loud and unafraid to smack some sense into the guys that keep groping her, but it's still just weird and awkward when she goes from one extreme to another. And I feel like her guy obsession just doesn't go with a lot of her character at all, considering.
Wait, does she have a guy obsession? What? I don't remember if she had a guy obsession.
One.
What? What? What do you mean guy obsession? What?
I mean, Maki has, like we said before, Maki has this somewhat romanticized view of romance.
Yeah.
And you can kind of skew that into a guy obsession.
I swear she's mixing these two characters up completely. And she's like merged them together into like one character, and she's just talking about that interchangeably. So weird. Also, you gotta I believe it's on the former in regards to blessing, according to our Fire Force expert in the chat. She's talking about Maki again. Yeah, it's like, fucking, what are you doing? Yeah, I don't recall Tamako being guy obsessed either. Yeah, I don't remember this. Like, did she watch the same fucking show? Like, what the fuck?
How loudly she expresses her disdain for the men during these groping scenes. And that's what's happening. I'm calling it groping because that's what it is. And this isn't about fan service. This is, just more my own observation and has more to do with men writing female characters in general. But Tamaki and Maki look exactly the same.
Oh my god, this woman. This fucking woman. They look exactly the same, guys. Look at these. Look at the script.
This is only really
Ellie,
the
head office wants you to find the difference between these two pictures. So picture.
I mean, I guess in the same way that Shinra and was it Arthur? What was his actual name?
Arthur,
Arthur?
Yeah.
Arthur look the same, because if you can switch their hairs, they would look the same. That's the fact of it, right?
This is fucking insane.
There's no real difference between. There's not different. Fate has a similar problem. Don't worry about.
Well, I mean, they don't look. They're on screen right now, wearing the same fucking clothes. They don't look the same. They don't. Like Tamaki, like they have different eye structure. They have different fucking hairstyles. They have different body builds.
Pause, Nretsew, I'm pressing your pause button. Romario reminded me. Tamaki had a thing for Rekka, the priest guy that betrayed her. Remember?
Yeah. The priest, but that was the only. It wasn't like a guy obsession though. It wasn't like she's obsessed with men. She was obsessed with that particular guy. Right? There's a difference. There's a difference between saying that someone is guy obsessed, right? As in like a general, like they just like men and they like sexy men or whatever, right? Just
and
like
fantasizing about having a relationship with every one of them.
Yeah. But when it's like just one particular guy, that's why it feels so weird to me, right? Because it's like, would the same apply to a dude? Is a dude woman obsessed because he has a crush on a girl, right? Oh, he's so woman obsessed. He's just a womanizer. He loves all these women, Ellie. He's just, no. It's like, no.
No,
what
don't
the
worry,
fuck are you on?
Romario. I know it wasn't super romantic, but it was a thing that she was kind of
Yeah, it wasn't romantic. It was like she looked up to him. He saved her, right?
Yeah, but
it was like a and the whole like plot line, the whole fucking plot line with that was she was blindly following him and, you know, being so she admired him so much that it blinded her to the evil that he was committing, right? And then it gets to the point where he is going to use her as the fall guy, right? Like, you're going to take the fall for me here, you know, and be the one that they can't, you know, you're going to take the fall, right? I'm going to set this, because that was the whole thing, was he was setting it up so that she would be the one that would be, you know, because he was doing all the shit with the insects, right? And the fucking, like, turning people into infernals, right? And he was going to use her as the fall guy for that situation, right? So that he could continue to do his evil shit, right? So, and that whole arc is like a commentary on blind admiration and how that can lead you to do shit.
I am willing to say that she was obsessed with him.
Yeah, but yeah, again, it's not like a, oh, I want to suck his dick obsession.
Or every single guy that comes
I want to lick
by.
his cum gutters, right? I want to lick his cum gutters, right?
And every single guy that also has them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. But again, looping back around, right? They're not the same. They're just fundamentally, like, they even have different head shape. Like, Maki's head is taller than Tamaki's head. You see?
Yeah,
like, you can see it right here. You can see it. Is she blind? Is she just fucking blind? Like, does she just view all female characters as looking the same? Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, only, like I said, only really in the way in that characters' designs are kind of limited, and anime and manga kind of.
I don't even believe that. I don't even believe that. I think they're different. They're just different. You can't tell me these two things are the same. I'm sorry.
I mean,
no.
Tosaka Rin is an excellent character, and I love her in every incarnation.
Ellie, there are 5 lights. Okay, I will not be gaslit into thinking these characters are the same. Real homies will understand that reference if I got it correct, because I think I got it correct. I think it was 5 lights. I think it was 5 lights. But anyway,
I never knew the reference of that. But
you won't know. You probably haven't watched Star Trek, so you won't know. But anyway, let's continue.
Face syndrome to the max? Are you kidding me? They've got.
What you mean? I'm getting really mad. I'm sorry. I'm getting really fucking tilted. I need to get another drink because I'm getting tilted.
Now, right here, Maki has kind of flat tops on her eyes, while Tamaki has rounded, more cat-like, bigger eyes, bigger roundings, bigger stuff. Maki's is more, like I said, not a square, but more of a.
Samu, I'm gonna give you extra conditioning today.
Maki has more of a U-shape eye shape, and Tamaki has more of a cat, as her character is.
There you go.
Maki is far more built, sturdier. Tamaki is slimmer. Those are some differences, I guess. Yeah, the eyes only really appear when they use their powers, but oh yeah, I don't know what does Tamaki always have the fire orange? I believe she had in the previous scene. Maki only really has purple eyes when she uses the power. That was a terrible can opening sound. Also, you're way quieter for some reason. Oh, did the can kill him? Is it red? It's here in this image. It's more orange, Romario. Samu, are you there? Oh, not Samu, sorry. I'm talking to Samu and I'm getting confused. Nretsew, are you there? Ah, he's not. Quick, ask me a question. Nretsew won't know the... Then it's too late. He's back.
Right. There you go. You got some extra conditioning today. There you go.
It was a terrible can opening sound, though. I barely
No, it wasn't a
heard
can. It was a bottle. It was a bottle.
Bottle.
Yeah, I got a bottle of lime Coke, and then I got my ice because I now have a proper ice fucking tray now. So.
Also, I went already over some differences in the eye shape and the builds.
Yeah. It's you can't look at these two and tell me they're the same. You can't do it. It's fucking stupid. It is actually legit. Like I'm like, okay. I'll do you want me to explain the 5 lights thing? Right?
No, it's fine.
I kind of want to though.
Nah, let's move on.
All right, I won't. All right. Let's go.
Got slightly different eyes, and one of them has pigtails, but they could literally be twins. Literally.
They don't even have the same. Okay, no.
The only way I could tell them apart at the beginning of the series was their costumes. And speaking of costumes, are you actually kidding me? Like, why is Tamaki wearing a bikini top? She's a firefighter. Why is her whole ass upper body just exposed? Why does she have hip cutouts? I mean, I'm not saying it.
Why not? Why the fuck not? That's my response to that. Is why the fuck not?
As a
at least schizo arc.
Nretsew was never real.
That was never real, yeah.
No,
we flip flop between the schizo arcs.
I'm very certain that I guess Tamaki is a third generation. That third generation just have an inherent resistance to fire in general. I mean, almost all of the generations do have some resistance to fire. But I believe that third generation.
Well, Romeo is confirming that she has burn resistances, and my thing is like, look, okay, there's two steel manable arguments here, right? There's the feminist argument of the character has no agency because it is a character. They were put in that costume because they were forced to be put in that costume by the author, right? So and so and so and so, right? That's like the steel man of the argument from a feminist perspective. However, I think that's fucking gay. So I'm going to say that the reason that's a gay argument and the reason I hate that argument is it does remove character agency. What if Tamaki just likes to wear a bikini? What if she just likes it? That's just, it makes her feel comfortable. She's highly mobile as well, right? Like her fighting style is extremely mobile. She needs to move around to be able to, it's like she literally acts like a fucking cat, right?
Kind of a part of the design.
It's kind of part of the design, yeah. Like she has to run around and she has to, be mobile. And obviously having a giant fucking like zipped up jacket is not very conducive to being very mobile, right? So, I mean, like, I'm not going to be a cope here and be like, oh no, it's totally not, it's just, it has like justifiable reasons or whatever. Like, because as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't actually need to justify itself, right? It shouldn't have to justify. The author shouldn't have to justify making a sexy character sexy. Right? I think that's stupid, right? But I'm just saying, like, 1, there are logical reasons why. 2, there is the factor of character agency. That's just the style she likes, right? She just wants to wear that. Just like Maki likes to wear the sports, tank top type thing, right? And she likes to wear that, right? Maybe it's just what they like to wear, And I feel like it's very silly to just be like, oh man, it's so bad that the woman shows skin, Ellie. Like, fuck, man.
It would be fine if the character was better in that sense.
Fuck me. All right, let's keep going.
It's not sexy. I'm saying it's impractical. And maybe if all of the characters were...
What do you mean it's impractical? Okay. I just talked about how it was practical, you dumbass.
Why won't you listen?
Why? Video lady, listen to me. Listen to me. Fucking hell.
Dressing like this, it would make sense. But they are firefighters. It's just bad character design and bad costuming. Maybe if this was a story about fighting...
Well, wait a minute. This is a realism argument. Ellie, why are the fictional firefighters not dressed like realistic firefighters? I don't understand.
Because most of them are. That's kind of the...
Well, it's not even that most of them are. It's like, fucking... Why? I don't mean, I've never seen a firefighter that fucking dresses like that, but...
Well, in the sense of, this is the uniform, why doesn't she wear it if everybody else does? That's kind of the question.
Oh god, I wanna fucking, I hate this.
Being magical creatures or religious monsters, you could argue that her costume is a testament to her skill as a warrior, that she doesn't need armor for protection. But they're fighting fire. It makes no sense for how gruff her personality is. It makes no sense.
Again, she's doing it again. She's doing it again.
I think
she doesn't specify which character. She doesn't specify which character she's talking about. She keeps flip-flopping between the two, and she doesn't say which one.
I think she calls Tamaki also gruff. That's
she keeps saying they're gruff, but they're not. What does she mean?
I have to. I don't have a really other choice than assume that Tamaki is a gruff character, because she's standoffish.
I don't know. I think it's just this chick being delusional, frankly.
For the fucking job description, it makes no sense for the story. It's just there to make her look good, and it's bad character design. She would look more at a Western gay bar with her assless chaps than in a hyper-religious organization battling human spontaneous combustion. So to reiterate, the fan service is awkward and uncomfortable and messes up major story beats. The girls are all out of character, straight up unlikable when in the ugh, and it's extremely disappointing.
Wow, great criticism. Great criticism. It's just fucking hell.
I mean, Nretsew, you're kind of guilty of that as well at some point.
Yeah, I do that sometimes. Well, it's more like I don't want to repeat myself. That's why, because it's like I'm just saying the same thing over and over because she keeps saying the same thing over and over. Like she keeps doing the same mistakes in the video over and over, and it's annoying.
Due to the potential they all have and the crazy cool powers they possess. And I love female characters, especially because they're so rare to find outside of magical girl anime or harem. So I was excited.
Are female characters hard to find outside of magical girl shows and harems, Ellie?
I believe it's in kind of Sentai, battle, soldier kind of deals.
Villainous anime would like to have a word.
No, I mean, when they're fighting, the Sento Bisoujo are hard to find outside of harems and magical girls.
I don't know about that. I don't know if I agree.
I mean, for say she's a shonen head, right?
Yeah.
And if you want female characters that fight a lot, as shonen does, then you either have a harem where all the girls fight along or in conjunction with the main character, or you have a show where all the magical girls have fancy fights and
I don't agree, because the shonens that I've watched, typically the female, it's not harem. Like typically it's not like, oh, there's one guy and then if I think about like the big three, right? I think about like Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece, right? I think about those when I think about like shonen, or even modern shonen. Like you've got female characters in Demon Slayer are strong and they get into fights and they do things, but they don't lust after the main character. Like they're not in a harem, right? Like that's what I'm saying. It's like, what?
Like in Naruto, you have, was it Hinata and Sakura that both liked Naruto? Sakura.
Well, no, I don't think Sakura ever liked Naruto. Right?
Kinda, it's a kind of a rebound.
No, she was always going after Sasuke, wasn't she?
Yeah, but until at some point she did it, and then Naruto was kind of a choice at some point.
No, but then she went back and went with Sasuke. Yeah, she ended up going with Sasuke in the end.
But
right?
Sasuke did a bad thing.
But again, I don't think that's a harem though. That's a love triangle. That's different. That's not a harem.
I am going to a very broad definition of multiple girls who are going after the same main character.
I don't know. That I'm gonna argue your definition because that's retarded. Okay, no, that's not what a harem
looking
is.
for. I'm looking
a harem is one guy and at least fucking 3 or 4 girls, and it's not a love triangle, right? It's either all of those girls are competing for the guy, right? Or it's all of the girls are okay with the polyamorous relationship being in the harem sucking the guy's dick, right? It's not a traditional love triangles type story is not a harem. I'm sorry. You're wrong.
Maybe I've seen too much of the fan fictions regarding Sakura.
Maybe you have. Maybe you have. You've been poisoned by your fan fiction reading.
What about Orihime and Rukia in Bleach? They have some competition at least.
Yeah, but again, I wouldn't say that's a harem, though. I wouldn't say that's a harem. Sakura never liked Naruto. Yeah, she pretended at one point to get him to stop trying to save Sasuke. Right, yeah. So, yeah, I'm right. Ellie, there are 5 lies.
Stop it with your damn Star
I'm gonna start using
reference.
that and I'm not gonna explain it. You're gonna get so
your damn Star Nerd reference. Go to watch a real show like Stargate.
Alright, anyway, let's keep going.
When I saw how many girls played critical roles in this story, only to have my hopes dashed 10 minutes in when sexual harassment is played off as a gag. But to be fair, there is one female character that I do really like.
Wait a minute! Oh my god, it is gonna... Oh no! Is she gonna be... Okay, prediction, right? The one character that she does like is the femdom, feminist, oh, men are trash, I control all the men, fuck all the men, oh. That checks out, doesn't it?
This might... Alright, Nretsew. A decent video maker would have this as a switcheroo. Suddenly have a different character. But I don't know if she is... She just, flips the image.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's a prediction. I hope it's a different character, and it is if it was.
Also, I am very confused because I'm pretty sure this is in the correct orientation of the. This scene isn't flipped because this doesn't make any sense as a movement of.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Don't take that bit, Ellie. All right.
I'll take the bet as a competition thing.
Are we ready?
Oh no, it is flipped. There's an Adult Swim logo. Never mind.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's listen.
And her name is Hibana.
Hey, it is.
Yeah. Oh, I'm on the other continent and the air is thin and I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my fucking mind. I'm fucking done. I'm so fucking done with this fucking sexist. This fucking misandrist. The old Nretsew is crawling out of the fucking cage. He's ready. Oh man. Alright, I gotta hold it in. I gotta restraint.
Yeah.
I have become a better man than I was. Must be careful. Ooh, let's see what happens.
Hibana is literally introduced sitting atop a throne of men with her tits out. And right from the
Oh god.
Good.
It's exactly.
Having your tits out is a good character trait.
Tits out is good when the female dominate the man.
No, sorry,
yeah.
Nretsew, I couldn't hear you. The connection to New Zealand was kind of iffy there. Having a good character is having your tits out. Was that what I heard?
Yeah. Having a good character is having your tits out while sitting atop. While sitting atop.
What? I'm hearing some static over there.
While sitting atop a throne of men, yeah.
It's
Alright, All right, that's enough. That's enough. Right, let's go. Let's go.
Get-go, I love her. She's a badass with incredible character, seething snark, a super cool design,
Alright,
believable motivations for her heinous actions, and she's an extremely sexual character. But the
I can't do this flipping
Oh,
around.
it's
It's too much
safe
work.
horny. It's actually fucking safe horny. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious right now? This bitch is actually making a safe horny argument. Are you fucking for real? Listen. My horny, based, cool, super good. She's super sexy. She beats the shit out of the men. She gives them the CBT. Step on me, mommy. Oh yeah, so cool, right? Oh yeah. But your fan service is gross, misogynist. Gross. Fuck. I hate these people with the bottom of my fucking heart. I fucking hate them so much. You're so fucking close. Because you're so fucking close, Ellie. So fucking close to getting it, right? If only you'd drop the other side, right? If only you'd realize, no, this is okay, and the other stuff is okay too. You fucking hypocrite. Just...
reason I'm fine with her sexualization is because of the way it's portrayed. It's hers, not just fan service thrust upon her by the need to sell bunny girls for $2.50 on goodsmile.com. It's a
This kind of feels like a...
So now she is making the traditional feminist argument now, right? Which is, like, remember how I was talking about the difference between the perspectives, right? Like, she's talking about basically the male gaze here, right? She believes that this character, unlike those other characters, has actual agency, right? Which
this
is,
kind of
again...
feels like the Bayonetta thing, which...
yeah, it is. It's exactly that. It's the whole... Oh, it's okay when it, even though it wasn't okay, because Bayonetta got criticized by Anita as well, right? It's not fucking whitewash history here, right?
Well, you know, I have kind of stepped away from Bayonetta as a kind of feminist character. Because even...
Well, she never was. No, she never, no, because, like, okay, so the thing with Bayonetta was, right, and the reason they praise her now, even though back in the day they didn't, right, is... one, they thought she was gay, and two, it's because they have this weird hypocritical idea that you can only have a sexualized character if it's a very specific form of sexy character that quote-unquote owns it, right? That quote-unquote is in control of their sexuality, right? Whatever the fuck that actually means, because... you know, if one character has agency, technically all of them have to have agency, so why can't you have a sexualized character that does, you know, like they have this, like, it's like a fucking checklist, right, of things that are acceptable, right? Because these things indicate that the girl has agency while these other things do not, right? Tamaki is bad because Tamaki doesn't have control over what's happening to her, right? She has no agency of it, right? You know, that's the argument, right? Which is true in her case because of the Lucky Lure thing, right? She isn't technically in control of that, right? Which is a fair thing to comment on, right? However, they don't want that to be in the story at all, right? They don't want you to be able to write characters like that don't have that agency, because they view a woman not having agency as, you know, inherently evil, in the same way that people bitch about slavery in isekai, right? It's the exact same fucking argument, but applied to, you know, just the sexuality stuff, right? You can't show non-acceptable themes in fiction, right?
So the thing about
and that's
Bayonetta...
why this pisses me off so much. Sorry, I don't mean to rant on, but I'm fucking... oh, I hate it.
Yeah, getting
tilted.
always...
I am actually getting tilted, yeah. So you talk for a minute. You talk, like,
so,
calm down.
I used to kind of agree with Bayonetta as kind of a feminist character, but this is more about Bayonetta, I guess. But I largely kind of stepped away in terms of better feminist character. I'm kind of more in the camp of something like Ryuko from Kill la Kill being a better feminist character than Bayonetta, and even a bit Samus kinda is better than Bayonetta. More so because Bayonetta doesn't really do anything other than for herself, right?
Okay.
Bayonetta doesn't, as a character that wants to do things, Bayonetta doesn't really want anything. Doesn't really. He only really reacts to stuff. She doesn't go
It's
out.
been a while. It's been a while. It's been a while since I played Bayonetta.
So the first game, she's kind of just roaming around. Doing killings.
Things just kind of like the angels start coming after her. I think.
And then it was suddenly from,
like,
hey, why are these planes crashing into me? That's kind of annoying. Oh, just because the place over there is being very heavenly kind of stuff, and then she just goes over there.
Angel shit happening. Yeah.
She just goes over there, and it turns out there's a world ending.
She does want to know her past. That is true.
Yeah, but she doesn't go out looking for her past. It was more of this island was, besides all the stuff where all the stuff that annoyed her came from, was also the place where she learns about her past.
I'm gonna kind of interject because I don't think that's like the reason why they consider her a feminist, right? Has absolutely nothing to do with motivation at all.
Yeah, that's why I say
that's the problem, right? Like, and I agree with you. Like, I don't think I don't even think any of the characters that you listed that you would call feminist characters are actually feminist characters.
More, I say
right?
more.
Well, no, not even more, because the reason I don't think that is because, well, firstly, you have to actually define what feminist character means, right? And if the actual feminists can't even fucking agree on a definition of what a fucking feminist character is, so how the fuck are we gonna be able to do it, right? And I don't actually like think that, you know, Ryoko from Kill la Kill, right? Like, are we going to say that any strong, quote unquote, strong female character, right, a independent female character that has their own motivations or whatnot is quote unquote a feminist character? Because I wouldn't say. I'd just say that they're a female character. They're just a female character,
so
the same as a male character. I don't think that the distinction is helpful, is what I'm saying.
The thing I see more in a kind of a feminist character is kind of more in the fighting in an injustice at some level, in some regard.
I don't know. I don't agree.
And Kill la Kill is very much like the big society, fighting against big society in that sense.
I mean, a little bit, but I don't. Again, we'll just end up arguing semantics, right? Like, there's no. I don't
well, that's the thing when you start talking about definition. That's you're.
Yeah, but that's the problem. I don't think it's worthwhile, especially with what we're talking about here, right? Because the issue here with this chick is the hypocrisy, right? It is the I like this kind of thing. I think this is cool, but this other thing shouldn't be allowed to exist, right? That's the problem, right? So I think we're kind of getting into the weeds of trying to define what is and is not a feminist character.
I know you don't. I know you likely won't agree, but she doesn't call for the removal or the banning of it.
I don't know. I don't fucking care if she doesn't directly call for the removal. When you make an argument like this to make it out to be like this horrific fucking thing, it is an implied fucking statement, Ellie, right? It is 100% implied that she doesn't want this stuff to exist in the story of Fire Force. She wants it removed. She believes that it would be better if it was removed, right? It is a fucking call for censorship. Whether it's an indirect call for censorship, right? So I'm sorry.
Just you can say this is absolute trash, but not necessarily call for the removal.
What I'm saying is, I think like the way that these people react to this stuff goes beyond just, oh, it's a personal opinion, right? I think that there is some other shit going on here, because she's making feminist arguments that are based on oh, this is a problem of society, right? That this stuff exists.
I would only say this is kind of
because she literally just talked about fucking the fan service only exists so that they can sell $5 Bunny Girl figures from Good Smile Company.
All right,
right?
Nretsew, first,
I'm sorry, she's making societal
Nretsew, you're getting
arguments.
heated.
I don't care. I'm getting heated. I'm right.
First off, this isn't a feminist argument what she's making, right?
No, it is.
She's at most, what you said is a capitalist argument.
No.
Thing is made to make money only, not for the art of it.
Yeah, that is a capitalist argument, yes, but it's a feminist capitalist argument.
And I don't recognize these arguments as feminists. They're kind of, pop entitled, fifth, 10th in line.
You need to brush up on your feminist theory then, because she's flat out, mate. She's not directly stating the feminist argument, which is why I kind of have to explain it a little bit. But these opinions are based off feminist arguments.
Yeah,
and I can recognize them right away. I can see it. It's so fucking clear as day.
This is the 10th in line in a telephone game of
no, I don't think so. I think the basis of her opinions is very clear.
No.
I think it's very easy.
I say the 10th in line in a telephone game. Yeah, you're not going to talk about from which rain to whatever to iPhones. It's going to sound somewhat like it, but it's not going to be the same thing. It's not the same argument.
I think that if you can trace the ideological lineage back to the ideology, right?
I don't care about Nretsew.
It is very much the same argument. She's making the same fucking arguments Anita was making. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Nretsew, shooting. If you say that we should shoot the bad guys and then you shoot the good guy, then you're not going to say, yeah, but the ideology of the basis of shooting the good guy was based in shooting the bad guy.
You're not making any sense, Ale.
That's because you're not making any sense.
No, you're not making any sense.
The point is, Nretsew, this is a complete misapplication of it. And that she's wrong.
I don't think
and that she's wrong.
I think this
makes
chick...
it's not a argument anymore.
You're drawing it out. Hot take, this chick is a sexist cunt. That's my fucking assessment. There you go. How about that? That's what you want? Are you not entertained? Right? That's what you want. That's what you wanted, right? That's what I actually think, because of the arguments that she's been making about fucking men and all this other nonsense. I just think she's fucking sexist. There you go. That's it. Fucking there you go. Just fuck it. Anyway, let's keep going. Fuck, we're not even halfway through. Jesus Christ. I knew this was going to be a spicy one, but I didn't think it would be this fucking spicy. Holy shit. But anyway.
Contained expression of her sexuality, expressed in the sensuality of her character and her rejection of morals and ethics. With the other girls, sexuality is forced upon them by accidental growth.
Holy shit, it's exactly what I was saying. Oh! It's almost like this is based off a certain theory. Oh, fuck me.
The 10th in line in a telephone game.
No, shut up.
I can't help it if you're wrong.
Shower shot.
No, I'm right. I have correctly identified the fucking theories that she's using, you idiot.
Go ahead.
Like, straight up, it's a straight up feminist theory about fucking empowerment of female characters. It straight up is, Ellie.
I know you read all those books and what, of course you all read those.
Ellie, it straight up is the same arguments that they use.
Alright, you've read
it's not even a game of telephone. She literally just said exactly what I fucking said. Her argument was.
You've read Judith.
She literally just said it directly.
Yeah, but you've read the books, so it's alright.
No, Ellie, it's not about fucking reading the books. It's just straight up the argument.
Hey, but you're being a secondary in this.
What are you fucking on about?
You're being a secondary on this material.
Ellie, it is quite
on through people you don't even like.
Ellie, it's straight up the same arguments. Where even is the disagreement? Right? I literally said the argument
your biology,
was going to be. I literally said, Ellie, I literally said the argument was going to be one that's based on the feminist ideas.
But you're getting evolution
shut
theory
up,
from creationists.
Ellie, shut up.
And complaining
about shut up.
No, Nretsew, you're getting evolution theory from creationists, and they'll say it doesn't make sense.
I'm trying to explain to you, right? I literally just said, right, that she was going to use the theories of female empowerment that I have encountered many of a time.
Yes.
Many of a time, right?
Creationists in this sense.
Ellie, can you shut the fuck up and let me actually finish before you interrupt me, all right? No, seriously, because you're doing the bad faith now, right? You're not letting me actually explain my point.
Yeah, but you've seen this stuff you've seen this stuff on Twitter, and you've seen it a bunch of times.
It's not just seeing stuff on Twitter, Ellie. Let me actually make my point before you disagree with it, right? Can you at least give me that, right? Be good faith now, all right? At least let me explain my point before you disagree with it. Because I would give you that fucking courtesy.
I make one point, and now I have to be silent.
Well, we're trying to have an actual conversation, but we can't have a conversation if you're just going to interrupt me when I'm in the middle of trying to actually make the point. You don't even know what my point is yet.
Yeah,
so let me fucking finish it.
You know all my points when you interrupt me.
Well, I'm not going to interrupt you if you just fucking let me finish, and then I would let you go, right? Come on. Let's both fucking calm down, all right? Okay? Are you gonna let me make the point, and then we can have an actual discussion about it, right?
It's fine.
Can I make my? Do I have to ask permission? Can I make my point?
Yeah,
right?
I guess. Right? But if you're getting your points from Twitter and whatnot, that's
not that
much of a value.
I'm not getting my points from Twitter. You're strawmanning me, Ali. Let me fucking make my point. I haven't even made it yet.
Yeah, then make it. You're
okay. Shut up and let me make it then. Right. My point was, right, that I've recognized this argument before. I've encountered it before, right? It is the argument that female empowerment can only exist, right, when the female has this magical internalized agency idea, right? The reason she's comparing and contrasting these two characters is because she views the first one as being strong and empowered, owning the sexuality, right? It's very similar to arguments that were made back in the day by people like Anita Sarkeesian, by feminists of that time, which is based on certain feminist theories, right? Now, the issue is, right, that I'm of the mind that you can have an empowered female character regardless of whether or not they own that sexual aspect or not. And I think it's very nebulous when these people talk about it because they don't actually define straight up what constitutes empowering or not. Because in my mind, Tamaki having this like Lucky Lure thing, right? Having to endure what these people would consider to be, sexual harassment and whatnot, and still coming out of it as a strong character, not being defeated by it, being able to, use it to her advantage in some aspects, right? I view that as an empowering thing, right? I can see that as being empowering in a certain perspective, but these people, right, that make these arguments, they don't, because they're working from an ideological framework that says that these things can only be done in certain particular ways, right? And it doesn't really matter like where this argument comes from. That is the argument she's making, and she just made it, right? So I don't really think that we have a disagreement here on this. Right? I think what's happening is we're arguing about, where did the theory come from? What is the semantics of what is a feminist character? What is this? What is that? Right? I don't think any of that actually has anything to do with the point that she's actually making that I'm trying to criticize. Because I'm trying to criticize the idea that you can't have a sexy female character unless it is in the safe, horny kind of way, and I only use safe horny for lack of a better term, of these specific traits are socially acceptable to these types of people, while other traits are not and need to be censored and removed from the creative lexicon, right? That is my point. Do you disagree with that point?
Well, you're kind of quick to assume that everybody wants to censor stuff that they don't like. Firstly. And you are quick to assume that the theories are from the evil feminists or the evil whatevers. So that's kind of... Who are you blaming then?
I'm blaming her for making the dumb point.
And why are you then saying their ideology instead of her?
Because I believe that she shares an ideology with them. Right? Because I've seen because I'm making an assumption, which I can admit I'm making an assumption, right? But it's an assumption that I'm basing off personal experience.
And if
right?
I say that,
which you can criticize, you can say, yeah, Nretsew, you're making an assumption based on personal experience. That's not anecdotal evidence. She didn't flat out say that she's a feminist, right? It's like, yeah, okay, right. But I think you can make educated assumptions based on the way that people argue about things, right?
Yeah,
and
but
what
I don't know.
terms they use, right?
It is in this sourceless video. I guess he doesn't have any sources. In this sourceless video with no references to anything other than her own personal feelings, her describing this as a grand feminist ideology video.
I'm not saying it's a grand feminist ideology video. I am just saying that that's where I think she's getting this from. I'm not saying that this video is a fucking thesis statement for feminism, Ellie.
But why are you then criticizing?
I'm just making the
why
point.
Are you saying then that this is from the feminists when this is clearly a 10th in line idea that she got from some pop media article elsewhere?
Well, I'm saying that because that's where I think a lot of these ideas do stem from.
But are you going to blame?
And I get listen. I get your point about the telephone game thing, but that actually helps my point, right? Because yeah, you have the feminist theory, and then I'm going to be real, like a lot of the feminist theory is very dumb, like specifically the male gaze stuff in general is
but the male gaze,
right?
the male gaze theory
I'm not going to criticize that specifically right now because that would take too long to fucking go over why that's silly, but I'm just saying that gets picked up by those pop culture critics and those, fucking midwits, right, that make it even worse, right? They take a bad theory and then they make it worse. And then people like this consume that theory and then start to base their worldviews on that theory that's already flawed from the get-go, but has become even more flawed in the game of telephone, right? So you're actually making my point, in a sense, right? Because all I'm doing is pointing out, okay, this is reminding me of a lot of feminist arguments, right? I know part of the root of what those arguments are and where they come from and why they exist, right? And so I'm trying to kind of use that to criticize the core of this worldview that she has, right?
All right, so I can have a shorthand for you. Call it the liberals. Nobody likes them.
It's the liberals. Those fucking centrists and those fucking liberals. Fucking left-wingers. But no, you get what it's like. Communism has the same problem, right?
I take great offense on calling liberals left-wing.
But listen, communism has the same problem, does it not? Right? Because how many people do you think have actually fucking read Das Kapital, right? How many of these fucking people that talk about communism online do you think have actually read the fucking literature? Right?
Well, more than
not a lot.
People talk about
not
feminism,
a lot, I'm gonna say.
Feminism is easier to think, to understand.
Also,
you
get the point. But you get the point I'm trying to make, right? It's like it's the same thing, right? Where you have bad people making bad arguments. Based on
but you can also say that how many people have read some whatever capitalist work and say that capitalism is the best.
Well, I don't know. I mean, what would be a capitalist work? Would fucking
I don't
Atlas
know.
Shrugged?
The
Is that a
Wolf of Wall
capitalist work? I don't
Street.
fucking
That's
know.
super cool, right?
I don't fucking know. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like I'm just using those as two examples, right? Like you do understand what I'm like the point I'm trying to make here, right? So I don't get where the
I have more
is.
trouble with you come out swinging and then you start hitting vague concepts like the feminists, the Dems, not the D, the T.
Yeah, but well, Ellie, I'm going to be
Dem.
mean and say you do the same thing with the rightoids. You do the exact same.
Well,
fucking
how
thing.
many?
It's the religion. It's the rightoids. It's the.
Nretsew, how often do
I?
When was the last time I criticized the right?
You do it often, actually.
When was the last time?
We've done multiple videos covering right-wing side things.
I always try to keep it with kind of specific.
And if I've done the same thing to the right, because I criticize the rightoids a lot as well, right? Like I'm going to be criticizing the rightoids later on if we ever get to that point, because we might not, considering how much time we've taken. Like, you know, it's you know, I fucking. I just feel like you're being a bit unfair right now is my problem, right? Because I think that, you know, if I was saying this about a rightoid, I don't think you'd be saying the same thing. Like if I was saying that this was based on, if I was saying that this was based off Christian conservative ideology because she's an American and she grew up in a Christian conservative country, right? I don't think you would be doing the same argument.
So the problem is you're being far more specific there instead of saying the feminists.
Is saying it's feminist theory not specific enough?
No, because you're talking about
because feminist theory is a thing. It's real.
Nretsew, you're talking about them. THEM.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard. Yeah. I know.
You're not saying.
That's because That's because I've already established that I'm talking about the feminists.
You're not saying if you're criticizing the rightoids, you're not you don't say the them. They are having the.
Yeah, if we are having a conversation about the rightoids, I will say they, because it's implied that I'm talking about them.
No, but you keep.
But we're having a conversation about the leftoids, and we're having a conversation about the leftoids and the feminists right now. So I would assume that people are smart enough to understand that when I say them, that's what I mean, right? Because I've specifically have stated, yes, I think that she's using feminist theory here, right?
Yeah, but the problem is we established that she's not using feminist theory.
No, we haven't. What do you mean?
No, Nretsew, 10th in line.
You've created this whole idea about this telephone game.
Yeah.
Right. It's like 5 degrees fucking separated or whatever. And I'm telling you that doesn't fucking matter. It's still fucking feminist. It's still fucking from the same source, right?
No, Nretsew. This is why I said, you know. The ideology of shooting the bad guy and then you start executing everybody who disagrees. Is that still is that the ideology of shooting the bad guy, or is that not anymore about shooting the bad guy?
Well, you'd have to define.
Yeah.
I really don't fucking get what you're saying with that. Like, straight up, I don't. Like, are you saying that I can't criticize whatever the fuck she's saying, right? Because I can't identify the source and go, oh yeah, that sounds like feminist theory, right? So it's probably like she's probably basing this off some kind of feminist ideals, right?
Yeah, but no,
am I just not allowed to fucking? Are we just not allowed to fucking say that at all?
I'm saying
right?
that she's
because it's 7 degrees of separation or whatever.
Nretsew,
right? It doesn't make any sense because again, you wouldn't.
Nretsew, I'm saying you're being inaccurate. You like to harp on,
but I'm not
the great damn feminists. Though. But this is from
I'm not being inaccurate though. That's literally the argument she just made was a feminist argument. What are you talking about?
No, the problem is it isn't anymore. It isn't.
How isn't it?
Her argument.
Explain to me how it isn't then.
Because feminist theory isn't. Oh, she is. Sexism is forced upon her. that's bad. That's not the feminist theory. That's not an
What is it
application of the feminist theory. That is people just...
See, you can't even fucking...
No,
you
because
can't
it's not
even
an argument. She's not...
articulate it.
No, because she's not making a good argument.
Yeah, that's my point. She's not making a good argument.
Yeah, but that's not
She's
not
not making
feminism.
a good She's not, but it is based on a feminist argument, because the feminists do
you
have
know,
an argument that is based around the idea that women in media being portrayed in this way is bad.
Back to a
the
different
male
thing.
gaze is a paper. You can go read the fucking paper.
But male gaze is
so.
not. But male gaze as a theory is not. Woman look at camera looks at sexy woman. That's not male gaze.
Yes, it actually is.
No,
it's
that's
based
not
on the idea that the camera is
Nretsew,
from a
this
male
is-
perspective, and the male perspective is going to focus on certain aspects of the female character because
All
it's
right, Nretsew, this is why I
because
mentioned
the camera is being
Nretsew,
controlled by a man. That's
pause,
literally what the
Nretsew,
male gaze is.
Pause, Nretsew. You're getting heated. Pause. This is
You know that's just going to make me more heated, right? You shouldn't do that because I was literally
otherwise
just about to
never
let you go.
stop. You never stop, Nretsew. How else should I just let you go for another 5 minutes?
Yes.
Or or should I mute you? And
all right, go. Explain to me how
this
what
is
the male gaze is. Then go on.
All right, so this is kind of like asking the creationists to explain evolution. They're going to do it badly. They're going to be very confident, but they're going to be wrong. They'll think they'll talk about. They think they are explaining evolution.
Then explain how I'm wrong. Then explain feminist theory to the chat. Explain male gaze to the chat, Ellie. Go on, you do it. Go on. Yeah. See, you do it.
So you're not interested in how it works.
I am interested in how it works. I've literally been talking about how it works. Like explain, because I've explained what I think the male gaze is, right? Based on what I've read about the male gaze as a theory, right? It is the idea that when you are filming a film or you are doing a creative endeavor, right? Because it is a male, right? That's typically in control of the camera, right? It means that that camera is going to be directed by the gaze of the male, right? So when the camera lingers on the chest or the ass or whatever, right, of a particular character within a piece of fictional work, it's typically assumed that that is because the camera is directed by the male gaze that is usually the heteronormative male gaze, right? That is usually how the theory goes, right? And so the character themselves doesn't have any agency of where the camera looks, right? When they're in the bathroom, right, and they're having a shower, that would be argued from a male gaze perspective because the perspective is the nebulous cameraman in the scene, right? Which, by feminist theory, would be assumed to be male if the creators of the work were male, or in some cases, it wouldn't matter because that females can do male gaze stuff too. But that's getting a bit more complicated, right? It gets into the weeds a little bit, right? But that's generally the idea. And then, of course, when we were having that conversation before, I mentioned the fact that in that particular scene with Maki, right, that was actually from the character's perspective. So that would be from, I mean, you would argue that's from the male character's perspective, so it would still be male gaze. But that's a bit, those two things are separated within the theory, right? It's two different things, right? So when I'm talking about male gaze, that's what I'm talking about, right? And you haven't explained to me how that's wrong, right?
So
that's where I'm having a hang up here. Is you're basically saying, Nretsew, you're wrong. This is wrong. Your prescription of the theory is wrong, right? And I'm asking you, okay, if I'm wrong, correct me. And then when I ask you for that, you just start stumbling, right? You haven't actually explained to me how I'm wrong, right? Because if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I want to be corrected, right? Correct me, but you haven't done it.
The gaze. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'm listening.
So
I'm listening. I'm done. I'm listening.
The gaze is the gaze is from taking the camera from a neutral observer, becoming the camera becoming a voyeur.
Right.
That's kind of it.
But that's what I said.
No.
That's the point, though. It's like the idea that the camera is assumed to be male, which means it will be a voyeur by definition, right?
But
So
this is what I mean, Nretsew.
That doesn't invalidate, Ellie. That doesn't invalidate.
No, Nretsew. This is part of the point. These theories are very basic in this regard.
Right, but that doesn't invalidate what I said.
They are very. You saying, and people say that's sexist, and people say that's this and this and that and that. Those are come all afterwards, right?
Right.
So
Right.
if the gaze being an observation from, hey, we the audience, the camera is not just an objective observer. They are part of the making of it. They are part of the audience. They're part of the artwork. They are part of the story.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So how does that invalidate what I said the male gaze theory is?
So the male gaze is a recognition that cameramen, the makers, are male, and they focus on what they like.
Which is literally what I said.
And that's no, Nretsew. That's it. That's the end of it.
But it's assumed to be bad. It's argued as being a bad thing. Right?
Nretsew, the only bad thing about male gaze is that it's disproportionate.
Yes, but it's argued to be bad, right? And needing to be changed, right? That's the thing.
Yeah,
and
but
that's what I'm saying.
The reason...
Again, you haven't invalidated my point.
No, Nretsew, the problem is that you're making this a way grander statement out of it.
No, I'm not, though.
I'm literally just saying
this is what the male gaze argument is. This is how it's applied in reality. By people,
so the problem is that you're attaching to it, and therefore people say it should be banned.
Yes, because that's not how it's used.
But that's not the theory.
There's a difference. Yes, because there's a difference between theory and application. But the application is what's happening, right? That's the application of the theory. Majority of the time when people talk about it, right?
Yeah, but
they talk about it in terms of it being a negative that needs to be either changed or censored. Like, I don't see how this is hard to understand, right?
People using a thing wrong doesn't make tool wrong. If I use hammers exclusively on this with the sides,
but I'm not.
Is the hammer
tool
bad?
I could argue that the tool is wrong though, because it's not like. Again, we could get into a whole fucking argument about how the male gaze is a bullshit fucking idea from the get-go, because what
what's
the homosexual gaze, or the woman gaze, or the other gaze? Like, we could get into that, but it's not worth getting into.
What is wrong about saying the people who are choosing where the camera is pick things because they're on their own maleness?
Ellie, I never said there's nothing inherently wrong with that. I'm talking about the application of that.
No, you said the theories are trash. They're wrong theories. So what is wrong about male gaze?
Yes, the Pacific male gaze theory is trash. Because, again, it does. If you actually look into it, it does assume a malicious intent, right? It does.
No, it doesn't.
Like, what are you talking about?
It doesn't. There's nothing malicious assumed in male gaze. It's an observation. It's an observation of the people who are in control of the camera are male and are.
Yes, and feminists think that's a bad thing.
No, like I said,
literally do, Ellie. They literally say that it's a bad thing.
The theory says men have the camera more often than not.
And that's bad, yeah.
And that creates a kind of a narrow artistic view. That creates a thing that people adhere to.
Right.
And that's it. There's nothing
That's
about.
not it, though.
There's nothing
That's
about.
not it, though.
There's no
That's
maliciousness.
not it, though, Ellie.
Nretsew, there's no maliciousness in this. There's no, oh, the evil men have stolen the camera and are using it to
Ellie,
Google
that's
a woman.
literally the
That's
arguments
not-
that are being made.
But
though.
that's not a theory.
Ellie, you
Nretsew.
completely ignore. Ellie, you completely like. It's okay to be like, okay, the theory is neutral. But
Yes.
it doesn't matter. Ellie, communism is a neutral theory, right? But it's led to the deaths of hundreds of millions of fucking people in its implementation, right? The theory being neutral doesn't, like, invalidate the outcome.
Well, Nretsew, what is your
right?
problem with the male gaze theory then?
My problem with the male gaze theory, right, is that it completely ignores the presence of other gazes, right? Because it completely ignores
the
fact that there is a possibility of there being other. No, because it does. No, it does, because it assumes that the male gaze is the default gaze, right? And that all other gazes are just kind of like non-existent, right? But that's just factually incorrect, because humans are individual people that have their own individual tastes and likes. Just because one straight man has the camera, he's going to look at something completely different to another straight man. It's not a universal. You can't universalize the male gaze as a general thing, right? Because that's why I think it's trash as a theory. Because what if it's a gay man that's behind the camera?
So
and instead
Nretsew,
of looking at the boobs, he's looking at the bulges in the ass,
Nretsew.
right? There's no accommodation. What I'm saying.
Nretsew, remember the start. Remember,
Ellie,
Nretsew,
Ellie,
I'm going to clarify something. I'm going to help you. Nretsew,
Okay.
I started talking about the gaze. Remember?
The gaze.
The
right?
gaze.
Yeah.
The gaze is...
The gaze, yeah, we're talking about the gaze, yeah.
With a Z. They are a part of the performance of the watching experience. They are part of the creation. They are not a neutral thing. They're not an objective neutral view.
But the male gaze theory, right,
is not
discredits the existence of other...
No.
It does. It literally does discredit
the male gaze
other
is
ones.
one part of it. There are other gazes as well. Male gaze is one of them. The gaze,
yes, but the male gaze
the
theory
idea of
discredits the other ones in both its theory and application, Ellie. What are you talking about?
There are all these... The gaze and the male gaze exist at the same time.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, and
that's why I'm saying that the way that the male
exists,
gaze is used is wrong.
The
right?
The female gaze exists at the same time as the male gaze.
Yes, but the male gaze theory discredits those other gazes, Ellie. That's what I'm telling you.
Nretsew, a theory talks about one thing, and this one theory existing doesn't say that the others don't exist. They're just talking about this one aspect.
I am fairly fucking confident that the actual feminist interpretation of the male gaze theory does not account for the existence of other theories.
No, Nretsew.
I'm telling you right now that I'm very fucking confident that I'm right.
Nretsew.
Okay.
This is kind of what happens in these social studies. They are talking about the thing they are talking about. And that doesn't mean that the other things they are not talking about don't exist, or that are just completely, void in there. The gaze is a thing that I said it twice.
Okay. So here's I'm gonna try and meet you in the middle here, right? I'm gonna try and meet you in the middle, right? I will agree with you that the theory can be neutral, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just go with that for a minute. I'm gonna argue that doesn't fucking matter when the application of the theory leads to shit outcomes, which it is right now in this video that we should be watching, right? That's what I'm saying. Oh yeah, and also Jake showed up. Want me? Yeah. Please do, Jake. Please bring it up. Because I'm fairly fucking confident I'm right. That the original fucking male gaze theory it does invalidate the other perspectives. I'm super confident in that. But I'm willing to consider. But here's the thing, Ellie. I'm willing to concede if you're willing to agree with me that the application of the theory that is being done by both modern feminists and the pop culture critics and people that have internalized these ideas like this chick here in this video is leading to bad outcomes that need to be criticized and analyzed, right?
So, Nretsew,
can we meet halfway with this?
Nretsew, I say that, alright, as a fun bit, the liberals are trash at
the
liberals
are you're doing the same thing that
I prefaced it, remember? 5 seconds ago. As a bit, I'm saying the liberals are trash at taking these theories and using them, sensibly. The gays.
I'm saying it's very simple. The left are doing the same thing.
The gays is just audiences are part of the experience.
Well, Jake is apparently fact-checking us in the chat, so we'll let him fucking fact-check us and we'll see what happens, right?
The second part, right, I wanted to mention is that the male gaze is not the end of this theory. People take this theory and say, well, I think this male gaze is kind of cool, but what about the gaze? And then somebody starts writing about, well, the male gaze is a thing about blah, 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 no more men having control of the camera, but, the gaze exists. So what do they look at in a piece of fiction? And then they start writing about that. And that it becomes kind of as the male gaze is an addition to the gaze, then the gay gaze becomes an addition to the male gaze, which is an addition to the gaze. And then somebody points their finger, and what about the women? And then they start writing about the female gaze, and then adds to the whole pile. They are not. They can build on each other. They can criticize each other, and they say, "Oh no, the gay gaze is just a subfaction of the female gaze or whatever," and they all argue with it over time. The male gaze is not something that was brought up, thought of, and then was the same throughout the ages.
Okay, that's great. That doesn't answer my question. You haven't answered my question about meeting me halfway here with the application, because all you've said is, oh, the liberals, right, are terrible at fucking doing the thing, right? Which is no different to me saying, oh, the leftists do the same thing, right? But you haven't actually conceded is the problem, right? Because it's not about whether or not, oh, the liberals or the leftists or the fucking rightoids or whatever are misinterpreting the theory, right? It's about, like, Ellie, do you agree with Video Chick?
No, she's using the liberal creationist interpretation of evolution in this in the analogy.
Again, it's that the fucking background, like the point on its own, right, is the problem, right? So if you agree with me that she's wrong, right? Honestly, all the rest of that shit that we've just argued about for the last hour is just like, again, we just got into the fucking weeds about definitional semantics and fucking, nonsense about whether or not theories are neutral or not, right? Alright, so what's Jake saying? He's saying the application of the male gaze is that the male director is communicating through the camera medium towards a male audience. It's done discreetly, right?
Yes.
So that's what Jake's saying. And I agree with that.
I've not said anything else.
Right. So this is what I mean. I don't actually think we disagree. I think you're just being really weird.
Right? I am. What about
really
you?
Autistic about, like, oh, Nretsew, you're saying them, right? This mythical them or whatever. And it's like, well, yeah, when I say them, like, how about from now on, when I say them, you just assume I'm talking about liberals, right? How about that? Just assume I mean the liberals if you hate the liberals.
You're just taking my idea.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. If that's what your hang-up is, right? Because it seems to be your hang-up is just, Nretsew, so you blame everything on this mystical them, right? Or whatever. And it's like, yeah, because it's usually
Alright,
assumed
Nretsew,
people
quick
know what I'm
question.
talking about.
Do you have a better idea what gaze, a male gaze is?
The gaze, yeah, I know what the gaze. I mean, like I said, I have a pretty good idea of what it is. I've looked into it a little bit, you know, and you know, it's not just based off, you know, random people on Twitter, right? Like these theories get fucking reproduced fucking everywhere, right? There's tons of fucking shit about it online, so it's, you know. God, I'm running out of steam now. This was great. I needed that. You've calmed me down.
Yeah.
Fucking the cunt, the sexist cunt, fucking pissed me off, and now I'm starting to chill a bit. It's like, fuck me. The analysis she employs is by using Hitchcock as a case analysis by a selection of movies, but the issue I take with the essay is that in hindsight benefits the generalization on the days. That's actually a good point. When the industry was at a cultural revolution with a new wave of cinema occurring around the same time. Yeah. I'm remembering now. Yeah, that was one of the things that I had an issue with it too, was that, yeah, she was looking at, like, the paper was made at that specific time and was using Hitchcock, so it would obviously be a reflection of what media was like at that time, which obviously was theoretically more sexist and more male orientated at the time, because that was just the general culture of the time.
Yeah, but that's inevitable, right? When you start talking about stuff like what people do, right? You can only write about what's...
But the problem with that is people are trying to take that and apply it to now, right?
That's why these theories get updated with gay or female,
but it hasn't.
Or
the BIOS hasn't been updated. That's my point. The BIOS hasn't been updated. At least not, like, it might have been updated on the academic level, but it sure as fuck hasn't been updated on the fucking normie level.
Yeah, but
right?
Nretsew, I don't.
And that's what I'm talking about. I don't care about theory and application.
I don't care about the normie level. They're wrong.
Yeah, so why can't you just agree with me that she's wrong then?
I said that a couple of times. She's wrong. But
okay. I'll be more fair to you. Yeah, you have. Right? I'll be more fair to you. But it's just like you're being really fucking semantic about it, though. Is the problem. But anyway, let's see if I can, like, restrain myself from getting triggered. Right? I have to try and hold it in. I will try. I will make a promise to you, Ellie. I will try not to be the lays, right? The lays person, right? I'll try. I'm gonna try it. I'll try. Right, we'll see what happens. Drax just comes. He's like, I like Fire Force.
Fire Force fell off.
I like Fire Force 2, Drax.
I say that Fire Force fell off,
man.
and when they did weird things with the bugs nearing the end of
season 2. The text works as a lens tool, sure, but its functions only when operating outside of the social and historical context for the means of serving the lens interpretation. Right. Anyway. Let's continue.
And flaunts herself proudly, without having her sexuality completely overtake her character. When she's telling people to lick her shoe, it's an expression of her power, going hand in hand with her dominance in Fire Force industry.
But, okay, I don't want to harp on this too much, but she is making the argument that this form of sexuality is okay. But, like, I can imagine if it was a man, right? If this was a man, and the man was like to a female character, get down and lick my shoes, bitch. Right? Right? Like same exact character, but it's a man, and it's like a tanned man, and he's got like big pecs or whatever, right? He's fucking sexy tanned man instead of tanned woman, right? And it's the same thing, but like, I'm gonna guarantee you she would be fucking furious by that, right? Yeah, I don't think Fire Force is meant to be that complicated. Also, you shouldn't have to make a justification for sexuality. It's a normal part of human life. Exactly, Drax. I agree. Under her own reasoning, the the redo protag would be fine. Yeah. I'll be honest. The male gaze is a literary analysis tool, one-on-one, on par with dissecting and critiquing Disney princess in media studies. It's safe and uncontested until the thing is broken down. Yeah, I agree with Jake. Jake and I are on the level. But getting back to the video itself, though, right? Trying not to go back into feminist nonsense theory arguments, Ellie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with me that you think that if the roles were reversed here, right? And it was if it was the exact same characters, but it was the sexes were changed. Do you think she would be just as okay?
No, because
such content.
My greatest what was it called? My greatest disappointment. Small tangent. I would love if this scenario was the world was built. This scenario was changed, and the world was built to accommodate that. But my greatest disappointment in Shield Hero is that Shield Hero didn't accommodate these kinds of reversals.
Well, hang on, Ellie. That's a great tangent, but you didn't answer my question.
I said I don't remember. I said I would. It would be different, but I would love for it to be.
Well,
changed.
I'm asking if you think she would have a problem with it being a male character, not. Asking about.
Her opinion would be different.
Okay, let me restate the question. My question was if the tan girl was a tan man with big pecs, and the main character was a chick, and the tanned guy was like, "Get down and suck my toes, bitch," or something, right?
Yeah, no.
As a statement of power, right? Because that's what she just said. She said, "Oh, it's not her being sexualized, right? It's her using that as a statement of her power, right?" I'm asking you if the roles were reversed, would that then still be okay if the character was saying that to a woman?
No, I think her opinion would be different. But what I would then immediately transition to was that the society of Fire Force would have also be kind of reversed in that sense, like Shield Hero kind of pretended to be for 5 seconds.
Well, I don't necessarily think like you have to go that deep into it, because the point I'm trying to make here is that she's a hypocrite. Right? The point I'm trying to make here is that she's being hypocritical because the whole crux of the argument is one form of sexy is okay, one form of sexy is not. Right? That's the crux of the whole disagreement I have with her in this video, right?
Yeah, but
so that's why I'm asking you. I'm trying to figure out if you agree with me or
not. I said twice.
Yeah, you have now, but you didn't before. You went off about society and stuff.
I said twice, but the real test of it is that you kind of also have to change all the gender dynamics, and therefore you would want for proper comparison, you would want a world that was reversed like Shield Hero, but Shield Hero wasn't really reversed.
Well, I don't know, because Fire Force doesn't really have like a patriarchal society, does it? Like, I guess. She's a fucking head of one of the Fire Force teams, I guess. So, kind of proves that it's not like a super sexist organization, right? So I'm kind of
the first Fire Brigade is one. The Secret Assassin.
Yeah, obviously it's tilted in a male perspective, right? But I wouldn't.
And the non-combatant nuns are all female, and.
Well, there are combatants that are female too.
No, all the non-combatants.
Oh yeah, the nude calendar for the men. Yeah, exactly.
No, but all the nuns, all the non-fighters in this brigade are female. I haven't encountered a single.
Yeah, but I don't think that would be. I don't think you could attribute that to sexism, though, right? Like, I don't think there's a.
That is a kind of a gender role.
I don't think. Well, I don't know if there's like a societal pressure for females to take a more. Well, Was that Marky in the second season though with the family? I don't remember. Oh, that was more like them trying to protect her or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, but that's
I don't
also
know
a
if this.
they protect the female. Female can be
Well, no,
nuns
but that
and
seems like more of a family thing than a sex thing, though. Like, I don't think
it
that
does,
was because she was a woman.
the males can go out and adventure and do dangerous jobs, but the females need to be protected, kind of deal.
I don't think that was the reason. But anyway, let's continue.
History. And I love her. She's sexy, gorgeous, confident, low-key evil, and best friends with the cute little blonde nun. And she gets the shit smacked out of her in an epic final confrontation with the MC.
Her neck
I'm
is
not
broken.
upset with Fire Force for sexual.
I like how she conveniently leaves out the fact that she gets like a giant crush on the MC after that fight.
Maybe
it
she'll
becomes a
mention
bit of a
it.
yarn. She becomes a bit of a yandere as well, if I recall correctly. Like she starts obsessing over him a little bit. So it's kind of, like how she just conveniently
I guess
leaves
when
that
she
out.
got that concussion, she did.
I find it interesting how that's because you'd think she'd have a problem with that, right? Based on everything else, right? Be kind of weird.
Sexualizing its female characters. I'm upset with the show because it feels like most of the female characters
I don't know.
are only there to be gawked at or to further the main character's story. At the cusp of it, I don't like the women in the show because I think the story would be better without them. And that
Oh!
We found her label.
I was fucking right!
We found her own label.
Fuck it. I'm not gonna rub it in. I'm not gonna be a cunt.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Oh, well, we just had this massive fucking argument about whether or not she's using, like, feminist theory or whatever, and then it's like, oh, yeah.
Well, she's terrible at it. I mean, I'm not going.
I agree. That's the part that
I can call somebody can the Olympics.
We're not gonna have the same argument again. We're not doing it.
Somebody
again.
can enter the Olympics and just fall flat and take 5 hours. Are they still there? They can call themselves an athlete still, I guess.
Oh God. Is this video bad enough to make Necro? Nah, Necro's not coming out of retirement. I mean, then again, he's retired like 5 times already, so who knows? Maybe he will come back. But okay, I want to hear the whole thing. Let's hear the whole thing.
Are only there to be gawked at or to further the main character's story. At the cusp of it, I don't like the women in the show because I think the story would be better without them. And that kills me to even say because female representation in media is so small as it is. And normally I would be celebrating a show with so many female characters with such cool, diverse powers. Yet I think Fire Force would be far more enjoyable without any of them. See, this is the proof that I'm not just trying to push a feminist agenda.
Having more female characters doesn't make a show more feminist. I don't know where she's getting that.
We have to remove all the women, right? And again, but that's weird though, because it's like she's talking about how, oh, I liked this character, right? But it's like, oh no, we have to remove all the women.
I don't know where she got this idea that having more female characters makes a show more feminist. That's
again, I think it's like you've been saying. It's they take the theory and then they twist it, and it becomes feminism is when more women, right? Feminism is when more women.
She's very right in self-describing as a bad feminist.
Sorry, I was right.
What I'm trying to push is good storytelling, and when a character could be removed from a story and nothing would change, that's when you should question how good of a character they really are. I think it's really important to note that there have been several other videos made about this.
Oh, look! look at all these clips. Great. Yeah,
one of them is just a clip. It's a clip show, but what's the?
I mean, this is just this is an appeal to authority. This is like, what's the term for it? It's like appeal to popularity or something, or like appeal to. There's like an appeal. One of the appeals, like, is like appealing to the masses, right? In a populism kind of way, right? Where, just because a whole heap of other people are saying this means I'm correct, right? Like,
I don't know.
I don't know what the actual. I don't recall what the actual term. There is an actual term for it, but I can't remember.
I don't. No, you mentioned straw manning and steel manning. I don't care about those debates terms anyway.
Well, I think that those are useful. I like steel manning. Steel manning's fun. It's like playing devil's advocate, basically. Like steel man is like you take the person's argument and you try.
Yeah,
and,
I know, but
you try and make it the strongest version of that argument, and then you go after that instead of going after the weaker.
No, so
because straw man is the opposite of that. That's
no,
where you
no,
take
so
you
I
make
know
up
that
an argument.
I know the definitions, but
yeah,
even the problem with even straw manning is of course, making him a caricature of the argument. Steel manning is still you picking the argument that you want to make stronger. It's not really. People say it's fairer to steel man an argument, but it's still kind of you picking.
I think it is fairer in a sense because
I guess it's fairer, but it's still you picking the argument that you want to.
It's fairer because it like shows that you are acting in good faith, right? And you are attempting to understand the argument rather than misrepresent it.
Yeah,
right?
it's
because
still
because rather than like deliberately misrepresent the argument, you are taking the argument and saying, right, based on my understanding of your argument, this is what I think the strongest version of it is. And then obviously, usually what you would do is you would ask if that person agreed with your interpretation or not, and you'd go from there, right? Like you would steel man it, and then you'd say, right, this is what I think you're saying, right? Am I correct or not? And then, you kind of just goes from there, right? That's why it's usually seen as being a bit more fairer. Because I kind of get what you're saying, right? Is that you're contributing it to, you're still picking like this the argument, right? To use as the steel man, right? But I don't really think it's the same because usually when it's done, it's not like cherry picking the argument. It's trying to take the argument at face value, right? Even if the steel man interpretation is like wrong, right? Like it's still at least an attempt at being good faith, right?
Yeah, but the problem, different topic, of course, but the problem with steel manning is that it kind of necessarily never works because if you'd agree, then you would have switched sides.
Well, no, not necessarily. Not necessarily, especially when we're in the context of a debate where it's not like, you have to debate. But like in the context of a debate, it's different. But I don't think it has to be an all or nothing game like that. It's like because I can understand an argument and not agree with it, right?
Yeah, but
you can understand what someone's argument is and not agree with that argument, right?
The point I kind of make is there's nobody has made a steelman so strong that they switched sides.
Yeah, but that's not the point of the steel man, though. That's the thing. That's not meant to be for that. But anyway, I'm gonna steel man.
That's kind of it's kind of the
steel man
is therefore I think is kind of pointless in that sense, but just let the other person talk.
I don't agree, but let's continue.
This topic, and a trend happening where a woman will make a video complaining about the rapey undertones, and a man will react to said video and criticize the female fans for complaining, or accuse her of not even watching the show. The disconnect here.
Well, I mean, considering the fact this chick has like said multiple things that didn't even happen in the show, right? has misinterpreted multiple things, keeps mixing up the characters constantly. I think it's safe to assume that you didn't watch the show, even though you were literally using footage from both seasons in your video, right?
Like 5 different piracy sites. That's the
from like 5 different piracy sites. Yeah,
I mean, she's a real one for using piracy sites. 5 different ones. That's a compliment.
Also, she's making another, like, I don't want to say feminist faux pas, but another one of these like weird kind of arguments where she's got like, up on the screen right now, half of North American Anime Convention attendees are women, right? And assuming that all of those women agree with her, right? Like just making that assumption of, because half of the let's for argument's sake, right? I mean, we've already talked about how like at Comic-Con and stuff, like most of the attendees are women, right? Besides the point. But let's just say, like, let's assume for a moment, in the hypothetical example I'm about to construct, it's a 50-50 split, right? It's like 50% men, 50% women, right? Of those 50% women, the fallacy that this chick is doing right now is she's assuming that those 50% of women all would ideologically agree with her position on Fire Force.
Or even, all the men disagree, because at least one of those Fire Force anti-fanservice videos was a male.
Yeah, we've had one. We've covered ones that were male. Yeah, exactly.
At some point, I don't remember it, but
I feel like it's a bit of a fallacy to be like, oh, look at all these women, right? And just assume that the entire gender, like, it's putting the gender on a monolith, right? Like, I wouldn't assume that all of men agree with me just because they're men, right? It's a very
oh damn, I'm a woman, Nretsew. I just found out.
Yeah, oh shit. No wonder we disagree so much and have so many have these long arguments. Man.
I have
using
a few
comments
more
as
facts
facts and Jake is right with his caps thing, right? Using comments as facts is not factual evidence. It's like you and your Twitter is not real thing, right? It's like the comment section.
You using
Look,
Twitter
chat,
at all.
you guys are real, right? You guys are real. You're interacting with us in real time. We know you're real, but commenters, nah, fuck them. They're not real.
Alright, so next time, remember, Twitter is not a place for factual.
Nah. I'm real. And Samuel and Jake post that at the exact same time.
Then I guess neither of you are real.
Neither of you are real. You're just faceless text on a screen, pixels on the internet.
I mean, we established that Nretsew is a figment of my imagination, and
we're both a figment of each
either.
other's imagination. We're arguing with ourselves right now on a live stream. Yeah. God, that's why it's a meme. It's funny. It's funny to think. But still, anyway, let's get back to it.
It comes down to the fact that even though it's 2020 and the majority.
Whoa! Hang on a minute.
Alright.
What did she flash on the screen there? Hang on.
Connect here comes down to the fact that even though
women outnumber men at art school, why do more men make it into art galleries? Yeah, this vid is a bit late coming out. Lol. Okay, but okay.
Maybe because this video is half a year in the making, I guess.
New video finds major commercial galleries represent just 32% of women. All right. Well, I guess we need to make the 50-50 split then. I guess, right? Like we need to inequity or whatever is bad, I guess. I don't know. But anyway.
It's 2020 and the
2020. The role of women in Japan's anime industry. Although the industry tried to claim that it would enrich women's life, the actuality of the situation is that women would enrich the life of animation. Well, I mean,
that's kind of
we've talked about on the show. We've talked about on the show how tough the animators have it over there, right?
Yeah,
like,
so it's more of like, hey, women in the becoming animators, they are being as hard as oppressed and exploited as the men are.
Yeah, it's almost like animation industry sucks balls, women most affected. Right?
I guess. I mean,
right?
Women get
it's a little bit like that.
Less. Women get even paid less and are still expected to.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what the things are, but these are all very feminist arguments, Ellie. I'm just saying.
The majority of animators in the field are women. The majority of the highest acclaimed anime of all time have been created by female mangakas. The art school split is about 60.
Again, all of this just kind of is like, she assumes that just because it's woman, right, they must all agree with her perspective, right? But that's not true. In fact, a lot of those female mangakas she's talking about are creating ecchis and hentai and H-dojins and stuff. Like the big percentage of them are making the kind of content that she would probably decry as sexist, evil, type stuff. So what's the actual point here, right? Female animation students, which make up 68%
This is
female
America.
animators.
I was reading that bit. This American thing.
Yeah,
And
LA-based animation
that video that
school.
I linked 2 hours back was about was also talking about bad bad employment in America and Japan. Japan has it worse.
You could what you could do is after the stream you could add it to the description and just say this was this. You could do it live, maybe. Yeah, you just add it to the description and say this is the video. Ellie talked about this video. I've done that before. I've done that before when I've talked about some.
Hey, I pinned the message. There it is.
Oh, there you go. Look at that. That'll work. Hopefully. Yeah.
For now, at least.
For now, right. Yeah. Showing stats and numbers by citing articles doesn't lead credence to her argument. That's the other thing too. Yeah, because the article can be misrepresenting the numbers. So it's not because the study that they got the numbers from might have a different, actual conclusion than what's in there. But anyway, let's keep going.
To 75% female, and out of the 30 students in my stop motion animation class, only 3 of them are guys, and 1 of which is a TA. Men still have this bizarre idea that women don't watch anime, and it's glaring.
Do we though? do we, Ellie? Do we have this idea that women don't watch anime? Like, do we?
Not in particular.
Do men as a sex? We have to be representatives of the entire male gender.
Right.
So this is what. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I just wanted to say this is why this argument falls apart, right? Because I don't think she is a representation of the entire female gender, so I don't know why, there's this idea of it's like the nebulous they, right? The men, right?
Mm-hmm.
What men? Who's saying this? Who's actually saying that women don't watch anime? Do they exist? Are they real? Maybe there's one guy in the middle of, I don't know, fucking South Dakota or something. I don't know.
Whatever American state exists, I don't know.
Yeah, some American state in the middle of fucking nowhere who's online on 4chan bitching about how women don't watch anime or something. I don't fucking know, right?
I can only grasp at the thing about that. The on Shosetsu, huge villainous presence and all the subcategories that spawn from there. They don't make it to anime as often as the
isekais, yeah.
The regular isekai.
There's been a few of them. Getting
a few, but not as many. Therefore, less anime that were appealing to women in its basis exists. Therefore, maybe women watch it lesser. But that's kind of the only true, data points that I can point to, because I don't have
Samu has an anecdotal example that he's encountered maybe 2 girls IRL who like anime and are not shonen heads, right? She's either looking for forum posts for confirmation bias to her hypothesis or letting personal anecdotes go unchecked. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, Jake's on the level. Yeah,
glaringly obvious to us that thematically these fan service moments take away from the story. Moments that the majority of male fans of the show probably don't even notice while they're watching it because it's so commonplace it's almost expected. It's the same heavy sigh I give when I start a new show and there's only 1 girl in the main triage.
Well, I don't think that's fair, right? There's 2 points there that I kind of wanted to touch on, which was, fan service detracting from the story, right? So I'm going to do both and then I'll let you go, right? Because I want to do both. I want to tackle both of these at the same time, right? So the fan service affecting the story. I don't think the shower scene really impacted, did that really impact the story, right? To me, it added character because you got to see the female characters interact in a setting that is a bit more private, right? They're kind of speaking their feelings a bit more openly, right? Because we were talking about locker room talk before, right? It's kind of like a what's said in the locker room stays in the locker room kind of thing, right? It's a unspoken kind of cultural rule in a sense. So having a scene where you have characters in a bathhouse or a locker room or in a not necessarily a sexual situation, but in a situation where they are naked and vulnerable and are able to kind of expose these aspects of themselves that they don't usually project to others, can be quite useful to, help us relate to those characters and maybe pick up on traits that we might not necessarily, pick up on. So that's, I don't see how necessarily, like, because she's using that as an example, so I'm honing in on it, right? I don't really see how that in particular is detracting from the story. Now, if we're talking about the Tamaki, the Lucky Lure stuff, right? Like, I mean, that is kind of sort of tied into the story from what I understand, but there's also other stuff going on there, right? And like, you could make the argument, right, to steal, man. But you could make the argument that it is distracting when it happens, right? Even as rarely as it happens in the actual show when you watch it, right? You could make an argument about that, but I don't necessarily think it's a strong one personally, because I don't think it happens enough to fully detract from the actual story that's trying to be told. It's not, I don't think the whole thing grinds to a halt just because there's like a 3-second scene of Tamaki getting groped or whatever. And then on to the second thing about like the female, having a shonen, right, and then having like only one of the main characters sort of be a female. I find it interesting how she used My Hero Academia in that example, because My Hero Academia doesn't really function as a typical trifecta shonen, right? Because with Naruto, it's like, the three main sort of focused characters. You have the rivalry between Naruto and Sasuke, and you have Sakuna in the middle.
Yeah.
And then you might have like some female characters on the side, right, that are kind of tangential to the main three, right, in the show, right? But with My Hero Academia, right, you have, I guess, Bakugo and Deku, right? Hang on, let's see. Go back a little bit. So, funnily enough, right, this image is a bad image because this guy here, the blue-haired guy, I can't remember what his name is, but he runs really fast. He's not like, if you were going to consider like the main three, he wouldn't be part of the main three.
I have heard that the main three has changed throughout the series. That at some point
it isn't like, I don't think it's like there's a main three. It's more like there's a shitload of side characters in My Hero.
Sometimes
and they all kind of get their own like little spotlights, right? It's not a case of like, oh, you're following the story of these three characters throughout their life, right? It's more like, okay, Deku is the main character, you're following his story and all of the classmates, right? Because they all kind of get their own like moments to shine.
Yeah, Weightless Girl is main girl, I guess, most of the time.
Well, she's the main love interest, obviously, right?
For
Deku. Gravity Girl here in the middle is, right?
Yeah,
she's like
I mean, I haven't watched far enough to really.
Well, I have, so let me lean on my experience, right? So they're like the main couple, right? Obviously, right? But then there are other female characters that kind of have their own stuff. Like there is the earpiece girl that's got the headphone jacks for ears. She has like a little mini kind of arc about setting up like a music performance with the class, right? And and like how hardworking she is, right? And all this kind of stuff. Like that's what I mean, right? They all kind of have their own kind of moments, right? It's not just a matter of, oh, these three are the main three and they're hyper focused on while everyone else just kind of gets like secondary treatment, right? But Hero Academia, I'm just saying Hero Aka is a bad example. She should have used something different than Hero Aka to kind of illustrate this idea. Because her point seems to be she's disappointed that, oh, there's only like the three main people and there's only one woman and two boys, right?
I guess she should have used Death Note instead.
Yeah, but it's like that's bad somehow, right? Because I guess more men is bad than women.
We are talking about it. Is it Ochako? But I don't remember. I haven't watched.
I'm shit with names. You're gonna come to find out. I'm horrible at remembering them.
And I haven't watched. It's too long ago.
And Ellie hasn't watched Hero Aka, so he's not familiar with it like I am, right? So, but getting back to it, right? So I don't know really what the problem is here necessarily, right? Like, because I can imagine like a situation where you had a show where it was like two girls, one guy, right? Like that's doable, right? That's possible. But I wouldn't have a problem with that. That would be fine, right? Like, yeah. But
Well,
anyway,
I guess there's stuff like Cowboy Bebop, as I mentioned Death Note. There is another one in my head, I forgot. Soul
but anyway,
Eater, I guess, is kinda similar. If you take
that's like
main
one,
characters, then you have Maka, Death the Kid. There's some female male thing going on.
But anyhow,
but I didn't really catch what was her problem or issue with it. So.
Well, we'll find out, I guess. But before we do that, I'm going to have to refill my drink. Oops, I'm just going to go back to the beginning of that point so we can get it when I come back. So you entertain the chat, Ali.
Oh no,
you
get
to talk now. You get to talk now. You get to be the entertainer. So let me mute for a sec.
Chat, interact so I can entertain. I can't do this alone. I was reading My Hero Academia. I never watched the manga. No, never watched the manga. I never watched the anime. At some point, I just kind of fell off. Great Fire Force waifus. That's a good one. Iris on screen right now. She's fine. I guess she's just kind of there. So I guess I'll give her a 6. Maki. I like Maki a lot. I won't give them all 10s, so the ratings will be maybe lower than you kind of expect from a hype tier list. I'll give Maki like an 8. Tamaki, it does get kind of repetitive, annoying that she's constantly getting groped and whatnot. So I do throw her at a lower 7. Support Edelgard. I am a full Dimitri supporter, so Edelgard is a monster that dies, unfortunately. Iris is cute.
Just get a disc fridge, bro. Bro, do you know how expensive those fucking things are?
A what? A desk, bro?
A fridge that goes on your desk.
Nah. Oh, for you.
Yeah. So, but I mean, look, my fridge is like walking distance away anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's just I have to fucking. Maybe I should just keep the bottle with me, but I want to keep it cold. So, but anyway, I'm refreshed and rearmed. I heard you talk. You're based Dimitri supporter, apparently.
Yeah, Edelgard is a monster that dies. I'm sorry, 5.
That's the Emperor chick, right? Like
yeah,
the red one, the red girl.
Fire Emblem 3 Houses has a thing where if you change the routes, the events change per story, kind of. You know.
Right.
So, if you support Edelgard, then the others are kind of evil. If you support the Blue Lions, Dimitri, Edelgard becomes a monster. I haven't really watched what happens when you... Was it named Claude? If you support Claude, what kind of happens? But I assume that Dimitri gets kind of murder crazy and Edelgard becomes a killing at all costs, equality at all costs. Get rid of all the birth rights.
Lame Marf supporter.
Well, me, Dimitri, nah, I'll hang your hand from the 8 gates of Embar.
lmao. But anyway, yeah, let's get back to it.
They're watching it because it's so commonplace, it's almost expected. It's the same heavy sigh I give when I start a new show and there's only one girl in the main triage, and I already know she's gonna be the love interest of the main character. I know I sound bitter, and I think I'm allowed to be upset. Fire Force was created by the same mangaka that created Soul Eater, Atsushi Okubo, one of the greatest shows of the early 2000s and on everybody's list of must-watches for the newbies of the anime community. And when I was 12 and watching Soul Eater, everyone told me not to read the manga because they said it was way too sexualized and would take away from the story. There are major cultural differences at play here.
Holy shit, she even recognizes it. She even recognizes there's a cultural difference. Holy shit. But the other thing I have to say is, like, if she liked Soul Eater, then, I mean, Soul Eater had, I would argue, even worse fan service. Like, in terms of, like, pointless fan service, right? Like, there's no reason for the witch character to be like that. There's no
I guess
reason
no,
for...
the witch character is naked because she wants to be.
Yeah, maybe, I guess. Get broader
There
taste.
is,
lmao.
There
Sorry,
was a
Alex,
thing where in the early chapters of Soul Eater, the male... What was their names again? The male weapons had clothes on in their weapon, when their weapon form, you know, when they're kind of talking into in the mental space, the mental void. The male weapons had clothes, the female characters were naked, which is, you know,
kind of weird.
Just a discrimination, just a different treatment of them.
But this is what I mean, though. Like, if you can get over that, right? You get over that with Soul Eater, then don't.
Yeah, we're talking about Blair.
Yeah. I'm horrible. Yeah.
Yeah, but
funny since Soul Eater's anime got screwed in the ending compared to the. Yeah, that's also true. Yeah.
Yeah, original ending, manga was still ongoing, kind of that classic tale.
It was very, very common back in the day for that to happen, you know.
But
there was how it is.
Well, Death the Kid just groped the two sisters and complained their breasts weren't the same size. It was
yeah, because I remember he was obsessed with, like, being symmetrical.
Yeah,
stuff.
But that is, I guess, funny for the audience, but there was no sexual drive behind them. It
didn't have to happen, right? That's the thing, right?
But there's no sexual drive behind it. It was kind of just, dude, you're being super cringe and lame.
And that's the thing. If that's her problem is like, oh, it's unnecessary, right? Why does it exist? It doesn't. It affects the plot, right, or whatever. Then, you know, just how can you be okay with one and not the other is kind of the problem. But let's see where she goes.
Yeah.
But I would argue that it's even worse that this kind of fan service runs rampant in anime when the Eastern animation industry is far more advanced ahead of the US and Canada when it comes to gender equality, with far more women running their own shows and writing their own manga and working in the industry at large than over here, where Rebecca Sugar broke the glass ceiling as recently as 2013 and became the first woman ever to have her own show on Cartoon Network. I'm sad that
She couldn't re-record that bit? That's kind of lame.
yeah, that was kind of weird. But this is some weird thing Japan shit going on right now. Because she's both, like, degrading and idolizing Japan here in a really kind of funky way. Because
thing is that the movie that I've pinned does talking about other videos.
does talk about this, yeah.
Well, not necessarily in this cultural sense of progressivisms or not. It's way more in the sense of, yeah, anime is more advanced culturally, and all the reasons why it is that way, and why it unfortunately kind of will remain this way. Spoiler alert for the conclusion of that video. Do watch it. Anime is cheaper to make than American shows, therefore the only American shows that will exist are American shows that are made for American audience with American expectations. They're aka sitcoms.
Right.
And because anime is such an overpowering cultural artifact, object, American, producing processes, meeting board, director boards don't even have to cultivate any American animation studios. They can just buy anime. It's cheaper to have import anime than to grow your own culturally in sync animation studio.
So going back to the point that she made, right? I think it's very weird how, again, it's like she's denigrating and idolizing the industry at the same time, because she's kind of like, oh well, yeah, it's horrific living conditions, it's horrible, industry's horrible, it's still sexist or whatever, but look at all these women that are in positions, right?
Mhm.
And doing things and having their own mangas and leading their own shows and doing their own stuff. That's so much better than us gross Americans, right? But the other funny thing is she's invalidating her own argument, because if it is so culturally advanced, right, and it is so ahead of the Americans, right, then wouldn't that lead credence to the idea that obviously not all women agree with you? Because if women are making the sexualized content themselves, right, and they're not obviously not making it just to appeal to men, right? Because I mean, maybe some of them are, but how would you know that unless you actually talk to the authors themselves and ask them, okay, well, why did you make, I don't know, big booby mummy fucking
Mhm.
whatever fucking show it is, right? Like, why did you make this? And the chick's like, I just like big boobs. I like playing with them. I have big boobs. I'm a woman. I like playing with them. So I thought I'll make an anime about it or something. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, it would invalidate it. It kind of like blows a wrecking ball into her entire thesis of this video so far, right? Where it's like, oh, this fan service is really, really bad because of X, Y, and Z, really weird cultural, American feministy kind of reasons, right? But then to say, but the Japanese animation industry is filled with women, and it's awesome because it's filled with women, because then we're going to get more feminine perspectives, assumedly, right?
Well,
I'm assuming
I
that's
do.
I'm assuming that's what her assumption is, right? It's like, oh, because there's all these women in the industry, we're going to get more female-led perspectives. But the problem is, what happens when those female-led perspectives are also sexualized in the same way that she doesn't like, right? Do those just
I
are
do
they just
think
are they just no longer women, right?
the anime is way varied. So there are shows that she would like. Also, quick.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm not saying that's the problem. I'm just saying,
Therefore,
like,
and I don't think that American shows, besides maybe that was it Stevie Wonder, Stevie Wonder show with the gems, I believe. If that's a show she likes, that's kind of one show that came out 5 years ago, and that was the only one. Well, anime will probably have at least one every year that she like. Also, quick plugging a video that I just like and have no other relation to Magician. The reasons why anime allowed horny is in the video in the that I pinned.
I'll have to. Yeah, you keep hyping this fucking video.
I am hyping the video.
We're gonna have to watch that later.
It is a fun history lesson. That's why, and history is cool.
Yeah.
History is important. Therefore, I will promote history, good history, as many times as I want.
I will fucking post. I had saved that to my watch later playlist. I'll maybe do that later tonight.
Have you watched anime though?
I have this week.
Ooh, all right,
so
good.
We might actually be able to have a conversation about anime. Hold on.
Instead of me dancing around spoilers.
Yeah. Well, I watched one extra show, so.
Oh, all right.
So, but anyhow, let's get back to it.
Even still talking about why it would make female fans of a show uncomfortable to randomly have their favorite show interrupted randomly with some groping, when men won't even entertain the idea of watching Yuri on Ice for fear that
Oh man, no, Yuri on Ice was fucking pop. What are you talking about? Heaps of people watched Yuri on Ice, both men and women. People loved that show. I remember that show was getting hyped. Well, I didn't either, but I know that people. It's like free, right? People were hyping that up at the time, right? It was like, you can't argue it wasn't popular, because it was definitely popular, right? So yeah, free was apparently really good too. I didn't watch it either. It's not quite my thing, but
ice skating just seems boring, and I skate, thing, but ice skating, and the ice skating isn't an extra draw
again.
for
This feels like some weird, like, sexist. Me calling her a sexist cunt is starting to be more validated by them because this is one of those weird, like, oh, men won't even entertain watching a story about gay people ice dating or whatever, right? Because I believe the characters were gay. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that
semi-growing to be a
semi-gay, implied. I don't know. Like, it was something like that.
Yaoi
right?
baiting,
But,
I guess.
Yaoi baiting or something, right? Like, oh, men wouldn't want to watch that, right? Because they're men, right? And I'm just sitting here like, fuck me, man. Imagine if I was like, man, women wouldn't want to watch shonen shows because it's got
they
manly
wouldn't watch
men in it,
Gundam.
right?
Who watches?
Women would never watch Dragon Ball Z, right?
No, they wouldn't watch
Because they're
Gundam.
women. How can they relate to Dragon Ball Z? It's not about shopping and going to the kitchen.
How could women ever relate to giant robots fight and
exactly
brotherly bonds?
It's not about making sandwiches in the kitchen. How could a woman really? You see what I mean? It's so sexist. I hate it. Like, it's why I get so triggered about it, because I don't like it. It's fucking ugh. She's insecure as hell and self-reports how little media she's consumed. Yeah, a little bit. Woman moment. Woman moment. Yeah, no, I don't like it, right? Because I'm a man that likes consistency, right? So if you're gonna say it's sexist or whatever for a man to say something like, oh, how could you possibly relate to giant robots fighting? That's for men, right? Then I think the same is true when a chick like this is like, oh, how could a man relate to Yuri on Ice or whatever, right? Because it's assumed that men are biologically it's like biological determinism almost, right? Where it's like, no, men have to like this because it's biology, even though that's not necessarily quite true as much. Like, there's a little bit of that there, but it's not as like hard and fast as people think it is. Right?
I'm just
to add to the pile, given love stage is deeply popular. Yeah, Toradora is one of my favorite love stories made by a woman. I don't care. The story was good. Exactly. Exactly.
I am reminded of again Witcher from Mercury, which had the most gay couple since it was the early ones, but and you never watched The Witch from Gundam.
I didn't
right?
watch it. No, I've watched original Gundam. I've watched Gundams. Right, I've watched some of it, but I haven't watched all of the Gundams.
So,
right?
Spoilers for the end of Gundam. Our two main characters kind of are at the farm in the countryside, and they both are wearing.
Sorry,
but I want to speak up a bit.
All right.
Oh, Jesus.
And they're wearing rings.
I tapped my mouse the wrong way.
They're wearing rings on their ring fingers.
Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah, I know about this. Yeah, they got married to men or something because of nonsense.
No. So, no.
Oh yeah, it was heavily implied that they got married, and then like some producer or something came out and was like, "No, they're married to the men."
No. So they both got rings, and they were sitting next to each other and caring for each other and saying, "Oh, we have such a good life together." Blah blah blah. And then Bandai Namco came with a statement that says, "No, they're not married."
Yeah.
Fucker, they're wearing rings.
No gays allowed. But anyhow.
No, so the story has an end. And like 3 months later, the Bandai Namco said, "All right, yeah, they're married."
All right, fine, yeah.
So the gays won.
The gays won. All right, but anyway, let's continue. Oh, wait, sorry.
On ice for fear that it'll make them seem gay. But I
gay. No. Okay.
Who cares if you're gay?
Yeah. Look, it's okay to be cringe. It's better to be cringe and free. Right? Be free and cringe, my boys. Fly away. But anyways, continue.
About the other side of the argument, which honestly has less to do with enjoying the fan service and more to do with wanting the feminists to shut the fuck up. And
Look, I'm gonna play devil's advocate I'm gonna steelman the argument, and I'm gonna say, look, it's not about people that enjoy fan service, right? Because no, fuck off, feminists. I'm laughing because it's true. Because fuck off.
I missed that part, but I'm not very
Okay,
interested in her devil
Listen,
advocacy.
listen carefully, because
that it'll make them seem gay. But I want to speak up a bit about the other side of the argument, which honestly has less to do with enjoying the fan service and more to do with wanting the feminists to shut the fuck up. And I'm being serious when I say that I am, embarrassingly, one of those people. When I first
oh wait, fucking Uno reverse card? Am I gonna get fucking Uno reverse carded, Ellie? Holy shit!
Well,
oh, I'm hype. Oh,
this doesn't
I'm
change.
hype.
This doesn't change my opinion that she's a terrible feminist. But
listen, Ellie, I have never been more fucking excited to be wrong in my life. I am so I'm
going to flip this screen for 1 second because it's why I have this text again. Yeah, why I have this text? Again. I'm not going to reverse read.
Is she gonna be like, nah, fuck those feminists? I'm gonna lose my mind if that happens.
Some Netflix.
This has been a roller coaster of emotions. The stream. Holy shit!
Alright, you read the cringe warning.
Hang on. I have to wait for the stream to refresh because the stream likes to fucking okay. The following preview had been approved for messed up audiences only. Okay. All right. Well,
keep it
up. Are we ready, guys? Are we ready? Are we ready to hear this? This is gonna be good, right? This is gonna be really good, right?
Watched Love, Death, and Robots, my mind could barely comprehend the experience it had just witnessed. I was filled with this incredible, inspirational amazement that not only had a show like this been made, but by a major corporation and to a large, welcoming audience. The anthology series of animation ranged from hyper-realistic big studio video game cutscenes to traditional hand-drawn 2D animation, with Into the Spider-Verse glitching vibes and crossovers between art styles and stories, crafted with such intricate, loving details. It reminds me why exactly I'm working 3 jobs in the middle of a pandemic with a shitty college RA housing to afford an apathetic...
this video.
Yeah. Mid. I haven't watched it. I've heard it's okay though. Yeah. I mean, mid maybe. Yeah.
Oh, you mean the Love, Death, Robots?
Love, Death, and Robots. Yeah. I've heard it's alright.
I've heard really nothing about it. I've seen the logo, the image sometimes.
Apparently, it's like hit or miss. Like some of them are okay, some of them are just
if it is like
that's kind of the risk with like an anthology, right? Where it's like
I mean, Jake says
because it's a heap of short stories, right? It's like a heap of short little animation story type things. So it's like a few great. Yeah, as Jake says, it's like it's got a few good ones in it, but it's got a lot of yes. That's the risk, right? Because you might get some that are good, and then the rest of them are just shit, right? So
this is kind of the vibe I gotten from was it Black Mirror, where like
Black Mirror is another one that's kind of like that, but it's like
a couple the early season or seasons, the early episodes were good and great because they were original concepts, and the later ones they ran out of ideas to make tech dystopias.
Yeah. Right. Well, let's keep going because she's doing a lot of build up here. She's doing a lot of build up. I want to say, what's she gonna say?
Education and lethally cutting professors who don't remember my name for a film and animation career that I may not get the chance to use due to how burnt out I already am.
Up these memes.
Love, Death, and Robots is bloody and brutal and colorful and bright, filled with pain and wonder and everything I love about animation. So I was excited to get on Tumblr and
big mistake. I was excited to get on Tumblr. Oh, man. Oh, no. Well, I mean, I keep getting proven right. It all comes back to Tumblr. It all comes back to Tumblr. Oh, okay. Let's hear it.
Is this her browser with Disney Plus, a swimming pool, and Hulu?
Oh, man, a lot of cringe, right? Disney Plus, Hulu.
My stuff.
I miss you. A video that says I miss you when I something. Nightmare something. Swimming pool. That's a weird one to have bookmarked. I don't know what that's about. I don't know what that's about. That's kind of weird. Shut up, nerd. Look, Tumblr was funny for a while, right? It was funny for a while, But then they banned the porn, and then all of that, like, what happened? The toxic, right? It started. It's like a nuclear fucking reactor, right? Where it's like, you know, it's all good while it's being fucking cooled, but then the minute you stop cooling it and it explodes, it starts leaking fucking toxic radiation everywhere, right? That's when the problem started, right? Because now it's just everywhere, right? It was fine when it was contained in like a zoo, where you could go to the zoo and you could look at the animals and you could point and laugh. But now that zoo is now the animals are they're running around, right? They're running around fucking everywhere. It's like a nuclear waste zone, yeah.
Alright, this doesn't make any sense to you all. But that logo of I miss you when I ... looks very much like a insurance company. Ach nee, yeah. It misses one layer of the roster effect, but
alright.
It looks very. You have to look up the name, I guess.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah, Jason. Oh no, you're right. Okay, all right. Well, let's keep going.
The fandom so that I could continue to explore this universe through fan art and fics and memes. But what I got instead.
Netflix Love, Death, and Robots is sexist. Yeah, we all laughed when Tumblr fell, not knowing that the site wasn't the problem. It was the containment of the cancer. Yep, exactly. But anyway, okay, I'm hyped. I'm so excited.
It was feminist essays talking about the high amount of sexual violence against the female characters in the anthology, and I hated it. I read the first essay out of genuine curiosity, getting angrier and angrier at the, in my opinion, completely wrong interpretations of scenes, female statistics that I didn't know why were included, words like micro...
Okay, she has the possibility here to do the greatest reversal of all time, because there's two possibilities here. She's either gonna do the most Giga Chad reversal I've ever seen in my life, or she's a fucking giant hypocrite. Because all of that shit that she just said, she has done over the course of this fucking video. Like, because she's brought up statistics that aren't relevant. She's brought up fucking, you know, weird points about, like, the feminist stuff, right? Like, yeah, also these are op-eds, not essays. That's right, Jake, yeah. But, to Matt, yeah, good point. But, like, yeah, like, I'm so excited. I'm actually really fucking excited. Oh, man, I am, ooh, boy. Ooh, it's gonna be, boy.
Aggression and rape culture and titillation. Do you have any idea how many times titillation was used across multiple essays written by so many different people? I tried to find the concept art for Sonya's Edge, the best story.
No, she was complaining about how many times the word titillation was used, but not mention how many times it was used. You know how much
also, and also
used.
It's like how many times has she talked about groping and sex? You know, again, all of this stuff is stuff that she's guilty of in this very video. That's why I'm waiting for the reversal. I want her to do a reversal and be like, "Ha! This has all been a ruse. It's all been a trick. I'm actually based."
In the whole series, starring a badass gay lady who, spoiler alert, had her brain implanted into a giant beast and fights to the death in gladiatorial arenas against other beasts on the daily. And literally the very second search result is an article by the Vault of Culture about how problematic her sexual assault backstory is. Bash after bash of my favorite episodes, The Witness, Beyond the Aquila Rift, and even Good Hunting. These essays rip the leading supporting female characters out of their story settings to talk instead about how their underwear is visible and how their nipples stand out against their tank tops. And a bunch of useless crap that had no bearing on the story wasn't even...
Fuck me, it's so ironic! Oh my god! Oh my god!
She needs to kind of just deal with it that other people have a different opinion. I mean, how often am I, Nretsew, it is time. Slime is an imperial. And anybody who likes slime
4 hours in, it's time to talk about slime. Yep.
And
Go ahead, Ali.
anybody who likes slime has to deal with it. That is my opinion.
Oh my god. But it's funny. It's so funny how ironic this is, because she's making the exact same complaint that I'm making about people criticizing Fire Force, like straight up.
Yeah,
right?
that's...
And it's the same fucking criticism that I'm leveling at her video, because she's doing the exact same fucking things these articles are doing to the thing that she likes.
Yeah, but
right?
I'm not so.
So-
I assume
listen,
that you can deal with the criticism of whatever and don't care as much. Also, it is reincarnated as a slime. Slime is a shorthand.
No, because like my thing is, right, my question is, why can she not then empathize with people like me, right? Because if she understands what it feels like to be into something and have it constantly fucking attacked by these people that I know you don't think they want to have things censored, because, apparently you have to directly fucking state stuff all the time, right? But, it's like they keep going on and on and on and on and on and on about how this content is evil and bad and destroying society, and it's problematic, and it's causing all of these fucking problems, right? How can she not fucking see, right, that she's part of the fucking problem?
I guess when it's her sensibilities that are offended, it's okay to do.
I guess I don't like. Let's keep going. I need others to validate my tastes and being right, Nretsew. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm not Sam, who's not conscious anymore. He's dead.
Damn.
It's been 4 hours. All right, let's keep. We're almost there. We've got 4 minutes left. Can we get through it? I want to get subverted. I'm so fucking hyped.
Not noticeable upon first watches, and treats these characters more like they were only created to be vessels for male enjoyment, rather than the complex and emotional
those were
beings I
breasts on
resonated with.
YouTube.
Yeah, we're gonna get demonetized. Well,
maybe I shouldn't have flipped the screen. That really should.
Oh no. But anyway, let's keep going.
When I watched the show. But my point is, I'm not just critical of Fire Force. I'm critical of myself and how.
What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? If you recognize the problem, why are you willingly being part of the problem? What do you how? Okay. Let's continue.
I interpret the media I consume. Because maybe these writers genuinely believe the crap that I believe they're spewing. Maybe it's not crap. Maybe to them, these issues in Love, Death, and Robots ruins the show for them, alienating them the same way that the fan service and Fire Force alienates me. Maybe I shouldn't pick and choose which female characters I get to say are empowered. Maybe I'm just...
Holy shit, she's so fucking close. She's so fucking close, man. Oh, it's painful. It's so fucking painful, dude. She's so close to getting it. So fucking close, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't fucking believe it, man.
Just a bitter fuck who hates fun and doesn't have a sense of humor. But I do understand the frustration some of you might have of critical media bashing on your favorite show.
Your favorite thumbnails. Oh god, but anyway, let's keep going.
Or even your favorite character, who you may resonate with and see no wrongdoing being done too. I feel that same frustration, and trying to pick apart a piece of transformative
Wait, why is
work
this not mirrored?
I don't know.
Criticizes something you love so dearly can be hard. It takes patience.
Oh wait, there was that Summerland guy.
Yeah.
No, that Yuri on Ice video was from Summerland. Oh, this was before he was outed as a complete fraud.
lmao. Alright, well anyway, let's keep going.
Summerton, yeah.
Your level literary skills that you may not have used since high school. And above all, empathy toward a demographic you may not be a part of. And I still...
I'm fucking at a loss as she's like making an appeal to empathy, right? Yet she refuses to be empathetic. she's trying, right? I guess you could argue that, like, in good faith, she's trying. But I don't know. I don't feel like she is being empathetic to the position, right? Because it's weird, because she's feeling it with the Love, Death, and Robots thing, right? So you would think that her conclusion would be, maybe criticizing things in this way is not productive. Maybe I need to come at this from a different angle in how I criticize it. Maybe all I'm doing is just alienating people that might actually have been able to, empathize with me and my feelings when I, do this kind of hypocritical, my sex good, your sex bad type stuff, right? But like, that would have been the conclusion that I would have thought she would have come to, not literally begging people like me to empathize with her, right? Putting the onus on the other person, right? Because empathy is a two-way street, kind of, right? You both people have to be able to empathize with each other, right? And you're not going to get that unless, you're on a solid foundation from the get-go. And opening with, this kind of content is sexist and bad and male gazy and evil and or whatever because it's so in the next thing, right? It's like poisoning the well, in my view. Right?
I guess I don't know how long it is until the end of the video. I never.
It's 5. We're 15 out of 18. We got like 3 minutes.
We're just getting close. I am predictions for the end. I guess is that. And which is kind of what is more my position is that you deal with it, that this is my opinion.
Yeah, we got to get you like a toggleable deal with it sunglasses that we can put on. You can put on. We'll make that an OBS for you, where you've got the toggleable sunglasses you can put on whenever you're like deal with it
with bling and deal with it glittering.
Yeah. Bling,
I have my slime is the one I go to because it's more of a example than it's more of a conveying of an idea than an actual example at this point. No, I say slime is blah blah blah, cultural imperialism, blah 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 blah, and somebody might get greatly offended that they are watching some semi-racism, semi-slavery, whatever show, whatever,
right.
And all that culturally imperialism entails. Also kind of cultural genocide and whatnot. And people might get offended, and the response is, all right, you're offended. Deal with my opinion that it is a cultural genocide.
Right.
If her conclusion is they are saying mean things about what I like, and that's all right, and I will say mean things about things that you like, that's also a two-way street.
Yeah, I should probably preface, right? Like, because my problem specifically with these kinds of like arguments, right, is, well, first off, a lot of her arguments have been pretty shit, right, to begin with, right? And I think we've illustrated that over the course of this fucking stream. Our giant fucking debate aside, right? We've like she's gotten things factually incorrect about the show. She's misrepresented certain parts of the show. She's talked about things that didn't even happen, or things that are been exaggerated to the point of absurdity, right? So those are the kind of things that I have more of a problem with. If someone comes to me, right, and is like, hey, I think Fire Force is bad, I'm not really into the fan service or any of that stuff, or right? Like, if someone just comes to me and is like, that's their opinion, right? Cool. That's fine, I guess, right? I mean, I don't agree with you. I think it's based and awesome, but that's whatever. It's when these, like I say, these types of people, right? Because there's a particular group of people that keeps doing this type of thing, right? It's not just her. Like, I see this type of thing a lot, right? When they make these arguments from this position of, how do I word this, right? It's like, it doesn't feel like it's just an opinion, right? It feels like they're trying to make it, no, this is this, right? This is sexist. This is misogynist. This is male gazy, gross, disgusting. They're making judgment statements about the thing rather than just being like, yeah, I didn't like it. It wasn't for me, right? I thought I thought this and this was bad, right? It feels more like it's judgmental, right? In the same way that these articles are judgmental, right? The judgment that's judgmental about, oh, there's the nudity is gratuitous and the blood and the violence is bad and it's it's evil, like the art is evil because it has this content in it, right? So I try to make that distinction. It sometimes gets a little bit blurred, right, when you're talking about opinions, right? But I do think that that there is a difference in what's going on that I think needs to be highlighted. So
yeah,
anyway,
I'm curious about her conclusion.
I am too. I'm hype. I'm excited.
Don't agree with all of these interpretations of love, death, and robots, but I can understand why the writers may feel the way that they do. Here's my final stance on fanservice.
Okay, so before she gets into that,
she's going to switch topics, the things that she talked about.
Yeah. Before she gets into that, I think it's interesting how she's only empathizing in one direction. She's empathizing because, okay, I know you don't agree with me with the whole feminist thing, right? But under the assumption she's a feminist, all she's doing is sympathizing with alternative feminist perspectives. She's not empathizing with my perspective, right? As the perv, right? As the guy who likes seeing the titties, right? And I'll admit that I like seeing the titties. I find anime woman hot. It's just fucking. It's what I'm into, right? So she's not trying to empathize with someone like me. She's just empathizing with people that she already is in the wavelength one, right? Like she's not trying to empathize with someone that's completely ideologically different to her, right? So it feels kind of hollow to me, I guess, is what I'm saying. I don't know if you've got anything to say about that.
I mean, I never really got big vibes from her that she was. I mean, I don't like women this way. I like women that way. That isn't very big feminism in any way. And then she saw criticism about a thing that maybe used the same arguments that she was making against things herself, but it was about things she liked, and now she kind of has to reconcile that the arguments that she used were used against the thing that she likes. Now she's going back to fan service. Maybe she's going to change her take
but
on it.
my issue is, like, again, it's only empathizing in one direction, because there's a group that she's not touched on at all, which is the men, right? Right? What is the male perspective on this? She's very dismissive, actually, of the male perspective throughout the video, right? About, and that's kind of why I keep calling her a sexist cunt, right? She seems very dismissive of the idea of the male perspective, right? And so I'm kind of like, I'm looking at this and I'm just like, well, yeah, of course you would agree with, like, because they're making the same, as you said, they're making the same arguments that she's making about Fire Force, about something that she likes, right? So obviously she's going to be able to empathize with those arguments because it is the same arguments that she's having, right? She's not actually empathizing with, like I said, a guy like me or a guy like the guys in the chat, right? Like, or whatnot, who are into Fire Force and think that it's good and don't see a problem with the fan service because, of X, Y, and Z reasons, right? There's no, I guess I'm just not feeling it. It doesn't feel genuine to me, right?
Yeah, I want to know how far her conclusion goes.
Her conclusion is, let's see. We're almost there. Let's go.
Guys, if you want to get your dick wet, just go watch some porn.
Hey, ecchi doesn't exist.
I was right. Fuck you, Ellie. I was right. Fuck you. I was fucking right. I was right.
About what, though?
Right. I was fucking right. She can't do it. She can't fucking do it. She is a sexist. She cannot empathize with the men. She just can't fucking do it. I was fucking right. I was fucking right. Okay, I'm done. I'll stop. I'll stop being a cunt now.
Yeah, I mean, you lost me when you said that, because this is far from just her personal opinion. This is just regular.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean, right? This is what I mean.
Regular people have this opinion. Weird opinion, but
well, it's no. It's again. It's I was right. I was right. She can't empathize with the fucking. She can't fucking do it. She can't fucking think for a minute. Okay. Oh yeah, if you want to, okay. Go rewind for a minute. Go rewind my brain for a minute. So because I got a little excited. Right? Because this argument is basically just oh, if you want to get your dick wet, just go watch porn, right? It's dismissive of the male perspective because again, she's assuming that we as men are only watching the ecchi or the the Fire Force, right, to get our dicks wet and jack off, right? That's her fucking misconception, right? Is she thinks that that's all it's about. So
I guess she kind of lost me when she said that fan service was just for men, and that's the starting point of being wrong in the first place.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, exactly. Right. So again, this is why I'm calling her a sexist cunt multiple times now, because it's like that. Because this is sexist, right? It's like, and she specifically said dudes too. She's like, dudes, if you just want to get your dick wet, just go watch porn, right? It's yeah, like fuck off. That's my response to that. It's fuck off. But anyhow, let's go. Let's hear it. Let's hear it, right? Let's hear it.
It's free. It's all over the internet. It won't take away from your favorite show. And I mean, if you just want to jerk it to Maki, I guarantee you there are probably 50 artists drawing hentai.
That's old by now.
Like again, it's like she's just like, you can't have it in the show itself. I've made this argument before, right? Where it's like they have this weird like idea of the separation, where like porn and sexual content has to be like put in its own little box, like this little black box that gets shoved into the closet, right? It's not allowed to be in media, right? Unless it is like actually just straight up explicit, right? You're not allowed to have anything sexual or anything gratuitous or anything like that in any like normal media, right? Or at least in terms of anime, right? Because otherwise it's, it's just go watch porn, just go watch porn, so yeah,
This is kind of feels like this reminds me, I guess, more about the video that I pinned.
Oh, fuck off, Aldi! Shut the fuck up about the fucking video you pinned. Look, if you're that, do you want to fucking switch to that video? Shall we just watch it right now?
It's like 1.5 hours. It's
I don't fucking. Hey! It's only fucking 12 o'clock for me. I could sit here all goddamn day. I know you can't.
I was sleeping.
I know you can't.
Should I just keep the stream running and you just, I don't know.
Just keep the stream running.
And you log in at the end.
The video on loop.
You log in and into the account at the end.
I'll have to log in and into the stream myself. Okay. Jokes aside, right? Do you have anything else to say about the point act, like other than referencing the video that you're talking about?
Nah, just it gives a little bit of context to why animated porn doesn't exist as much, etc.
But I mean, in the Western context, of course.
Yeah.
But going back to her point itself, like, do you actually have a commentary?
What is the point in? It is, like you said, shoving it into a box and forgetting about it, and there is just a difference between what is fan service and what is porn. There is a difference, and Tamaki or even Maki having bending over to get onto eye level and having more cleavage than you otherwise would, because Shinra doesn't even eyeline would even reach above the breast, so he wouldn't see it anyway, and never he wouldn't even be able to see it normally. That's not. You can't have a porn scene to replace it. It wouldn't be the same story.
Yeah, exactly.
Replace
That's the
every
problem,
edgy
isn't it?
scene with porn and tell me that the story that doesn't change the story.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it doesn't work. But anyway.
Of her right now, and fanfiction authors shipping her with Shinra and an Inferni, and if there aren't, just commission it. Independent artists will draw any kinky shit you want, and your commissions will probably inspire others to draw that shit for free. Fan service is so unnecessary because we are.
This is a very common argument now that I've noticed, right? Even though this video is quite old, right? But it is a very common argument now. It's just like, okay, well, everything's sexualized now, so why do you need it in the shows, right? Like, everything around you is sexualized. Like, you're on Twitter and there's sexual content. You go to cons and there's sexual content. All this kind of stuff, right? So why do you need to have it in the shows themselves, right? When other people are going to do it for you anyway, right? And again, it's just this weird, take the sexual content, put it in a little box, shove it away. It's not allowed to interact with the media itself, right? You can't have anything sexy intermingle with the storytelling in any way, because that's a big no-no, right? It's either as Romero says, it's either unnecessary nor necessary. It just exists, right? Some want some of it, others don't. It's all up to them. Yeah. I don't want to see Marky get screwed by the guys. I prefer watching the streams. Yeah. All right. But anyways.
Yeah, I have a personal.
Oh. All right.
Yeah. I had an idea to commission a piece of art, which is maybe fan fiction, I guess. It's Kill la Kill, but I wondered how would how would they actually dress in a world where clothing was eradicated because it was actually evil? How would this?
Good. That's a good question.
And then I thought, well, maybe it would be funny to commission 4 of the the Elite Four, Satsuki and Masako and Yoko, in this semi-nudist fashion sense. How would they? This is of course complete fan fiction at this point. A continuing of the story after it ended. How would Satsuki dress in a world where clothing was evil? Would Kamagori just wear a bondage outfit because it's kind of his personality? Would Nono just draw attention that she's naked? Would Manshoko just wear her school uniform still, because that's what I think she kind of would do, just wear the same school uniform.
Right.
And
so anyhow,
yeah, that is not porn. That is kind of that is, I guess, ecchi at most.
I think the thing that just gets under my skin is the dismissiveness, right? Like how and it's really fucking ironic considering how she was just talking about, people need to be more empathetic, right? People need to be more empathetic, but fuck you if you like it,
But I
go watch porn.
I like to think that I am a little bit cerebral with this commission that I might or might not do, right? I am going to commission all these characters naked, but with the thought, well, what would they actually wear in a nudist society?
Right.
Isn't that slightly interesting?
Yeah, it's an interesting idea to think about. Yeah, but of course you can't do that.
I mean that involves sex and nudity, and those are bad.
All right, we're almost there.
That content, and it won't interfere with the canon story taking place. I mean, my favorite character at the moment is Bakugo from My Hero.
Oh, that's a spice, and people really hate Bakugo.
This was made in 2020, I guess, and
well, people have always not liked Bakugo because he's a bit of a cunt. His whole thing is that he's like a bully. He's so. Oh god.
He's kind of a bully at some point.
Yeah, he's kind of a bully. He's kind of a bully, and he's just an asshole for really he kind of has his reasons for being an asshole, but he's kind of just an asshole for no real reason to kind of an extreme extent. He mellows out and he gets a bit better as time goes on, but he's still a bit of an asshole. But I mean, I don't have a problem with him. Bakugo is actually kind of boast. I don't mind him at all. But I know that there is like hotly contested debate within the fucking Fujoshi community or whatever, because you see these people online like arguing about, oh, he's problematic because he's an abuser or what, oh, blah 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 blah.
Just write your fan fiction how you want.
Yeah, just write your fan fiction how you want. No one cares.
just. I mean, Nretsew, I've said it before. Kill copyright entirely.
Yeah.
Just make your own story.
Exactly. But anyway,
steal it, I don't care.
But if the show suddenly started putting fan service of him in where he trips and loses his pants, or he comes out of a pool with water cascading down his chest muscles, I'd be annoyed.
That would be cool.
Because it's
well, here's the thing though, right? It doesn't. I don't know if it has fan service. I'm trying to think about this, right? Well, first off, that kind of fan service doesn't really happen in Hero Academia anyway, so kind of null and void point there, right? But secondly, like, but secondly, like, there is. Oh wait, pause. That does happen. Wait, does it really, Samuel? I don't even fucking. If that did happen, I'm gonna fucking. It kind of happens. Okay. Well, I don't remember it then if it did happen.
I mean,
but like. But what I'm trying to say, right, my point that I was trying to make before I got interrupted, right, was that, you know, the male, like, we had that conversation that I was thinking about clipping, but it ended up being too long. It was the one in the gacha game stream with the guy talking about sexualization in gacha games, right? Or gaming, right? Where we had that long conversation about, like, what do women actually want, right, out of their fan service, right? Because that's an interesting conversation to actually have, rather than just constantly, like, bashing the shit out of what men want, right? Have a conversation about what do women actually want, right? And Bakugo, right, as a good example of that, I guess, is like, yeah, he's not necessarily a big muscular man, but he's got some muscles on him. He's, you know, he has scenes where he's, you know, slightly more undressed, right? He has scenes where he's being a badass and he's, you know, blowing stuff up and he's having big fights, and he's, you know, he's also has scenes where he has big emotional moments, right? And stuff happens, right? So I'm kind of like, you know, I feel like it's this weird distinction that doesn't really need to exist, right? Of like, oh, what if the male character had the same things happen to them as the female characters? And it's like, all right, I guess. It reminds me of, what was it called? It was like the Hawkeye Foundation or whatever. It was something with comics where they were like drawing comic book guys the same way they draw women in a sexual, like, kind of way or something to try and
never
be like
heard of this.
Yeah, it's something like that. But yeah, there was an episode where they were just swimming and it's entirely focused on the pecs. All right, yeah. All right. Kind of vaguely remember that, I guess. But yeah, anyway, let's keep going.
Out of character, it isn't anything like he'd ever do in the show's canon, and it would take away from the story. Fanfiction is fanfiction for a reason. The reason I care so much about this crap is because I really, really like Fire Force. It has a lot of potential, and I'm gonna continue watching it, and rechecking the bookmarks page on Tokyo Otaku for when they finally restock Shinra's figure so I can add.
So, oh, she's so fucking confusing. Because she's like, I really like Fire Force, but I hate all of these things about it.
I want his figure.
I want his figure, yeah. Like, it's really fucking weird to me that she's this invested in Fire Force, yet one, she gets so much things fucking wrong about it in this video, and two, like, how can you? Again, it's like, oh yeah, I like, you know, liking things for different reasons or whatever. But if you're that fucking annoyed by the fan service, then don't, you know, if you think it's that big of a problem, yeah. Also, yeah, she dropped the word canon very sneakily in there, right? It's not canon for a reason, right? It wasn't brought up earlier, right? No, it wasn't. Yeah.
I mean, I wanted to talk about it as well. Where, all right, maybe to be mean. I mean, you're a lot meaner, I guess.
I'm calling her a sexist cunt. You can be as mean as you fucking want. We're already past that line, okay?
Yeah, but
crossed that line like 5 hours ago.
You're the interpretation that you have. Why care about what other people interpretation have? In the end, all fanfiction is the same as a op-ed, as an essay on it. I mean, the work will be there and speak for itself because it really can't speak for itself, and it is up to the audience, to the individuals, to interpret it in a way. And of course, it will mostly be interpreted in the same way, in similar ways, and it's out of the hands of the author to really dictate and how it will be shown. Therefore, don't get angry when those opinions shifts, when old media gets criticized for being racist, sexist, whatever. That's what happens with every kind of piece of art and media and content, even. Yeah, well, maybe it's kind of just a long-winded road to say what is fan fiction and what is an opinion on a show is the same thing. It's the same.
I can kind of see where you're coming from. Yeah.
It's still an interpretation. One is a story as written, a new story, a fresh, a new take on the story.
It'll never goddamn stop, yeah, Jack. I feel that message. Oh, sorry, I'll let you go.
Yeah, one is just a reinterpretation of the story itself, or maybe an exploration of the story itself. I mean, my not commissioned Kill la Kill artwork is an interpretation of the world after the event, after the story ends.
Events of the story, yeah.
Is that if I would write an opinion piece on the world of Kill la Kill and how it would continue, that would be the same thing, kind of almost the same thing. It would just be in written word instead of my opinions on how the world would look, instead of commissioning a piece of art that would show it, I guess.
You commission me, Ellie. Jake wants you to commission him.
Damn, are you an actual artist though?
I think he's mentioned that he is before.
Ooh,
he's done.
I might
done stuff before, but anywho, yeah. I just feel
I haven't committed to commissioning this at all.
We kind of got in the weeds there a little bit, but I just feel like she's like, the issue I have with this, I guess, is just if you like it so much, there's obviously something in there that you do like, right? But the way that she talks about the fan service so fucking passionately, right? It's like, I've mentioned it before, but if it's that much of a problem, then you've got two choices, right? You either fucking deal with it, right? Or you just stop watching, right? And I think that for a lot of these people, it would actually be better for them to just stop watching and fucking, because they have to, instead of sitting there coping and seething every time Tamaki shows up on screen, right? I mean, she even said, like, one of her quotes from earlier in the video was like, most of the female characters could be removed and it would be better, right?
Isn't that
which
just
is a really wild thing to say?
That's also just fan fiction.
Yeah, but it's a really wild thing to say about something that you apparently like, right? Like, if you removed like fucking half the cast, it would be a better show, right? Seems kind of, I don't know. At that point, it's getting a bit wild. But anyway, let's continue.
To my collection. I care because this story is unique and the animation is unbelievably beautiful, and because I want this show to succeed, not based on how many teenage boys thinks it's funny when a girl gets groped or it's hot to look at nuns in the shower. It deserves to succeed because it's a good show. It's sad that so many animes have to
Okay, but again, it's the assumption that the fan service is going to make it like unpalatable to the normies, I guess, is the point. Which again, I just don't agree with. I don't fucking agree with the sex negative view that just because there's this element to it, it means that it can't, fucking. The only reason it can't succeed is because people like this chick and like the people that don't exist on Twitter and like the people on Tumblr and like the people that write these articles about how Love, Sex, and Robots is sexist and problematic, right? The only reason it's not going to get popular is because people like that exist, that push narratives about a show that are not necessarily true, right? Because Fire Force isn't a solely fan service show. It is a show that has fan service in it, but it is not an ecchi. It is not a porno. It is not a fucking hentai, right?
Yeah, I'm going to
Is
be
an actual show. It is an actual show that has an actual story that is good, right? It is a good show, but it's not good in spite of those elements. Is kind of what I'm getting at. Also,
So-
hey,
You're way late.
welcome. You're very late. We're about to end the video. We're very close for a minute.
So, just on
So
the
anyway, I'll let you go. Yeah, I'll let you go.
So, no, this is just, you're going off on ideology in a sense, and I'm going off on technical detail. This scene isn't flipped. It very much annoys me that that I'm looking for when I should flip it and when not, and now I don't have to.
Well, I'm not necessarily even talking about ideology here. I'm just saying, like people that push these narratives, right?
Well, I don't know.
Maybe you could argue it's an ideological narrative, but I'm more just saying in general,
for
right?
lack of a better word.
For lack of a better word, I guess. Yeah, it's like they push these narratives, and those narratives become memes, and those memes take hold, and now Fire Force is only known as the fan service show, and you have all these people that probably haven't even fucking watched it, right? Saying that it's nothing but Tamaki, right? That's the only thing in the show, right? Because that's the only thing they see, because it's the only thing that people like this will talk about. They don't talk about all the other aspects of it, right? And that's kind of the problem. 4 hours of lore, yeah. We had a fucking great argument before it was fun. A good time. But anyway, let's continue.
Eye on fan
Oh no,
service
it's
to keep
flipped.
viewership,
Damn.
which is why it's
But
Now
yeah, you see, here's the thing: rely on fan service to keep viewership. There's this underlying implication that the fan service is only, again, this is like that capitalist argument, right? That you're talking about, where it's like it only, and when I've talked about, I think I even clipped this. I mean, we had the stupid sexy capitalism clip come out, right? It only exists to further the sales, right? Rather than, it could be a creative decision by the author to have it be that way, right? So,
I mean, those naked breasts in, was it Love Robot?
Love, Sex, and Robots, yeah.
No, I would Love, Death Robots, I believe.
Something like that.
Yeah, I believe those naked breasts were there to shock and, make the woman vulnerable or, exposed, etc., etc. Breasts can be an artistic choice, Very artistic.
I'm actually, I've started reading the history of hentai. Bio linked it to me. It's actually it's looking like it's going to be a very long fucking read because it's a lot more wordy than the Moe Manifesto was. But the first chapter is quite literally the expressions of breasts. And because the whole book seems to be mostly about like the different expressions conveyed through hentai, right? And how each artist's kind of interpretation of breasts. Looks like Jake knows what book I'm talking about, and how the different interpretations of breasts kind of have evolved over time. And there's this idea of how, through different artists copying other artists, through other people copying other people, through looking at different anatomy and different tastes over time, and how people have changed from, different sizes being preferred, different ways that they convey the motion and the bounce of the breasts, right? And how all of that kind of conveys different feelings and stuff, right? It's very interesting. I haven't quite gotten into it yet, but I'm slowly gonna.
Yeah, I just the Moe Manifesto is a very light read compared to most of these.
It is a very light read. Yeah, that's why I recommend it to people, because it is very easy to fucking blitz. I reckon this one is very, as Jake said, it's very fucking wordy, and I'm probably.
I haven't read it, but I assume that.
I've read the first kind of the intro chapter and a little bit of the breast chapter, and the guy is, I honestly think, I don't want to be like anti-academic here, but he's very fucking flowery with his language. And he uses like his prose is very fucking like, he's using like a sentence to describe. He's using a sentence to describe something that could have been easily described.
He has to convey the feeling of it.
Well, kind of, but he's not. But he isn't, though. That's the problem.
Alright.
It's like in those parts. Yes, you do need to be flowery, but he's being flowery for the whole fucking thing. That's the
apparently
problem.
Jake says there's a reason, but I think we can finally close out this video By my count, there
Yeah,
should
yeah.
be like 2 minutes left.
Yeah, we're almost done. We're at a minute left. We're at a minute left. We're almost
last minute.
Anyways, let's finish.
Important not to pirate these shows and to buy the DVDs so you can keep supporting the stories you love. Imagine how much better Fire Force would be if every character was as well developed as Shinra. So I ask you this. Try to understand me. Try to have empathy for what I'm saying, from the perspective of a random fucking nerd on the internet who has no life and no friends. Try to
Big portion energy,
understand what life is
Nretsew.
like.
Go back 5 seconds to her channel.
Oh no.
From the perspective of a random.
There you go.
You called her a femcel, Nretsew?
Yeah, she's a femcel. Yeah.
What does it say in the bottom right?
Femcel confirmed. But no, like we've really been dragging this out a little bit. But like she's asking for empathy, yet she gives none. Right? That's why I mentioned before. I'm kind of repeating myself, right? She's saying, yeah, empathize with the feminist perspective because that's my perspective, right? And even if I disagree with my fellow feminists, I can still empathize with them because they're feminists. But fuck you, men, go watch porn, right? Right? And I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna tell you, no, fuck off, you sexist cunt, incel, femcel, whatever. Girl failure. I don't fucking know, right? Whatever fucking terminology the kids use these days, right? Fucking zero. What is it? Zero Ritz, zero Gant, Rizzler, something. I don't fucking know. Kids are weird these days. Like, why should I empathize with you if you're not even going to attempt to try to empathize with me, right? Because she's demonstrated throughout the video that she lacks any empathy for the male perspective. So why should I even try? Yeah, never say that again, Alvarez. The only exposure to that meme that I've ever had is what's her name, Bao, the VTuber from HoloLive, the rock girl. She's got this little song where she like replaces the meme words with the names of the I wanna be your Shirori or something like that.
Bebo, I believe more.
Bebo, yeah, Bebo. She's got this like funny meme song thing. It's good. But anyway, let's cap it off.
Fucking nerd on the internet who has no life and no friends. Try to understand what life is like when every interpretation of who you are on screen is treated less like a person and more like an object of sexual humor for a throwaway gag, while the real heroes get to go save the day.
That's not what happens in Fire Force, though. All of the female characters do get to be real heroes. What do you mean?
The story's better without them.
Ticket to fucking Idaho. Oh god,
You behind. You may still watch the show and not feel an ounce of discomfort when someone gets groped in the middle of a tense fight scene, but I hope you remember that I do.
I don't fucking care. I'm sorry, I don't fucking care. Fuck you.
That'll matter to you in the long run.
No, it won't. Alright, I think that's it. I think we did it, Ellie. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are we done?
I'm gradually becoming more and more sleepy as the hours
Are we going to be able to talk about anime today, or are you
anime will re-energize me somewhat before it's completely over.
Talking about something we care about, right? Yeah. Okay, let me kind of go. I'll let you rest. I'll go first, right? So, my assessment of this video is that she's a hypocrite, right? She's very clearly, trying to argue for empathy for her position without actually attempting to empathize with the opposing position, right? Because she went for an opposing position, which was essentially just her own position flipped on her, right? Which is not actually an opposing position, right? To what she's saying, right? Which makes it all the more frustrating because clearly she understands what it feels like to be on the receiving end of the stuff that she's doing to other people, and yet she's still participating in that same action, right? The misinterpretation, the lying about certain aspects of the show, exaggerating certain aspects of the show, making a big deal out of certain aspects of the show that aren't necessarily as big as they say they are, as she claims they are, right? All of these kind of things, right? It's a massive, blotch on the video's kind of thesis statement, right? I feel like a lot of the complaints, like to argue about the complaints that she actually had about Fire Force, right? A lot of them, errors in what actually happened in the show aside, it all just kind of boils down to, okay, this makes me feel uncomfortable because I'm a woman, I guess, right? Without any real, because if she'd made the actual feminist arguments, right, the actual ones that are like, oh, this is a societal problem, it's going to encourage people to, sexually assault, or it's going to normalize sexual violence within society, right? Oh, it's male gaze, they're looking at it through those kind of feminist perspectives, right, specifically, right? I actually figure would have made the video better because she kind of, as we've kind of established, she's a bad feminist. She kind of half-asses it, almost, right? She doesn't go all the way with it, which is, again, very frustrating. The audio was very bad in the video, obviously, to talk about like a technical kind of thing, rather than just talking about ideology and disagreements with that, because that's a given, right? The audio mixing was really bad. Her mic was very poor, which, I mean, like, my mic's not that great either, but I'll make it work. But it's like, it's kind of one of those things where these are things that you should probably consider when you're getting into this type of thing, right? How can you make the most of what you have? Because I feel like, maybe a little bit of better audio mixing would have helped alleviate a lot of the problems, right? Other than that, yeah, the weird flipping of the pirated animes is, I'm going to assume that's just a copyright thing, so I'm not going to criticize her too much for that, because, I mean, look, you gotta do what you gotta do to get around the copyright. It's not that's just how it is.
My problem is that you have subtitles on the screen.
Yeah, you have the subtitles on the screen, and it's, if she didn't have the subtitles on the screen, it probably wouldn't.
It would be fine without the subtitles. I mean, I might still have flipped it because it would be funny to do so, but
it would be funny,
with the subtitles, it becomes kind of distracting when you can't read it when it's on screen.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess to kind of cap off, I felt like this was definitely it was an interesting video. I'll give it that. It's an interesting video. And I think that she kind of, it's like, it's interesting but frustrating because she's so close. She's so close to getting it, right? To understanding, hey, maybe the way that I'm criticizing this isn't actually productive to what I'm trying to accomplish. And I'm not actually, because of that inability to empathize with the male position, she's not able to actually convey, right, why men should empathize with her position, I guess, in a sense. Because as I mentioned before, it's a two-way street, almost, right? Both the USB male and the USB female need to be able to, connect, right? But if you don't, do it the right way around, it's not going to connect. And she's trying to connect the plugs the wrong way around, right? She hasn't done an approach that I feel is going to assist her in, conveying her perspective. So yeah, that's kind of me done. I'm gonna let you.
Yeah, so first off, technical details. The video is way too loud and the audio background is not too low, but she just overpowered her own audio completely. Now I have to admit, Nretsew, is the audio actually fine for these videos? Because I just set them once and never really listened.
Oh, it's pretty good. I mean, I listen to the cast when I do timestamps. It sounds fine. I'm typically a little bit quiet, but I think that's just because of my mic. Because I noticed when I was playing around with OBS myself, my mic was a little bit low.
I did set you a little bit lower because I just see you.
Well, I'm allowed to, so that
I see you more often popping into the red, so I just have you
yeah.
Minus...
So I mean, it's probably fine as long as you have me, so I'm not popping into the red. It's probably fine.
I have you at -4, I guess, and I have myself at -1. That's the difference.
Yeah, it's probably. I mean, and people in the chat can always tell us if there's any problems. If it's too quiet, too loud.
I'm getting a little bit insecure when we start talking about these quality things.
Yeah. But anyway, I'll let you continue.
So yeah, audio, do better, I guess. Don't use subtitles when you're planning to do just a simple flip. Do some weird fancy I don't know, fractal things where you can see, do other stuff. It's lazy and it's distracting when you see reversed subtitles. On the subject itself, she doesn't like a thing in a show. I never really have issue with people disliking a single thing in the show. We're talking about a lot here. It's often something fan service. I don't mind big society arguments. I just never really hear them in these videos. It's all rather personal, and that makes it a little bit harder to criticize. I mean, I feel that, I feel this, I feel this and this and that. So her having a problem with fan service, all right. Her confusing us about whether she's talking about Maki or Tamaki is confusing. Because, she just seemingly seems to flip between them so quickly. I don't know who she's talking about.
It's either she's flipping between them or she's just legit like she herself is confused about who she's talking about at that particular part of the script or something.
I mean, if she said this video took a very long time to make, maybe she just recorded things, every 2 months she recorded a bit and
and then she just forgets what character she was talking about at that point or something.
Yeah. Also, you can re-record a line if you misgender if you're a creator. Just re-record a line. It's no work. It's not a big deal. Those are so these are still kind of technical. Back to substantive things. Yeah, I know Nretsew, you say that she's then claiming for the complete banning of stuff.
Well, I would say it's implied, right? And I know that's nebulous, right? And we've debated about that already. I'm not going to rehash the whole debate about it, but I want to make my point clear, right? Because I don't want to be misinterpreted, right? And I don't want to be sounding like I'm saying the wrong thing. My issue is that typically when people make these kinds of arguments, it is a pretext for it should not be in the show. It should be removed from the show. It should not exist within the media, right? Isekai should not be used as a storytelling tool, right? Unless you do it in this XYZ way, right? That's like it's like the pretext for that, right? And maybe I'm jumping the gun, right? And I get a bit triggered. Because I get a bit triggered. It happens. Happens a lot, right? Yeah. And I'm willing to admit that, right? However, I do feel like it's something that I can't ignore, right? That underlying feeling of, okay, she's saying this, but in my mind it's kind of registering as, okay, this is kind of an attack here on this type of content and wanting to kind of create an environment, a hostile environment where such content can't exist because there's so many people writing these articles, making these kind of videos, making these posts, and it creates sort of this chilling effect in creatives where perhaps they might not write a character in a certain way, or they might not have a certain kind of content in because they're almost sort of self-censoring to not want to kind of cause a controversy, right? And that's kind of why I'm a bit more harsh, I guess, on these kinds of things. And you can disagree with that, right? And we've already, like I said, we've already had the debate. I don't really want to have another hour-long debate about it.
All right,
but I just want that's kind of what my position sort of is on that, to make it perfectly clear.
Jake very kindly also kind of solidified or pre-shoot some points in that. Yes, she does lay out her problems with a show, then says, but wait, people complain about a thing that I like.
Yeah.
How am I going to resolve this issue? and she doesn't really.
Yeah, it's cognitive dissonance. Yeah.
So
It's-
I said, well, I made a small prediction. I wanted to see. I would like for her to see. Well, they are criticizing. I criticize Thing, but they criticize Thing that I like. My answer to that is, all right. They'll talk about things that I like badly, and I'll talk about what I badly thinks about what other badly about other
Yeah.
people's things, and that will be the status quo. That will be the solution in the end. Because what is the solution otherwise? I'm going to ban the other person from talking bad about things that I like, but I will continue to do so. But no, there was no answer that. She just kind of just falls back to she went back to fan services, repeated that she doesn't like it. That's not a
Well, she kind of went like, it's why I mentioned she's so close, right? She's so fucking close to understanding it, and then she just completely fucking goes back to fuck you, go watch porn, right? You know,
yeah. And
like,
there was a very I don't know what to make of
because
it.
here's the thing, I could argue the same thing, right? With this, the love, death, and robots thing. It's like, oh yeah, that's got a bunch of gore and sexuality in it, and it's sensual, right? And it's oh, they're naked and stuff. Just go watch porn. Why don't you just go watch porn if you want that kind of content? You know, like I could do the same. I could flip it around and Uno reverse it and say the exact same thing to her, right?
Yeah,
And she gets that, but she just doesn't fucking click. It just doesn't click in her head. Hey, wait a minute, you know. But anyway, sorry.
So
final thoughts.
there was this curious moment where she did say that when she kind of says that fan service is annoying. All right, that's opinion, and that's better served for fan service or other stuff, and so that the canon story can remain pure, in a sense. And I found it odd that she kind of pushed it to. She suddenly found canon important. She suddenly made this fan fiction thing come up, and don't know what to make of it. It's a she knows fan fiction. That's the thing, right? She knows making art pieces, derivative works, and all that stuff. But I don't know what kind of view she has of fan fiction. Then I'm kind of more interested in what is fan fiction to her. What is the place of fan fiction in a franchise? Is it a dumping ground for bad ideas? Is it a place to experiment, or is it a lesser form? It just made me curious because it was kind of thrown away in and thrown away out of the video real quick. And to say again, she asked a question, I guess a good personal question. Am I allowed to say bad things if other people are allowed to say bad things? Yeah, oh, the Watsonian and DeLorean, yeah.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
No,
right?
no, sorry. Jake is speaking in chat, and that demands at least a thought.
Yeah.
Of 3 points by learn. Yeah, but you know, so you know me killing all the offers at the first moment at sight and stealing their copyright. The authorial intent isn't, although this isn't authorial intent or death of the author, this is more of a story and what the characters know kind of deal. Yeah.
So
yeah, but I don't see much. Sorry, thinking about what
You're too tired. You're tired.
tired
You need to sleep.
and
You
slow.
need to get to anime before you die.
Alright. Quick last sleepy thoughts then about what you said, Jake, is that I don't see much of a Westonian reason why they should talk about stuff in the shower. It seems very, there was first a schedule set, and then two chapters later, it was just happened to be they were in the showers when this came up. It was very much, a planned from the start. They are in the showers and let's have them talk, kind of deal more. But that's the end of it. Let's go to animes.
Well, yeah. The only what was it again? I was gonna say. Oh yeah, the weird thing Japan, right? the thing USA, thing Japan, weird compare and contrast kind of stuff. Was kind of weird.
Yeah.
We're
all right. I have a video pinned. That's the real history.
Yeah, you've already shilled that video 50 times, and people can go watch that.
One more time.
But anyway, let's talk about anime. So let's start with Oshi because that's the one that I watched.
Hey.
So I watched Oshi, or I caught up, I believe, on Oshi.
Do you recognize these images?
Yeah, that'll be the real fucking test. Yes, I do. So yes, I watched the latest episode of Oshi where I guess to give you more time to rest yourself, I'll kind of recap my thoughts on the first two episodes. Pretty good. I did think it was kind of weird how like the first episode is almost like a cold opening. It's just it just kind of picks off straight where the last one had. There's no real like lead in or re-establishment.
I have a feeling, at least. I mean, not a feeling, an expectation that a TV broadcast studio, the broadcast will air season 1 before going into season 2.
Maybe, yeah.
That's
maybe
what I kind of expect.
Yeah, but just for us secondaries, right? us bad secondaries, right? It kind of had a bit of a It has not gotten to the Wincest. It's probably gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while for us to get there. But it basically, yeah, the first episode was very much like a fucking slap in the face because it was just like, oh man, you got to remember everything that happened, right? And where we're at and what we're doing, right? They're suddenly rehearsing for the play now, right? That was set up in the last episode of the first season. But I mean, it was all right. It was pretty good. It was mostly just kind of like, okay, here's our setup. We've got the manga chick, as you were talking about last week, right? Who's very don't fuck with my work. Oh, this writer is a shit. He's shitty. He's so bad. I hate him. And the writer's just like, oh, I actually like the manga.
Yeah.
I am actually a fan of it. And it's like, and I actually felt bad for him. I was like, poor writer man. I don't know anything about you, but that's sad. But so yes, it kind of continues kind of from there with Aqua also kind of learning a bit more about the theater. They go to like a fancy 3D theater where the stages kind of rotate. Yeah, the rotating kind of thing, and they do stuff. And Aqua's opinions on theater kind of change because he was never really into it, and now he's like, wow, that was actually kind of based. That was actually kind of based. And then of course he finds out that the writer of the ping pong or table tennis show
that they went
theater thing, it's the same writer as who's the writer of this thing. And Aqua's like, wow, he's actually really cool. We should, so one thing leads to another, and Aqua kind of does his little, his big manipulator tactics, right? He does his big manipulator things because he gets the manga author of the show that had the drama from the first season, kind of gets her to, because hey, you were the senpai of the manga girl who's really big mads. You should go, talk to her. And she's like, no, I'm not going to do that. But then Aqua does his big manipulator man thing where he's like, hey, can you deliver this to her for me? And she's like, yeah, sure. And then she gets there, and obviously the manga girl is killing herself with work, killing herself by work, right? the moon video propaganda channel. Yeah, that one's fucking hilarious. So the manga girl, they end up, teaming up to finish before the end of the deadline and whatnot, and they have like a big argument and they scream at each other, but it's all well and good at the end, right? And the thing that Arkwoods wanted delivered was tickets to the play, to the one that the guy wrote, so that she could have experience with the play, right? And finally a compromise is made. Ellie, don't we love compromise? I love compromise. Everyone loves a good compromise. So the manga author and the writer are on a Zoom call and they hash it all out in one night. They hash out.
I do find it interesting that I mean, it's very easy to say just have them talk to each other.
Yeah.
From the start, but apparently, that ends up in fights more often than not. It's better to have like 5 people in between. So
yeah, it usually does. Yeah, and also you have to factor in the fact that the mangaka is like fucking introverted as fuck. Well, busy and introverted as fuck. So not very good social skills to begin with. So, but they hit it off in the end, right? And they go, right, cut. And now the script is on the actors, and it's more on the, it's less exposition. So it means the actors are going to have to act good. So the pressure is on. That's just going into this episode, right? Pressure is on, and Aqua's getting criticized because he's not emotion acting properly. He's not good at drawing out the emotions and doing the big cry. And this leads him to, oh no, PTSD time. Uh-oh. Get triggered.
Very hard.
Woo-oo. Very hard. And
but then it passes real quick.
It passes real quick, but then obviously he has to go rest at the mentors.
Oh, sorry, I maybe was reading chat. No, Kana says, hey, what if your mom died? Bam, triggered.
Yes.
But be happy.
But yeah, be happy while thinking about mum dying.
No, it was less about.
And then he's like trying to think. He's trying to think about like, oh, when have I been happy, right? And then it's just all of a sudden, you couldn't save.
Big survivor's guilt, big self.
Big
blaming.
Yeah, very big. And so then I think the interesting part of this episode was obviously kind of the end where you've got the blue-haired girl. I always forget her name.
Akane.
Akane, right? She figures it out, right? Because her whole thing is she's good at like figuring characters out, right? If you remember from the last season, right?
Yeah.
And that because she did the same thing for AI, right? AI, right? She did the same thing to be able to act like her, right? Like figuring out the person, doing almost like fucking stalkery level. So she uses, and I love the visual. Like, it's glad that you got the screenshot of that, because I agree that the visual of the stars in the eyes when she's coming to because it's almost like that shows up when the character is like tapping into their inner like superpower, right? Like when the character is figuring, like she's using her knowledge and her skills to kind of put 2 and 2 together and to figure out the big secret, right? The big what if this is real? And she kind of plays it off as like, oh, maybe it's not real, right? But I think she kind of knows now, right? She's kind of she's figured it out. So it's going to be interesting to see how that kind of progresses and how the relationship between her and Aqua is going to kind of go. Because I mean, obviously Aqua is going to go with the sister, but but we'll see what happens. I guess. Yeah, she uses AI mode. Yeah. When she acts now. Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
There's a small thing that stars don't necessarily mean she's acting like I.
No, the stars mean, like, it's like what I said. I interpret the stars as being like the talent, right?
Yes.
When stars a character taps into their talent, when the character taps into their talent, it means that they kind of, the stars start to show in their eyes, right? When they're tapping into the thing that they're best at, right? And so that's how I interpret it. I think it's a very good visual metaphor for that too. I think it's if that is the case, right? I think that's a very interesting way to convey that to the audience, to be like, oh, she's in like working things out, figuring out the character, like his character. Oh, he had a traumatic experience. He's very connected to I, right?
Both Ruby and Aqua are.
Both. Yeah. Oh, they're at the same company with the same people, adopted by the same. Oh, wait, what?
Because the mother has a different name. They have a different name, and they have the children have a different name. Doesn't mean they're adopted, but that name doesn't. The father has a name, but it's also not the name of the father. So they have to come from somewhere else. But why? Where would they have come from? Oh, they're 14 years old, and that's like so many years close. But the traumatic event was when he was young. And when that was 14 years ago. 14 years ago, he would be free.
Yeah, they're in the flow state. Yeah, they locked in, as the kids would put it. But anyhow, yeah. But yeah, no. So I've been enjoying it so far. I think I should. I'd say the quality's kept up between seasons. I haven't noticed any kind of dip in quality. It seems to be about the same.
It's. I mentioned it before, of course, that I read the manga. I know all these events. It's funny. No, not funny. It's just an interesting detail. I thought that the shadowy figure is here just a kind of a shadowy figure, but in the manga it's far more. It's just the doctor.
Right.
It's just a doctor with some shadows around him. Here it's a demon, a shadow demon.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of like the adaptation being able to do more with which kind of ties into the whole kind of theme actually a little bit, right? It kind of works into to being able to change things to make it work better within the medium that you're translating it into, right? It's quite interesting interplay, a bit meta, right? It's quite meta. I'm I'm into it. I'm gonna keep watching it. Obviously, it's just I'm try and keep up with it a bit more than I was. So, what's next on the docket? What else have you got for us?
Let me just wake up for a second and talk about.
Yeah, maybe you need. Maybe I might go refill my drink one last time and you talk about something you've been watching that I haven't.
Yeah, I'll go to Mayonaka Punch. It's very much middle of the night here. I'll need a punch to wake up. So, new vampire introduced. Gambling addict. YouTuber. She meets up. She wants immediately in this whole YouTube business because, as Nretsew knows, Nretsew, you make a lot of money on YouTube with me, right? Exactly. Therefore, she immediately goes in on this YouTube thing. Unfortunately, the channel hasn't taken off that much, but don't worry, the money will come in soon. For them, at least. Our channel is going, of course, crazy good. There is a small hiccup where the character that previously sabotaged the man at the channel kick and steak. The character who previously forced the channel to close, or delete it even, kind of now again says, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you're doing this again? And because she filmed them using vampire powers again for a bit.
Uh-oh.
As punishment, because she was forced garlic in the previous episode, they are now forced to all eat garlic, and they're making a video out of it. Garlic makes them loopy and psychotic and crazy.
Oof.
So the video is kind of a endurance video. Because Nretsew, can you eat you can see it on screen. That's a big plate of garlic, raw garlic. How much garlic can you eat? Can you eat that plate of garlic?
No, let me get back to the stream there for a minute.
Ooh, alright.
Don't think so. Maybe not that much.
Well, vampires can kinda, but they get so loopy and kind of just drugged that you would have to bind them into a bag so they can't move. Anyway, YouTube, like I said, Nretsew, gambling girl wants in on the YouTube because YouTube makes massive amounts of money.
And then she can use massive amounts of money to further her gambling endeavors.
Yeah, complete gambling. So she joins up, demands half the profit of all the money they make, as you do, and unfortunately, Nretsew, surprise, surprise, they are not monetized. They don't have big views. They're a channel that just started. Nothing like us, of course.
Yeah, nothing like us. We're way better. We have 230 subscribers.
Yeah.
Big leagues now. We're in the big leagues now, boys. We're in the we get 5 to 6 viewers a stream. Peak. Fucking brilliant.
7 this stream. Oh, 9. I see 9 viewers at some point in this stream.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the end of the episode, she moves into the vampire house. Because one, she has a lot of equipment, she doesn't want to travel all the way back and forth, and she shared an apartment with 2 of her fellow YouTubers, but they moved out, and it's not said, but I very much assume that she can't pay the rent by herself.
Right.
Yes, I do get... I keep all the money from the YouTube away from Nretsew Switch so I can commission Kill la Kill nudist art. It
all goes into like a pool, and then Nelly just kind of oh man. But anyhow,
yeah. So the story kind of is just still continuing on. They're still kind of introducing characters. Next episode is going to focus on green-haired girl, and I feel that at that point the story will kind of pick up more of a pace, because this is still kind of, previous episodes, hey, we have a YouTube channel, or no, the first episode was, hey, we're meeting up, first contact between human and vampire. Second episode, we're making a channel, oh, the channel gets deleted, oh, we have to start again, now they're starting again. It's not going all that great of a start, but they have a first video first video that makes big numbers, and I think just from now on they'll kind of just have different types of YouTube video, how they're made, how they're kind of received, and what kind of semi tricks or things you do to make a more popular video. That kind of deal.
All that good stuff. Yeah, sounds good.
So the introduction is now kind of over, I feel, in that sense. Now it's going to...
I did see there was one GIF that was going, or one clip that was going around Twitter of, I think they were trying to bust down the door of some chick's room.
Yeah.
And the one vampire girl is like, no, don't bust down the door. And then the girl is like, hey, pulls open the neck. Don't you want to suck me dry? And the vampire girl is like, squee!
Oh yeah, she's...
Squee!
I said last time, right? Our protagonist promised Liv, the vampire, to suck her dry to the bone. And Liv had basically a sex dream that says where she's the main character said, "Hey, don't you want my blood?" And it was just a wet dream for her. And so, like I said, when they meet up,
I remember seeing that clip, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that's funny."
Yeah, and when they meet up for the first time in real life, Liv said, "Were you also dreaming of me?" when the main character never seen or met the vampire. So yes, our main character is going to kill herself for views. Or going to get killed for views.
Oof.
Anything to be... Oh, there's another plot, right? Anything to be better than the other. Right, they abandoned me. I just hit them on live on stream. Why am I getting kicked out? I'm going to prove I'm better. That kind of deal. Anyway, that's enough about Mayonaka Punch.
Right.
I'll do.
Shall we go straight to VTuber then?
No, I
YouTube
do
to
Elusive
VTube?
Samurai, so we can.
Oh yeah, little. You're watching the Shota boy. What's Shota boy?
Yeah, and I'll keep to my commitment of one hot Shota boy image per episode.
Can you see which one it is, chat? Which one has Ellie picked today? God, there's one guy on Twitter I follow, and I don't know why he keeps fucking saying it, but he keeps, like, every time the Shota boy shows up, he's like, the quasi-Mandiuses are in control, and I actually need to ask him what the fuck that means, because I have no fucking idea. Yeah, I have no idea what it's some reference to Shota, but I have no fucking idea what that means at all. I don't know what are they, and why are they in control, and how does that affect Shota? I don't know. Maybe he's watching and he can, like, tell me at some point, because I'm fucking confused every time I see him on my timeline. The Quasi-Mandius? Yeah, I don't know, Jake. I don't know. I don't know what that means.
You have to watch
when
the
it comes
show.
to Lolly and Shota. I don't know. But anyway, I'll let you talk about your.
So, the Prince of Hojo has successfully escaped to the shrine of our priest, of our shaman. And because he can see the future, and he can see the future more clearly in his own domain, whenever the prince runs away to avoid, studying war and studying culture and all that stuff, he just digs a hole a day in advance and just wait until he falls in, because he knows where he's going to run. So, the thing is, Nretsew, our Hojo prince was raised to be a puppet ruler.
Right.
That doesn't make
you do.
As you do, but there's a problem with being raised as a puppet ruler, Nretsew.
You're not properly raised to be an actual ruler.
You're very much discouraged to get any ambition to do anything yourself.
Yeah.
So suddenly suddenly child is expected and demanded of him to do stuff, and that's different.
Yeah. What do you mean I actually have to make decisions? I thought I just had to sit on this throne and look cute.
Well, it's also, now I have responsibilities, and that responsibilities are kind of hard. Especially, I am the only child of Hojo, and I'm going to be a hero in, unite, revive the clan, take revenge on my entire nation or entire shogunate. Kind of a heavy burden, it's very understandable that he runs away from the one thing he can run from, and that is go study.
Yeah. Yeah.
But our head priest makes a very convincing performance, and he kind of proves kinda, and also scams his way through into having our Shota agree to study.
Right. Shota gaslighting manipulation tactics.
Yeah.
To get him to study.
So, and the second part of the episode is kind of really establishing that our three fellow child characters are his retainers.
Right.
So we have strong girl, we have historical character samurai guy, and we have shrine maiden girl. And the roles they kind of fulfill is shrine maiden seems to be something of a tactician.
Okay.
She doesn't seem to have actual future sight powers, but she can foresee steps that
things do be happening. Right?
We're going to need to do this to do this to do this. Less of a because that's what the future will be, and more of that is the correct plan to do. Our samurai guy is an actual historical character.
Okay.
Who was actually the retainer of the Hojo prince. So that's a actual famous guy.
Historical authenticity, very nice. Always good to see it.
And strong girl is just strong, very strong girl who will, on the hunts they do, just throw a big ass rock at a rabbit. The rabbit narrowly escapes, whereas our historical samurai retainer guy says, I have seen rabbits turn into red mists more often than not. So she just smashes a rock so hard into rabbits, they turn into red.
I mean that's one way to do it, I guess.
Yeah, that's not much of a hunt. But this feels kind of more of a manga thing. My first criticism of this adaptation is that it feels a little bit too much like a manga chapter.
Right,
in that
so
they
it's playing it too straight to the source material.
The pacing feels a little bit off for an anime, but I can very much see the manga pacing in it.
Right. I think I understand what you mean.
So when they see this boar, and they deal with the boar very, very quickly. So either they are pacing it a little bit more so it fits in this episode, or the manga was just had a different focus, and for the anime it might have benefited to have a cliffhanger with what will happen to this big ass demon boar.
Right.
But they kind of show off their powers as retainers and an ever evading prince, and they deal with the boar fairly quickly. And the cliffhanger is actually another guy that can seemingly see the future going after our priest.
Oh no.
So it's not even...
Oh no.
Everybody is after the prince. Some people are after the priest. Who have maybe other people who have weird future sight, future
weird
accuracy,
super power.
Yeah, he shoots down a bird before he declares that he will allow this priest to do what he wants. So maybe he has some accuracy or some other type of future sight, or just animal sight. You can see through the eyes of animals. Who knows? Mystery.
All that fun stuff.
I will be able to watch it now because the new episode is already out.
Because it's come out literally as we speak.
About 4 hours ago.
About 4 hours ago. Yeah. So anywho.
Talk about your VTubers, Nretsew.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good episode this time around. This time it was I'm trying to remember. Actually, did I watch this episode? I might not have. I actually might have fucking forgot.
What?
I might have forgot. I'm trying to remember.
You're still watching only one episode a week?
Fuck, man. Maybe I'm just tired and I fucking forgot. Hang on. I have to fucking check on what fucking wait. Because we're on free now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure. Oh yeah, I've marked that I watched free. Hang on, I'm gonna have to fucking refresh my memory.
So they start off with an off collab, or rather, the mic broke down last episode.
Oh yeah, the mic. Yes, now I remember. Yeah. Because it's because the images you used are really weird.
Nretsew, to be honest, this show doesn't really lend itself to big moments in the show.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's like, well, I mean, it's a lot. It's basically a series of like gags, right? In a sense.
Also, a lot of talking.
Because now I'm remembering what happens. Because she goes to the house of
her fellow
the yellow-haired girl. Yeah, the yellow-haired girl, the one that does ASMR and stuff, right? And it's because she's like, "Hey, I've got a bunch of mics lying around that I don't use. Yeah, fancy mics too. Lots of mics. You can use my my microphone stuff, and talk and use those. And then it turns out that she's like really shy and really kind of introverted in a sense, and she gets like really excited that, oh, I have a person in my house, and she's like, I have to go pee I pee 3 times because her heart rate gets so high, right, that she has to like go out.
Well, she doesn't actually
and
pee. It's just to calm down for a second.
Yeah, exactly. But she says it's like, oh, I have to pee free. I pee in 3-round bursts. And it's just like, what the fuck does that mean? I had some screenshots from the episode. I was talking to someone else about it. I'm trying to find them. Because that'll help me re-jog my memory. But it was for like later on in the episode. But yeah, no, it was very that was a very good part where they have some cute moments on their off collab, and it was very good. And then it kind of goes into time for the new outfit debut. The new outfit debut, Ali. How are we going to do? And they got very creative with the the super chats, right? Like the super chats start coming in because she gets monetized as well.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Oh wow, look at all these super chats coming in. I'm rich. I'm gonna be able to afford so much fucking booze." So yeah, she unveils the new outfit, and it's all very, it's typical VTuber type stuff. And then they have the call-ins, and they start talking about things. I'm actually surprised you didn't add the fucking Yuzu shot soft games mention. I would have thought you would have added that in as a screenshot, because that was kind of interesting how they just start talking about Eurogay.
Yeah, but they talk about a lot of Arrow anyway.
Yeah,
she does an oath collab, and the first thing she says, "I came."
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's interesting because that's a real company though. Makes real games.
Yeah,
you don't know about Euro?
I have you seen the credits?
Yeah, I know. Like it's all in the credits. Yeah, like the credits are great because there's all kinds of stuff in there. That's great. But yeah, they talk about Ubisoft games.
For a second.
The demon girl shows up and is like, "Hey, you wanna play Samba together? The witch one, Samba the witch." And just like, yeah, an era gay collab, I'm down. Also, they are asking questions to all the call-ins, and they're like, "What color are your panties right now?" "I'm not wearing."
Classic answer.
So, classic answer, yeah, and it's all represented in the show too. So yeah, I think it's quite fun. It's quite fun. And then kind of goes into the first gen girl kind of imitates one of the other girls and is like, "Haha, we'll trick you."
I was here and you didn't know.
You didn't know, and then she's like starts freaking out, and it's great. So yeah, no, yeah, it's still fun. I do kind of agree. I think your screenshot game for this one was not good. Your screenshot game was.
I had difficulty just it's a lot of talking in weird angles.
I don't know, because I think there are a lot of good moments that are like visual representation of things like the super chats and stuff, right? Or like when they're in different environments to showcase different things, and talking about stuff like that. So I don't know if I agree with you on that. I think there are better moments. Maybe I'll just let you do it. I'll just let you do it.
Maybe give a rationale. They talk about how VTubing is kind of a release, a way out from a oppressive corporate culture.
Yeah, she mentions a lot about how, when I worked at that company, right, the black company or whatever, where she was working before she became a VTuber. That comes up quite a bit.
That's a kind of semi-common experience for a reason to go VTubing, because it's fun and talking to people and whatnot. Building some social relationship, not just with chat, but with gen mates, with fellow VTubers, YouTubers, connections, etc. Of course, VTuber companies are not immune from black company behavior.
No, they're not.
But this is a happy show, so it won't.
I don't think. Yeah, I think it's gonna be more happy-go-lucky. So
yeah, and the main girl of the head girl of this company. What's the company again? Go Live or Live? Be Live? I don't know. I forgot.
Something like that.
Just looks more and more like Mito with
Mm.
every episode. Schoolgirl, wacky, does weird stuff, gets away with everything. Other people can be just as wacky because she's just wackier by virtue.
Right. All right. So I
And
guess
the
we'll
last
move on.
the last screenshot that I actually got from the ending was because they did a quick cover of
Oh, yeah.
the cover
they
of
did a
Sweet
cover.
Magic,
Yeah, they did.
which was such a weird choice. I had no choice but to shout it out here because
It's quite good.
I know Sweet Magic from MMD that won like the 11th annual MMD awards.
Yeah.
Of 2006 or something. So they are. I mean, I didn't recognize the previous two EDs. They're just solo and duo duets, which I now assume are all semi-classic, semi-known songs. And now they just pull out an old otaku song.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they were name dropping Yozu Soft games, so
Yeah, and showing actual games. OBS is still very much shown.
OBS,
old ASCII cat imagery and newer pointing cat memes. They're very much a
very authentic. It's very.
They're being authentic.
All right, so moving on. What else have we got? Do we have anything else you want to talk about? Do you want to rapid fire your last few shows?
Yeah, other shows. Because I was sleep deprived for a good deal. What was this? I should remove these two. I actually didn't watch this one or this one this week. But I'm confident that pseudo harem will remain cute, and Dungeon people will also remain cute. So there's no.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to blitz through that. Yeah. So what about the other two that we've got?
So How to Become Ordinary remains guarded still. Where it's still about the damn bike. It's in the poster for a reason.
It's all about the bike.
So a small part, right? The bike got stolen at the end of episode 1.
Right.
At the start of episode 2, it was found or registered at a burglary. So main girl gets called in, not because they think she did a break-in, but because why did you allow the bike to get stolen? Right, that was the previous episode, and she gets annoyed for being called in for a thing that she was already bumped about.
Right.
My bike gets stolen, and now I'm getting blamed for my bike.
It's my fault. Yeah.
So now the bike gets found. Because some driver, it was on the road, and a car driver just ran over the bike that was abandoned in the middle of the road.
Right.
So the driver complained there is a bike on the road, and that is her bike.
Yeah.
So the bike is just a massive pain of 3 episodes in a row. And she gets angry, Nretsew. She starts looking up the person who stole the bike and where he lives and what he did and what he do. And so this bike is a main character. And I'm very I have much empathy for having a thing in your life that you just want gone by this point. Is gone. Why is that chair still there, Nretsew?
Why?
Why is that chair still there? Why is that lamp not Why that lamp is still just a bulb hanging from the ceiling? When is there going to be a proper lamp? It's been months. That kind of annoyances, but in this case, it's other people are complaining about it.
Right.
And there's nothing you can do about it. It's stolen. It's been spotted. It's been ran over and abandoned. You can't even use it anymore, but it's still your bike. You still have to do something about it. And the show just captures this kind of frustration around life in this way very well.
Right.
So, good stuff. And too many losing heroines. Nretsew, Lemon-chan, the 10th running girl.
Yeah, I've seen some clips. Yeah.
Did you see?
I've seen some footage of the show. Yeah.
What have you seen of her getting destroyed?
Yeah, a little bit.
Just a little.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah. It was fucking oof.
Yeah. Oh no, I already have a girlfriend.
Yeah. Just did.
So the book club.
Yeah.
The book club is really becoming a haven for losing heroines. Just I got rejected. I fell for a guy that apparently had a girlfriend, and another girl that also is very insistent that two girls who are already members are
right
together childhood friends. And there's the president of the book club and the vice president are clearly getting in a relationship. But she, as a childhood friend of the girl, is getting real jealous that she is getting into a relationship with the president because she also likes the president. And Nretsew, I'm not... If you have trouble with following these relationship lines, don't worry. There's a school nurse. There that knows all the spots on the ceiling. Because they haven't changed in the years that she was gone and became a school nurse. But Nretsew, how does she know the spots on the ceiling?
I don't know.
Well,
what?
Maybe if you lay in bed for a while.
Yeah.
A lot. While in
all
school.
The time. Yeah, all the time, maybe.
And what if Nretsew, she very much liked that time when she just laid in bed.
I think I see where this is going, maybe. Ooh.
And she very much is willing to give the same the opportunities to the students today.
Right.
To the point she has a neat little notepad in which she maps out the relationships they are in school.
Oh god.
And where she has just a couple mics around.
Oh no.
Just to make sure who is interested in who. And don't worry, Nretsew, as soon as somebody has to rest in the bed for a while, she'll just leave, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Also, the door are locked from the inside. If you lock her out, she can't come in. How terrible. Don't do that. Don't do that. That would be terrible.
Oh no. Oh god.
School nurse is a character.
Oh well. I should probably look at picking that one up then. I should probably get onto that. It sounds really good. It sounds fun. Alright, so is there anything else? I was gonna talk about the GFL2 drama, but I don't know, out of interest for you not dying, I might have to call it on that. It's really stupid. It's literally just, hey, GFL announces they're going to do a concert with the UN and a bunch of culture warrior people. Bring up my no resources. Bring up my no resources image.
I got rid of that when I replaced it with grandma.
These bitchless no resources fucking people, right? Acting like, because they're all just going like, oh no, how could they collab with the UN? The UN is evil. The UN wants to censor all of anime. Oh, the UN is so bad. And it's like, guys, listen. I understand, right? I don't like the UN. Fuck the UN. They have tried to censor anime and shit before. They have tried pressuring Japan to fucking change things before. I don't like them either. But just please keep your spaghetti in your pockets, okay? You don't have to fucking freak out about every goddamn little fucking thing, right? People have been memeing about how it's like, it's just a concert, and the opposite side is like, oh yeah, it's just a concert until it isn't, right? Oh, it's just a concert until the ESG fucking DEI starts infiltrating your gacha games, right? And I'm just like, guys, please. This is the reason people don't take you seriously, right? Because it is, there she is. No resources. Fucking, I think her name's Kiara, or whatever. Our the shop girl, no resources. Yeah. Literally, right? Just, it's the reason why there is an actual fucking censorship problem, right? When there actually is the UN trying to censor anime, no one actually fucking takes us seriously, because you go absolutely fucking ballistic over the tiniest little fucking thing, right? And I know people are going to say, they're going to be like, oh, Nretsew, you're just defending your GFL, oh, your bias, oh, you love your GFL. Yeah, I admit that. I'm biased. I want my Micah team to succeed, right? I want my GFLs to do well, right? And GFL 2's coming out soon. They literally just dropped one of the PVs in English while we were talking, right? I'm very excited. But I also think strategically this is the dead end, right? Going ballistic over a concert is not going to dismantle the UN. It's not going to help anyone, right? There's no benefit to this drama at all. And if you actually knew anything about GFL and the law, you would know that them collaborating with the UN is completely fucking on brand and absolutely fucking hilarious. Because there's a reason people have been posting fucking. I posted one of the memes in the chat for you to bring up as well. The Rossangist memes. Fucking Rossitarianism, which is basically a post-apocalyptic version of like globalism that crops up in the GFL universe, and it has its own like ideology.
Tweets are harder to bring up because it's going to be in a browser, and it's going to be a separate browser. Twitter's going to complain that I'm not logged into Twitter anymore.
Well, I posted the image in the chat. You can open.
Oh, this is fine enough, I guess.
Yeah, it's in the image. If I toss my spaghetti, my pocket spaghetti. Oh no, not that one. I want the meme one that I posted in the chat. It's in the images for streams chat. That's just a map of like that's Ferengi or Ferrari. There's a guy on Twitter. Ferrari has like a really good rundown. I'll just post the link to the tweet in the chat. He has a really good rundown of the actual lore behind this, right? And he does a much better job explaining it than I ever could, right? Yeah, that's the one I wanted. There you go. I'll put the link to that in the chat for people. There you go. He does a better job explaining the lore behind this than I could, right? But the TLDR is that the globalists show up. Or the GFL 1 is like how the globalists start to get into power, and then the globalists become like the bad guys and reverse collapse, right? So, it's not like the GFL does not paint the UN in a particularly fucking good light. Let's just say that, right? They're not really seen as the good guys of the story, right? They're seen as like opportunists that took control, you know, of you know, like an ideology that started in good, you know, it's a common story, you know, it's good intentions, right? Bring humanity together to weather the storm, right? Ends up being corrupted and used by megalomaniacs to seize power, right? Who the fuck switch-act Bode from New Vegas? Yeah. But like, yeah, so like I and look, again, I get it. Okay, I get it. You hate the UN. I hate the UN too, right? And I'm not just saying that to do a fucking, you know, I'm totally not an SJW or whatever, right? I'm saying that because, yeah, I've fucking gone on rants about how the UN and the EU and all these fucking megalomaniac globalist bullshits are fucking, I hate them because they lead to censorship because, you know, absolute power corrupts absolutely, right? Totally on board. Don't take it out on Micah. Micah Team is just doing a fucking concert for some UN thing, right? It's
From
not.
what I gather,
it's no
right,
different.
It's
well,
just...
it's no different from like, oh, they collaborated with like the Chinese fucking space agency, right? Like, are you gonna be like, oh, they collabed with the CCP space agency government thing for space exploration? They totally want to send nukes up there or whatever. Gotcha money is going to be sent to create nukes or something. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, right? When these people go off about it, like they think it's all just some grand fucking conspiracy theory, right? Of, oh, they're using the games to and it's like, guys, just calm down, okay? Make fun of it. It's fucking funny. It's funny that the anti-globalist game, right, is collaborating with the fucking globalists. It's funny. That's what I did when I tweeted about it. I was like, if you actually knew about the law, like, this is fucking hilarious, right? It's actually funny. But people are terrorists that don't actually know the law. They don't actually fucking read the story, right? And they're going off just because they want to do their culture war fucking grift nonsense, right? So yeah, just guys, just calm down. Save your energy for when something actually starts happening, right? Because, you know, nothing's happened yet. It's just a concert. Just calm down. All right.
From what I gather, right, this is just at the plaza. It's
it's just
their,
at the plaza. Yeah,
it's on their ground. Not that they are actually paying for it. It's just they're having their events, their thingies, and this is one concert because the game has songs. They're going to play a song on their stage over there, and that's kind of the extent of the whole collaboration. Oh,
soft power propaganda. Oh no! But it would be Chinese soft power though, wouldn't it? Because Chinese game company. Chinese game company doing Chinese stuff.
Yeah, because
so I needed to have a rant about that. I needed to have a rant about that because, like,
I'm going to agree with what China wants to do when I'm listening to this song and play the game.
Yeah. At the UN.
I made this joke in another server, Nretsew. I watched Kill la Kill.
Yeah.
How am I now going to serve the interests of the Japanese foreign policy?
I don't know.
After watching Kill la Kill, I am now...
You have to strip naked and run around the street or something.
Yeah, how is that going to serve the foreign policy of Japan?
Yeah, so because it's like, look, guys, I get the whole ESG, right? ESG DEI stuff. It's not good, you know, whatever, you know, UN conspiracy, blah 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 blah. I get it, right? I get it, right? But the problem with people online is they don't understand how to actually be productive, right? Well, because what they'll do is they'll just screech online and they'll grift online about, oh, I have to fucking, you know, make a big noise about it. And it's fine. Yeah, making noise is fine, right? Gets eyes on the issue. But if we actually want to do something about it, we have to mobilize when something actually does happen, right? Rather than just react to every little microscopic fucking thing, right? Pick your fucking battles, guys. That's all I'm saying, right? Pick your battles. You don't have to, like, completely dismiss an entire game or a company just because they fucking, like, oh... It would be different if it was like, oh, Mycoteam and Sunburn is like directly working with Sweet Baby Inc. or something, right? Because that's like directly influencing the game, right? That's like a direct fucking problem, right? They're giving money to Sweet Baby Inc. to consult or whatever. Then I would have a fucking problem, and I would be like considering, not fucking, even not playing or not fucking, buying anything in the game ever again, right? And doing that kind of personal, not purchase boycott type stuff. But just over a fucking concert at a fucking United Nations venue, right? Just like, nah, come on. It's not worth it, guys. It's not fucking worth it. It's just a concert. Calm down. But anyway, I had to get a rant out about that because it was pissing me off this week. So yeah, I guess I don't. On that note, I don't have anything else to say other than my words of wisdom. Right? Just fucking pick your battles, guys. Come on. So anyway, it's been a long stream. It's been a fun time.
It's been a sleepy time.
It's been a sleepy time for Ellie. So anyway, we will catch you guys. I don't know, same time next week. I guess.
Yeah,
maybe a shorter video next week.
Yeah, Jake, if you want to whatever look for commissions, I guess there's a Twitter. I don't check that Twitter often, but I'll keep an eye on it.
Toss it Ellie's way on Twitter. You'll probably give it.
I'll post that link, I guess, later in the description.
Yeah, it's in the description. Ellie's about to fucking die.
No, Jake says he doesn't use Twitter, but
he's only on Discord. You two figure it out. You'll
sure
figure it out.
I have the same profile picture, so that's
yeah, you'll be able to find him easy. You'll be able to find
same name also.
But anyway, I'll catch you guys. We'll all catch you guys next time.
Later.
Bye. Oh.